A millennium ago, a traveler from another dimension descended upon the earth in pursuit of the sacred fruit born from the world tree. Upon her arrival, this extraterrestrial being, later known as Kaguya of the OTSUTSUKI, was met by the inhabitants of a modest settlement from the realm of origins. As time passed, Kaguya developed a fondness for the villagers, intrigued by the potential of humankind. Eventually, she was summoned before their sovereign, Emperor Tenji, who too was captivated by this mysterious woman from beyond the stars. Everything shifted, however, when Kaguya revealed her true purpose. She was the keeper of the world tree's fruit. Tenji, skeptical of her claim, sought to imprison her. Realizing her mistake in trusting him, Kaguya erased his memory, learning the hard way not to divulge her secrets lightly. To maintain proximity to the tree, her only remaining choice was to become one of the emperor's companions. Their bond grew, eventually resulting in her pregnancy. For a time, serenity reigned over the realm of origins, and Kaguya allowed herself to feel happiness. But tranquility crumbled when the hostile realm of that learned of Kaguya's existence. Seeking to avert war, Tenji decreed that any aggression toward the invaders would be punished by death. This marked the beginning of conflict, as threats escalated and Kaguya found herself targeted. She fled with her loyal aide, Aino, who feared for Kaguya's safety and hid her from their pursuers. Aino, a humble servant once close to Tenji, and Kaguya had grown close, often speaking of the world tree and its enigmatic power. To the people, it was a sacred relic untouched since ancient times, shrouded in power too great for mortals. Kaguya's desire for that power only intensified. For days they evaded capture, but tragedy struck when their hunters finally caught up. Aino sacrificed herself upon discovering Kaguya's pregnancy, realizing the toll it had taken on her strength. In her final act, she protected both Kaguya and the unborn children. This loss shattered Kaguya, who for the first time wore her anguish openly. Her belief in mankind broken, yet still craving peace, Kaguya defied all taboos and consumed the world tree's fruit. Despite already being immensely powerful, she desired more. What she did not expect was that the tree itself would awaken. She hadn't realized it bore only 10 branches, each producing a single, unique fruit. Armed with newfound godhood, she ended the wars by casting an illusionary technique over the entire world, a spell known as the Eternal Moonlight. She eventually released many from its grasp, though not before erasing their memories. Those spared revered her as the celestial rabbit deity. Later, she gave birth to twins, Hagoromo and Hamura. Over time, the fruit's power twisted her spirit. Suspicion and madness took root, and the benevolent goddess slowly became a figure of dread. The final blow came when her mind succumbed completely, overtaken by the entity dwelling within her. She had secretly begun converting trapped humans into a legion of white-clad soldiers, preparing for the return of her kin from beyond the stars. But the force inside her usurped all control. No longer herself, her body transformed into a monstrous titan with 10 tails. Witnessing this horror, Hagoromo and Hamura took action. Believing the creature to be their corrupted mother, they challenged it with all their strength. But they soon discovered a chilling truth: the beast was scarcely trying. While they fought with everything they had, it battled them half asleep. Eventually, the brothers succeeded. Hagoromo absorbed the creature's chakra, while its body was sealed away using the 6-realm seal, forming the moon itself. Before being sealed, however, the monster cursed them with a final taunt. "You fools have no idea who I am the 10 tails incarnate." And with that, it vanished, its soul locked within Hagoromo. Unbeknownst to them, their mother too acted before her imprisonment. She used her last breath to create a vessel of her will, a humanoid puppet resembling a pale soldier, but black as night. Hamura took it upon himself to safeguard the moon, watching over what he believed were the beast's remains. Hagoromo, meanwhile, stayed behind on Earth. Fearing the creature's rebirth, he divided its essence into 9 distinct chakra entities. Thus, the tailed beasts were born, each unique, ranging from the single-tailed to the mighty 9 tails. All were known as Biju, entities forged from raw spiritual energy. Hagoromo formed a bond with them, who came to view him as their father. To prevent future catastrophe, he sealed each with a mark, warning that only one with eyes like his, those with concentric rings, could reawaken the beast. He also ensured that only a chosen individual, one with exceptional spiritual strength, could host all 9. In time, Hagoromo taught humanity the way of spiritual energy, forming the sect of shinobi. He shared his gift of chakra and built a family. His eldest son, Indora, who inherited the eye of imitation, and his youngest, Ashura, who gained the power of wood. Now called the Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo passed leadership of his bloodline to Ashura, but this incensed Indora, who believed he was the rightful heir. Thus began a bitter conflict between brothers. Indora went on to establish the Uchiha clan, while Ashura's lineage birthed both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. But peace remained elusive. As the Uchiha and Senju continued their feud, their ancestors' war echoing through the generations. Despite the chaos of the war, the tailed beasts remained silent. They didn't care for humans, nor did they hate them, they simply preferred to stay uninvolved. Once the Sage of Six Paths passed away, each of the 9 Biju scattered across the land, either concealing themselves or quietly watching over certain bloodlines from afar. That era came to an end, when humans grew increasingly obsessed with power. Battles raged on endlessly, prompting the leaders to devise a desperate solution: capture the tailed beasts and imprison them within chosen individuals to maintain control. This goal remained a fantasy for years, as no one was powerful enough to subdue a Biju. That changed with Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of Konoha, who offered to subjugate the beasts in exchange for peace. His prowess was widely known. He was the only known descendant of Asura capable of wielding wood release. Other nations agreed, enticed by the idea of creating living weapons, known as Jinchuriki, to empower their forces. 3 great shinobi wars erupted over the decades, each bloodier than the last. The third concluded with the intervention of Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, who ended it with his legendary yellow flash technique. His valor earned him immense respect, and at the war's close, the title of Hokage was passed to him by Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third. Today marked October 10th, a date burned into the memory of the Hidden Leaf. It was the night a colossal, 9-tailed monster tore through the outskirts of the village. No one saw it coming. In an instant, the beast appeared, summoned by unknown means. And it wasn't without a host either. Its former container, Uzumaki Kushina, had just delivered her child and now lay weak in the hospital. "I want my baby, please," Kushina cried out, reaching feebly for the red-haired newborn the nurse cradled. With little hesitation, the medic handed over the infant, earning a weak but joyous smile from the mother. "Hey there, my little Naruto," she whispered softly. The baby's only reply was a quiet, unsettled cry. "Shhh, it's all right, mommy's here now. I'll always protect you," she promised gently, and her voice calmed the boy. Her heart overflowed with love for him. The pain of losing her clan in the last war faded as she held her son close. He was tiny and fragile, and that only made her adore him more. "Kushina, I know you want to keep holding your baby, and you'll get to, but we need to move quickly," urged Sarutobi Baiwako, wife of the retired 3rd Hokage. With a reluctant nod, Kushina handed the child back to the nurse, her expression growing firm. "I understand, but don't let any harm come to my son, or I swear," she began, only for Baiwako to cut her off sharply. Kushina, the redhead, bit her tongue. She knew she had no choice, she was too weak to carry her child herself. But seeing his bright red hair gave her a small comfort. Even though she wouldn't have minded if he looked more like his father, it meant the world to her that he bore her colors. She changed quickly into something easier to move in, uncaring about modesty in front of the other women. All that mattered was being near her child. "All right, let's hurry," Baiwako instructed, waving her forward. Kushina followed the elder and the nurse through the halls as chaos reigned outside, the village's ninja trying desperately to hold the beast at bay. "Just hold it off, the 4th is on the way," a seasoned Jonin shouted, only to be crushed in a blink when a tree flung by the beast slammed him against another. The rest of the shinobi didn't have time to grieve. They were too busy staying alive while trying to stop the Kubai's advance. They threw every jutsu they knew at the creature, but it was useless. The beast swatted them aside with ease. Lower-ranked nin were killed almost instantly. Only elite fighters managed to last a few moments longer, only to be struck down by its tails or deafened by its monstrous roars. This night would be etched into Konoha's legacy, one of fear, sacrifice, and resolve. Some considered fleeing, knowing they stood no chance. But the thought of their families within the village kept them rooted. They would not allow the monster to break through. 5 grueling minutes passed with more and more lives lost, until a massive cloud of smoke burst from the ground. The Kubai turned its head, now facing a towering toad with a blonde-haired man atop its head. "It's the fourth!" The survivors cheered at the sight of their leader. Now it was a tense standoff, beast versus toad. "Gamabunta, can you handle this?" Minato called out. The great toad grunted. "Ready? Who could be ready to take on that monster?" Minato chuckled softly before turning serious. "I need your help, old friend. We have to hold it off. I also have to find my wife and child. I fear something terrible may already be happening. I don't know who released the Jubai, but that doesn't matter right now. The village comes first." The summon sighed. "Fine. But you owe me." The Hokage just gave him a firm nod before the Jubai lunged, choosing to strike first. Meanwhile, Kushina moved as fast as she could, flanked by Baiwako and the medic holding Naruto. They had no time to spare. Whoever had unleashed the beast could still be watching. That fear became real when a cloaked figure in a swirling orange mask appeared before them. "What the?" Baiwako exclaimed, unable to sense his presence until he stood right before them. She didn't get another word out. The masked man vanished and reappeared behind her, slicing her down in one swift motion. Kushina's breath hitched. Despite her weakness, she took a shaky stance in front of her child. Even the nurse prepared to defend the baby, but she too fell in an instant. "Who are you? What do you want?" Kushina demanded, her voice trembling slightly. She had just given birth. The seal had been broken. And now this, but at least Naruto was unharmed for now. The masked figure now stood before Kushina, cradling a peacefully sleeping Naruto in his arms, something Kushina noticed immediately. Without hesitation, and driven by pure instinct, she lunged at the man with speed and strength she didn't know she possessed. "Bring back my baby," she yelled, swinging her arms in desperation to reclaim her son. But her blows missed entirely or passed through him like he was made of smoke. That's when the realization struck her, eyes widening with horror. "You're manipulating time with a distortion technique," she gasped, recognizing the ability instantly. Minato had used a similar method before, but never on this scale, and that scared her more than she wanted to admit. Still, fear took a backseat to her maternal instincts. "I'll return him later. For now, I need him as part of a distraction. You're free to tag along," the man said coolly before leaping across rooftops. Kushina darted after him, pain forgotten, her mind focused on her son. Even the recent death of Baiwako, wife of the former third Hokage, faded from her thoughts. Right now, nothing mattered more than stopping this man. She had no idea what he intended by using Naruto as a distraction, but she wouldn't allow it, even if it cost her everything. The man, face obscured by an orange mask, continued his calculated escape, always staying within reach but just out of her grasp. He was baiting her, drawing her into a trap, and he was thinking, 2 for the price of 1, even better. He knew Kushina was severely weakened. She'd just given birth and had the 9 tails extracted from her. She was no threat. His only concern was the child, who served as the perfect decoy to keep Minato occupied while he battled the beast alongside Gamabunta. Despite her exhaustion, Kushina pushed herself to keep up. Her chakra reserves were almost gone, and the pain of childbirth weighed heavily on her body. Eventually, they reached a clearing where the masked man paused and turned to face her. He showed her Naruto's sleeping face, a sight that reignited her fury. She lunged at him once again in a desperate bid to reclaim her baby. Before she could reach him, the ground trembled to her left. Looking over, she saw her husband atop Gamabunta, still locked in combat with the rampaging 9 tails. From her position, it seemed the giant toad was bearing the brunt of the attacks, while the Jubai remained largely unscathed. Her attention snapped back at the sound of her son crying. Her heart clenched. She prepared to shout again, but the masked man tossed Naruto into the air and vanished in a swirling black vortex. Without thinking, Kushina threw herself forward, catching Naruto just in time. She landed hard on her knees, scraping them on the rocky ground, but none of that mattered. She quickly checked her son, brushing his cheek. "Shhh, Mama's here. No more tears," she whispered soothingly. Naruto stopped crying, drifting back into slumber. Kushina allowed herself a brief smile until the earth trembled again. Her eyes snapped up at a large smoke cloud. Gamabunta had vanished. Panic surged in her chest. Was Minato okay? She clutched Naruto closer, knowing the Jubai must be near. Then Minato appeared, a few feet away, unaware his family was behind him. "Minato," she called out, voice filled with relief and concern. His clothes were torn, and he looked battered. She feared he'd been injured even while atop Gamabunta, but now her focus returned to Naruto, as the Kubai was fast approaching. Minato turned in shock when he heard her. He had no idea Kushina and the baby were here. He rushed over. "Kushina, what are you doing here?" he shouted, then froze at the sight of their son. Under normal circumstances, he would have been overcome with joy. But there was no time for that. Danger loomed too close. They had to act fast. "Kushina, is there any chance you can reseal the Kubai inside yourself?" he asked grimly. He hated asking that of her. He never wanted her to carry that burden again, but she shook her head, eyes downcast. "I'm too weak. If you try, it'll kill me. He was ripped out of me and I just gave birth. My body won't survive it," she said with a heavy heart. Their conversation was cut short by a deafening roar as the Kubai advanced again. Minato didn't hesitate. He used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport them to safety, dodging the incoming attack. The Kubai missed, storming past in frustration. They reappeared on the other side of the clearing. Minato quickly assessed the situation. He was burning through chakra fast. He needed a solution now. Glancing at Naruto's face, he smiled briefly at the red hair, though he'd hoped for blonde. He threw another marked kuni away and vanished again with his family, narrowly dodging another attack. Each use of the teleportation technique wore him down. This couldn't continue. Kushina held Naruto tightly, unsure what else to do. Then Minato looked at her and spoke. "There's only one choice left," he said, eyes falling to Naruto. Realization hit her like a punch to the gut. "No, he's just a baby, Minato," she protested, but she knew the truth. The alternative was the village's destruction. "I must, or Konoha will be lost," he answered firmly, dodging another attack. The Kubai roared in fury, its rage mounting under Genjutsu and its failed efforts. Minato called out instructions as he prepared the sealing formula. Kushina's heart sank as she understood which seal he intended to use. "You idiot! You'll die if you use my clan's most powerful sealing technique," she thought, but quickly helped him. They had everything they needed. Minato always kept crucial tools close, just in case. She knew what had to be done, even if she hated it. Kushina placed Naruto on a soft cushion, quickly drawing a sealing array beneath it. She placed candles around him and lit them, all while he slept peacefully. She glanced at Minato, who was still struggling against the beast. Looking down at her son one last time, she made her decision. She would assist in sealing the Kubai. She hated the idea of condemning her child to the life of a Jinchuriki, but letting the village fall wasn't an option either. Summoning every ounce of chakra she had left, the crimson-haired Kunoichi launched herself toward the rampaging beast, the Kubai, which was still clashing with her husband. As she performed a rapid sequence of hand signs, golden chains made of chakra erupted from her back. "Minato, I'll restrain it. You handle the sealing," she shouted, projecting her voice since he was several meters away and might not hear her otherwise. Understanding her intent, the fourth Hokage nodded and also began forming a sequence of hand signs. Fuinjutsu, Shiki Fujin. Sealing technique, dead demon consuming seal. As soon as he uttered the words, a massive spectral figure loomed behind him. The entity, death itself, began to draw out his soul. The Shinigami wrapped its left arm with sacred beads and muttered an incantation until a cursed symbol etched itself into its limb. The spirit then plunged its arm into Minato's ethereal form, enabling him to choose a sealing target. Without hesitation, Minato focused on the Kubai, prompting the spirit to seize the fox's soul. The beast thrashed violently in protest, but Kushina's chakra chains bound it tightly, preventing its escape. Enraged, the Kubai fought back with renewed fury, though between the sealing spirit's grip and Kushina's chains, its efforts were in vain. With its soul captured, the Shinigami required a vessel. It scanned the area until its gaze fell upon the slumbering infant, Naruto, encircled by flickering candles and bearing a sealing inscription beneath him. Recognizing this as the prepared host, the Shinigami completed the transfer, locking the Kubai's essence within the child. In a final desperate act, the Kubai lashed out as it was being sealed, aiming its enormous claw at the baby. But Minato and Kushina intervened, halting the strike at great cost. The beast's claw pierced both of them before its power was fully sealed away. Knowing the end was near, the couple dragged themselves to their child's side. Kushina was the first to speak. "Naruto, I'm so sorry for everything. I pray you'll forgive us one day, not just for this burden, but also for leaving you alone," she said, her voice trembling as tears fell freely. "Always remember, your mother loves you deeply." "We both do," she added before coughing up blood, her strength failing. Minato followed, his tone heavy with sorrow as he looked upon his son. Naruto, this is your father, I'm so sorry for what I've done. I only hope one day you'll understand. You're the hero of this village now, you saved them all. Containing the Kubai won't be easy, but I believe in you. I'm already proud of you, my son, he said with a faint smile before the Shinigami consumed his soul. Kushina, tears still in her eyes, collapsed beside him. Her final thoughts drifted to the masked man responsible for it all. She couldn't explain how she knew, but she felt with certainty that this was all orchestrated by him. She just didn't know why. Moments later, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the devastated site, his expression stricken with grief. Behind him stood a masked ninja with a slanted headband covering one eye. Upon seeing the bodies of the fourth and his wife, the younger man dropped to his knees. "Sensei," he cried out, his voice breaking as he rushed to their side. Hiruzen followed, eyes moist with unshed tears. "Kakashi, bring their bodies back to the village. I'll look after Naruto," said the elder Hokage. Kakashi nodded silently, gently lifting both fallen heroes and vanishing toward the village. Hiruzen turned his attention to the infant still sound asleep, astonished he had remained undisturbed through such a tragedy. Bending down, he carefully picked up the child. A deep sigh escaped him. Another orphaned soul, and this one carried the might of the Nine Tails within him. The retired Hokage disappeared, heading instead to the tower where he could safeguard the newborn. At the village gates, those who had survived gathered, waiting anxiously. No one expected Kakashi to return carrying not only their Hokage, but also his beloved wife. The crowd remained silent, no one daring to ask what had happened, until Kakashi raised his gaze and spoke, understanding their questions without needing to hear them. "There's not much I can say," he began solemnly, "only that the fourth gave his life to defeat the Kubai." As he finished, a man in an emerald jumpsuit stepped forward to assist with the burden. "Thank you, Guy," Kakashi murmured, his grief evident in his voice. Mato Guy nodded silently, helping him carry the bodies toward the hospital. The others followed in respectful silence. This day would be remembered not only as the Kubai's assault on Konoha, but also as the tragic loss of its greatest protector, the fourth Hokage, whose name would be etched into history as the man who subdued the strongest of the tailed beasts. Back in the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen placed the newborn into a crib within a prepared emergency room. To the ANBU station nearby, he issued an order. "Don't let anyone enter this room," he commanded firmly. The masked guard simply nodded in acknowledgement. As the old Hokage departed, a single thought troubled his mind. Who or what was behind all this? Unbeknownst to the people of the Hidden Leaf, something far more mysterious had begun. Deep inside the body of young Naruto, something stirred. The moment the Kubai was sealed, an unusual light radiated, not just from the fox, but from all the tailed beasts. Even the Kubai, who should have been dormant, opened its eyes in surprise as its tails shimmered unnaturally. "This child, he's different. I didn't see this coming," the beast mused as it curled up, waiting for the events it sensed were on the horizon. Meanwhile, in the distant land of Sunagakure, another red-haired child slept. Though slightly older than Naruto, he too bore a tailed beast, the Ikibai. The sand demon had long tormented its host with whispers and nightmares. But now, silence. The instant the Kubai was sealed within Naruto, the Ikibai lost its voice. For the first time in his life, the young boy Gaara slept peacefully. The one tail, known as Shukaku, stopped attempting to speak with its host the instant its tail began to rise, glowing in a way eerily similar to the Kubai's tails. The massive, tanuki-shaped beast went silent, a sly grin forming as the seal on its tail blazed to life, casting radiant light across the chamber that held it. Moments later, Shukaku vanished from the sleeping form of Gaara, who, without realizing it, had just been drained of a substantial amount of chakra. Fortunately, the boy survived, a miracle considering Biju extraction usually meant certain death. Elsewhere, only about an hour later, within the hidden cloud village, a young blonde woman wrapped in tight bandages walked along a quiet path. Like Gaara, she was a Jinchuriki, hers being the two tails, Matatabi, a graceful feline with an extra tail that marked her as the Nibai. Just like the other tailed beasts, Matatabi had carried the same seal that had been etched into her long ago by the Sage of Six Paths. Her tails began to glow in response. Unlike Shukaku, though, Matatabi felt grief. She had grown deeply attached to her human companion. Before her departure, she managed a few heartfelt words, though she knew they would likely never reach her host's ears. "Goodbye, my little flame. I will miss you dearly. Stay strong and know your life is about to change in ways you can't imagine." With those parting words, the Nibai disappeared, draining the young woman's chakra and causing her to collapse unconscious. Nearby ANBU agents witnessing her fall rushed to her side, verifying her vital signs before swiftly taking her to the medical facility. This scene was not unique. Around the globe, similar events unfolded wherever a tailed beast rested, be it slumbering, vigilant, or contemplative, each beginning with the same tail glow, followed by vanishing acts and chakra withdrawal. Hosts dropped into unconsciousness, many collapsing during the stillness of night. These occurrences happened one after the other, each separated by an hour. The three tails, Isabu, left the sleeping Yagura of Kirigakure. The four tails, Son Goku, departed from Roshi, who was walking through Iwagakure at the time. Han, bearer of the five tails, Kokuo, fell next, his strength drained unexpectedly. Utakata, who harbored the six tails, Seiken, was the next to fall unconscious. An hour later, the seven tails, Chomai, left her host Fu with a gentle farewell. "May your path lead you to wonder, little one. I'll miss you. Be free." Finally, the eight tails, Juki, vanished from Killer Bee's body. Bee collapsed, but his brother, I the fourth Reikage, caught him just in time, preventing a dangerous fall. There remained only one beast. The nine tails, Kurama. Rather than vanish, he rested calmly, his father's words echoing within him. "One day, someone will appear, your liberator. Be patient and do not lead them astray. They may surpass even me. Give them a chance." The words echoed within the minds of all Biju. Though they had accepted their destiny long ago, none of them expected it to unfold this way. One by one, at hourly intervals, they found themselves reappearing, now within a single sleeping infant, his hair fiery red and aura unusual. Some felt sorrow over leaving their previous hosts, but the thought that all humans eventually perish helped them embrace the new chapter. Gathered in the new seal within the newborn's mind, the tailed beasts faced Kurama. Juki voiced what everyone was thinking. "So it has finally begun," rumbled the ox-like eight tails. Kurama met the gaze of his fellow beasts and responded, "It has." "I didn't expect it to be a child this young," Kurama said, prompting gasps from the others. A newborn, Matatabi barely managed before an unexpected light burst forth from their forms, this time not just their tails, but their entire bodies. "What's going on?" they all exclaimed in unison, puzzled by the pure white light engulfing them. Unlike before, when their tails merely glowed their natural hues, this was unfamiliar. Their father had only ever mentioned tail glows, never full-body illumination. Suddenly, they were pulled together, drawn toward one another as if embraced by an invisible force. Struggling proved futile. The tailed beasts were pressed into a singular cluster as light consumed them entirely. Seconds later, they lost consciousness, consumed by the white radiance. This all transpired within the body of one Uzumaki Naruto. Despite the immense gathering of chakra, no one outside noticed a thing, shielded by the powerful seal within him. The brilliance inside the boy dwarfed even the hidden leaf itself. Though the Biju were titanic in size, each looked minuscule within the blinding sphere of light. The glow expanded for a full hour before finally receding. With it, the original seal once placed upon the tailed beasts completed its work. The one who crafted it had returned. The world believed it had lost the 9 Biju, but they hadn't disappeared. Instead, they had become one once more. They reverted to their original state, just as they were before the sage split them. From within the newborn, a deep laughter echoed, followed by a thunderous voice. "I have returned. Let's see if the world remembers me," roared the being reborn, the 10 tails. On that day, Naruto didn't just inherit all the Biju. For a fleeting moment, he became their combined vessel, Jinchuriki of the primordial creature with no true name. A week passed since Naruto's birth, and much had changed. While some shifts were invisible to the world, others were not. News of the Nine Tails' rampage spread fast. Every village knew within days. Some, like Iwagakure, considered attacking Konoha, believing them weakened. But those plans fell apart when both of their Jinchuriki suddenly fell into comas. Their strategy was built around deploying these hosts. Now, both were incapacitated. Unbeknownst to them, similar situations unfolded across other great villages. Efforts to wake the Jinchuriki, even through pain, proved fruitless. The situation deeply concerned the village leaders. Their nations had suddenly lost the strength of their tailed beast hosts, who all slipped into unexplained comas. With no clear cause or solution, each cage agreed to wait and observe, hoping the situation would resolve on its own. Each village ran extensive medical and chakra diagnostics to understand what had incapacitated their Jinchuriki, but the results showed nothing conclusive. There were no signs of chakra depletion, nor did it seem like they were under assault from within by their inner beasts, a rare and almost impossible occurrence anyway. Likewise, no illness was detected that could explain their abrupt unconsciousness. Roughly a week later, the affected Jinchuriki began to regain consciousness, though this news remained isolated within each respective village, unbeknownst to the others facing the same predicament. Once awake, the hosts were interrogated thoroughly in hopes of identifying what had happened, but not a single one had any answers. Aside from lingering exhaustion, none of them could describe any strange sensations or symptoms. Those with the ability to access their subconscious landscapes entered them, only to discover their Biju slumbering behind the mental seals. Attempts to rouse them failed. None of the beasts, not even the 8 tails, 2 tails, 5 tails, or 6 tails, responded. Upon learning this, the cage concluded it must have been a bizarre but harmless anomaly. Since the Jinchuriki were no longer in danger, the incident was quickly dismissed. They remained cautious initially, but after a week passed without further developments, their vigilance waned. Nevertheless, the hosts were instructed to alert their leaders of any future abnormalities. Special attention was given to the One-Tails container, prompting the Kazekage to summon his best sealing experts to reinforce the seal on his son, a young red-haired boy marked by the kanji for love. Although these experts had only limited knowledge of Fuinjutsu, they were guided by an elderly advisor with modest experience. The child, surprisingly, felt more at ease than ever before. His Biju typically kept him from sleeping, and the silence brought about by the beast's sudden slumber provided rare peace. Still, like the others, he was unaware that his Biju was also dormant, just like the rest, from 1 tail all the way to 8 tails. But one Jinchuriki had not fallen asleep. The boy who carried the 9 tails, Uzumaki Naruto, remained conscious the entire time, and what unfolded within him was nothing short of astonishing. Konohagakure no Sato, while the rest of the continent dealt with its own internal upheavals, a newborn red-haired infant in the Hidden Leaf was enduring his own trials. Ones he could not fight, not yet. He was only a few weeks old. The village remained in turmoil. With the third Hokage once again taking command, the old man was forced into a difficult leadership role amid rising tensions. Meanwhile, word had spread about the new Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not identify who had leaked the boy's identity, though he had his suspicions. Only a select few within the council had been informed of the child's status. The leak caused a major upheaval. The citizens of the Leaf clamored for the child's death, calling him a monster. In response, the Hokage passed a strict law. Anyone who speaks of the 9 tails or connects Uzumaki Naruto to the beast will be executed immediately. No trial, no exception, declared the aged leader with firm authority. That silenced the village, though animosity toward the baby only grew. Few dared to cross their Hokage, especially one as storied as the Sandaime. Most obeyed the law out of fear rather than respect. With Naruto at merely 2 weeks old, the infant was taken to an orphanage, despite Hiruzen and a few clan heads considering raising him themselves. Most who volunteered did so not out of care, but to obtain the immense power of a Jinchuriki, especially one bearing the most powerful tailed beast. Concerned for the boy's safety, Hiruzen decided against placing him in a clan, instead entrusting him to the orphanage with a stern warning. If any harm comes to this child, you'll answer directly to me. The caretakers nodded vigorously, knowing better than to test the Hokage's resolve, even if none of them wanted the duty. The child slept constantly. When he cried, it was brief and infrequent. The staff didn't mind, they wanted as little to do with the beast as possible. The less noise he made, the better. Unknown to them, Naruto was in continuous pain, though he didn't display it. The creature sealed inside him masked the agony by absorbing it. This was why he slept so often. The Biju was healing him around the clock. The source of the pain, his chakra network, still immature due to his infancy, was under strain. What no one realized, not even Naruto, was that every time he slept, his chakra pathways expanded. But for this particular child, the growth was abnormal. His coils not only developed, they tore themselves apart, only to regenerate and grow stronger. The cycle repeated endlessly. Only one being knew the truth, the entity within him. The Jubai, the progenitor of all tailed beasts, was responsible. It fed the child its own chakra, which overwhelmed the boy's developing body, causing destruction and healing in turn. The beast only had a fragment of its true power, but it used what it could to prepare its host. When it was fragmented into 9 pieces, the Jubai anticipated that it would return incomplete. Time was not on its side. To recover its power, it began absorbing ambient energy from nature itself, being careful not to draw attention. Direct absorption from others was impossible in its sealed state, so the Jubai waited. It calculated it would need a year to fully restore its chakra, a minor setback. For now, it had time, and it had a host it intended to shape, test, and empower. Naruto, unaware of any of this, lived quietly. He was fed just enough to survive. Bathed and clothed out of obligation, the caretakers viewed him as a burden, though none dared mistreat him under the Hokage's threat. While the boy's growth continued unnoticed, far from Konoha, another development stirred. Deep within a shadowed cave, a gathering had formed. Some stood in person, others appeared only as glowing projections. Each individual wore the same distinctive cloak, black with crimson clouds swirling across the fabric. The figures stood in a circle. Though most of the projections lacked definition, 2 members were physically present and clearly visible. They were partners, and they were planning something. One had flaxen hair tied back in a loose tail, while the other had a compact, hunched silhouette. Both wore broad straw hats that concealed their faces, suggesting they didn't want to be recognized. The only reason the fair-haired figure's hair could be seen at all was due to the current lighting. "Kakuzu, Deidara, silence yourselves," came a commanding voice from within the group of holographic projections. Both addressed individuals immediately complied, unwilling to incur the wrath of the speaker. That man, also cloaked, had a distinctive mask with a single eye hole. Behind it glowed a crimson eye etched with 3 swirling marks, unmistakably the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. "Bastard," the blonde muttered under his breath, clearly directing the insult at the one he had been squabbling with moments ago. The target of his words didn't even glance in his direction, uninterested in continuing their dispute. One lived for cash, the other for the thrill of artistic expression, and that was the heart of their earlier argument before being told off. Which had more value, art or wealth? "If you would, Zetsu, share what you've uncovered," said another man with short, bristly hair and sharp brown eyes. He stood near a figure whose head seemed nestled between 2 stalks that appeared to sprout from his shoulders. The individual addressed. This being, although partially plant-like, had a split face, one side darker than the other, and a divided mouth that allowed each side to speak independently. "It didn't unfold as expected," said the plant being. "The leaf is still intact." "That's acceptable. They've been weakened and lost their 4th Hokage. Their fall is inevitable, just postponed. We've identified the new Ninetales container, the 4th's child," came the calm but resolute voice of the masked man. He paused for a moment before continuing. "Our operations will proceed, but with a 3-year delay. During that time, we will observe the Jinchuriki discreetly. We must also recruit more allies. The priority now is locating what's required to initiate our final phase. Zetsu, Nagato, and I will handle that," he concluded. All the figures nodded before most of the holographic projections faded, leaving only the masked man, Zetsu, and 3 others. "Let's resume our search for the key," murmured the darker side of Zetsu before vanishing into the ground. The rest soon departed in pairs. "Kumigakure no Sato, 2 years later." "What?" boomed a towering man from within the highest tower of Kumigakure. His desk was in pieces, and his chair lay overturned, clear signs of a violent outburst. His fury was obvious. The man, imposing in build with dark skin, sported slicked-back blonde hair and a matching mustache and goatee. Shirtless under a white cloak, he wore gleaming gold wrist guards, the unmistakable attire of Kumigakure's 4th Raikage. "What do you mean they're gone? How the hell does that even happen?" he bellowed at the 2 standing before him. One was a similarly built man with the same complexion and blonde hair, shaded eyes behind oval sunglasses, and a white forehead protector. His gear included a 1-strap armored vest, a long crimson sash, arm and leg guards typical of Kumo shinobi, sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. 7 swords hung from his back, clearly a master swordsman. Beside him stood a woman with long golden hair wrapped in tight bandages. Her dark eyes and deep lipstick added to her fierce appearance. She wore a black and purple blouse with matching pants, cloud patterns visible on both. Purple gloves and white bead-like chains adorned one hand, and she too wore a standard Kumo forehead protector, sandals, and a kunai pouch strapped to her thigh. Ujido, explain yourselves now. How can both of your tailed beasts just vanish? The Reikage roared, clearly shocked by the news delivered moments earlier. The woman, Nia Ujido, lowered her head slightly before replying. As we said, Reikage-sama, we don't know how it happened. I woke this morning to attempt contact with the two tails again, only to find her gone, and the seal along with her. I can't explain how or why. If the beast had been extracted in my sleep, I wouldn't be alive, we all know that. Yet here I am. Same with B-sama. For the past few years, as we've already reported, neither of us could tap into our Biju's chakra. Our own chakra pools have steadily dropped as well. Killer B and Ujido had been submitting similar reports for 2 years, updates concerning their tailed beasts. Now, they reported that both were inexplicably gone. Their seals had disappeared, something considered impossible without the host being aware. The Reikage, A, rubbed his forehead with frustration. This is a crisis. Both the two tails and 8 tails vanished without a trace. We need to find out what happened, but we keep this under wraps. No one outside this room hears of this. Understood. Both shinobi nodded, unaware of the presence concealed within the room itself. Zetsu had been hiding in the shadows of the tower, silently listening. Masking his presence, he vanished into the earth again with a single thought running through his mind. Impossible. How could they just cease to exist? Similar scenes were unfolding across the continent. Every major village that housed a Jinchuriki was facing the same baffling situation. Their tailed beasts had seemingly disappeared overnight, with no signs or explanations. In the desert village of Sunagakure, a young red-haired boy who had finally managed to sleep again reported to his Keisuke that the voice he called Mother had gone silent. Upon entering his mental space, he found the one-tail completely unresponsive, no matter what he tried. The revelation that the tailed beast had simply vanished infuriated the Keisuke, prompting him to summon the elderly Kunoichi who had previously inspected the seal. He demanded confirmation, and she promptly assured him he was correct. The mark that once adorned the Jinchuriki's forehead had disappeared, as had the one tail. A similar event unfolded in Iwagakure, where the Tsuchikage nearly obliterated his own Jinchuriki in a fit of rage after they delivered the same message. Not wanting to accept such a shocking claim, he immediately ordered thorough inspections to verify their Biju were truly gone. The same discovery rippled through Takagakure and later Kirigakure, all happening on the exact same day and at the same moment. Yet no outsiders knew a thing. Zetsu had already learned about Kumigakure's situation, having been assigned to monitor the progress of the 8 tails. Killer B, before falling into a deep coma like the others, had been renowned for his perfect mastery over his beast. Only Konohagakure remained oblivious. Their Jinchuriki, the youngest among all, wasn't even aware of his own status. The toddler, barely 2 years old and celebrating his birthday that very day, only understood that people treated him with cold indifference, rarely offering food or attention even when he cried for basic needs. 2 months later, news of the Biju vanishing began to circulate. It reached the ears of elite shinobi, courtesy of their respective kage, who had finally decided to disclose the loss in strength. No kage wished their village's vulnerability to be public knowledge, fearing opportunistic attacks from rivals. Eventually, each kage discovered they weren't alone in this situation, thanks to intelligence agents planted within neighboring territories. Once confirmation came through, the village leaders convened urgent councils to discuss the alarming trend. It isn't just us. Taki, Suna, Kiri, and Iwa have all lost their tailed beasts, declared the Reikage, his voice echoing through the council chamber. One of Kumigakure's elder advisors posed the question on everyone's mind. What of Konoha? Who holds the 9 tails there, and is it gone too? We don't have that answer, A responded, frustrated. We're assuming it's the same situation everywhere, including in the Leaf. We know nothing more. Following their discussions, the villages decided to inform the general public. The magnitude of this power loss was undeniable, but since it had occurred worldwide, the leaders no longer saw the need to hide it. They also wished to relieve their former Jinchuriki of the burden and stigma that had plagued them for so long. It was time their people understood. These shinobi no longer carried the beasts within them. The response was what they had hoped for. Across all villages, citizens began treating the former hosts with newfound compassion and appreciation. While some resisted the shift, a gradual change in attitude was visible, and the cage understood it was only a matter of time before the news fully settled. Only Konoha diverged from this trend. Konohagakure no Sato Council Assembly, what are you saying, Hokage-sama? That all the tailed beasts are gone? Asked Koharu, one of Konoha's senior advisors. She and everyone else present in the meeting had just heard their leader's report. Hiruzen had only learned of the development minutes earlier, when Jiraiya, one of the village's most capable spies and a legendary Sannin, rushed back with urgent information from abroad. Upon hearing about the events occurring in the other great villages, he returned home to report. Thus, the current emergency council was called, as Konoha had remained in the dark until now. Their ignorance was due in part to Naruto's young age. At barely 2 years old, the child couldn't articulate what he felt or knew, if he knew anything at all. Exactly as I said, Koharu. Kumigakure, Iwagakure, and the rest reported their Jinchuriki lost their Biju. According to Jiraiya, this happened months ago, but only recently reached the ears of their high-ranking shinobi, the third Hokage explained. And what about our own host? Has the Nine Tails left us too? Inquired a man wrapped in bandages, Danzo, a shinobi whose reputation for ruthlessness preceded him. Hiruzen suppressed his irritation at Naruto being referred to as a tool. We'll know shortly, Danzo. I've already instructed Jiraiya to inspect Naruto prior to this meeting, the elderly leader answered, his tone tight but even. At that moment, the doors opened. Jiraiya entered, walked to his mentor, and whispered something that caused the Hokage's eyes to widen, if only subtly. After a brief nod, Jiraiya stepped back and stood behind him. Exhaling slowly, Hiruzen addressed the room. The Nine Tails is no longer within Naruto. The seal is gone and there's no remaining trace. The same phenomenon has occurred here. Before anyone could absorb the weight of those words, a civilian councilman burst out. So the demon is finally gone. His statement was met with silence, until he collapsed, lifeless, his head separated from his body. Gasps filled the room from the civilian side, while several shinobi smirked coldly. My law is absolute. Never forget who governs this village, Hiruzen growled, his voice laced with barely restrained fury. The force behind his words, and the killing intent shared by Jiraiya silenced the room. Inform the populace. I'm certain the other villages have done so already. Spread the message correctly or face the consequences, he ordered. With that, the meeting was concluded. As they exited, Danzo vanished with a single thought. How did this happen? He could have been molded into a formidable asset. Many others shared similar feelings, though their concerns were not about using Naruto as a tool, but simply about the loss itself. When the news spread, most villages saw their citizens gradually accept the change. But Konoha once again stood apart. Where other former Jinchuriki began to find peace and normalcy, Naruto's life only grew more grim. The people twisted the message. Though the announcement was made as the Hokage intended, the reaction was the opposite. Whispers filled the streets. Why is our demon still here? I saw him yesterday, he's not gone. The villagers clung to superstition, convinced that if every other village's beast had vanished, then Naruto too should have disappeared. After all, they believed him to be the beast incarnate. That moment marked the beginning of something far more sinister, something even Hiruzen couldn't have predicted. The villagers of Konoha had begun to believe a dark fate loomed over them, whispering rumors and naming Naruto as its source. The blight of Konoha. The Sandaime Hokage hoped time would mend hearts, as he'd noticed a handful of citizens beginning to accept the idea that the Nine Tails was truly gone. Some were even able to discern the vessel from the beast inside, although many still could not. This belief drove the third Hokage to keep his decree in place, meant to shield Naruto from harm, with the hope that someday, things would improve. Deep down, he feared what would happen if misfortune ever befell the red-haired child, and knew he would act decisively if it did. Unknown location inside a dim, stony cavern stood a collection of shimmering, translucent figures. Each one took its place in a wide circle, called together urgently by a creature with plant-like features. Zetsu, what pressing matter required this sudden gathering? Asked a man whose long hair's color appeared distorted, projected as blue due to the nature of the hologram. I've uncovered something alarming, Zetsu responded, his black and white halves alternating with each sentence. The tailed beasts, they've all vanished without a trace. I checked personally. Their former hosts remain, but there is no sign of the beasts themselves. I'll continue investigating, but we have no clear starting point. A wave of disbelief rippled through the circle. What? That's impossible, shouted a masked man, his lone Sharingan eye burning with fury at the news. Zetsu remained silent, letting the man calm down. Once he did, the masked figure spoke again, more focused this time. This changes everything. Before we make another move, we need to track them down. Search the entire continent if you have to, just find the tailed beasts. They couldn't have just vanished. With that, the gathering ended, the projections vanishing one by one, leaving the chamber empty once more. Today was a notable day in the history of Konohagakure. It marked the fourth Hokage's victory over the Nine Tails. Although the creature was truly gone, not all welcomed the news. When Hiruzen had his forces spread word of the fox's disappearance, some villagers were relieved, finally able to distinguish between the host and the beast. But the majority, comprised largely of civilians and a mix of lower and mid-ranking shinobi, refused to accept it. To them, Konoha had been cursed, and their demon was still among them. So, while the fall of the Kubai was remembered with celebration, others used the day to unleash hatred on the so-called curse of the village, the demon child. At first their actions were subtle, cold stares, refusals to serve him, and silence. But when he turned 3, the cruelty grew bolder. He was cast out of the orphanage. You're old enough to survive, monster. And don't you dare go crying to Hokage-sama, he's too busy to deal with your kind. The matron barked at him. Naruto, only a small child then, took her words to heart and resolved not to trouble his Jiji anymore. Hiruzen still visited occasionally, but over time, those visits grew scarce. There was always work to do, rebuilding the village, addressing internal issues. He missed seeing the red-haired boy, but his duties demanded priority. He never received any reports of Naruto being harmed, and the few times they met, Naruto assured him everything was fine. The old man knew it wasn't true, it only made him more concerned. He'd assigned 2 Chunin to guard the boy, unaware that they secretly despised Naruto. Danzo had chosen them, and Hiruzen didn't know they viewed the boy as a living curse. Danzo, having lost faith in the child due to the Nine Tails' disappearance, didn't care what happened. He convinced Hiruzen not to waste elite shinobi guarding a boy who no longer held a tailed beast. Despite his hesitation, Hiruzen followed the advice, clinging to hope that no real harm would come to the child. After all, no one had stepped forward to adopt him. Those close to his late parents had families of their own, and the rest simply wanted nothing to do with him. Hiruzen even considered taking the boy in himself, but he knew he couldn't raise him properly while serving as Hokage. As time went by, things only worsened. On his 3rd birthday, the day he was evicted, the hostility escalated. People denied him food, threw rocks, and shouted cruel words. Each night, he cried himself to sleep. "I've never hurt anyone, why do they hate me?" He'd whisper before drifting off inside a cardboard box hidden in an alley, shielded by a dumpster. He chose the spot because discarded food sometimes ended up there. Even if it was spoiled and made him sick, it was all he had. His clothes were worn and patched, his pants held up with twine. Strangely, he never fell ill, no matter how filthy the food or water. He drank from puddles and rain when he could. Any attempt to wash in a nearby river ended with villagers hurling stones at him until he fled. But today was worse than any other. A furious crowd chased him through the alleys, weapons in hand. "Catch the monster! Don't let the curse escape!" Their voices echoed behind him. Naruto ran, tears blurring his vision, praying someone would intervene. He hadn't seen his Jiji in over a year, so he didn't hold out hope. As he rounded a corner, dread gripped him. A tall wall loomed ahead, cutting off his path. Turning around, he gasped. The mob had caught up. They weren't even running at full speed. This was a game to them. He was the cornered prey. "We've got you now, you little freak," one man snarled as they moved closer. Naruto backed up, trembling. Please don't hurt me, I didn't do anything," he whimpered, tears streaming down his cheeks. His pleas only made them angrier. "Still pretending to be innocent, huh? All the other villages had their monsters vanish, only ours stayed behind to plague us. Why couldn't you disappear like the rest of your kind?" Another shouted, this one a Chunin of the Leaf, his disgust palpable. What the man said made the boy's eyes widen in shock, tears pouring more heavily down his cheeks. He tried to speak, but before he could utter a word, the same man hurled a kunai that struck deep into his stomach. Naruto screamed in agony. Soon after, more people joined in, viciously attacking Naruto. They slashed and stabbed him, ignoring his cries and pleas for mercy. The assault went on until the Chunin grew tired, more than an hour later. When they finally left, they assumed the crimson-haired child was dead since he lay completely still. Naruto, weak and broken, could only call out for help before slipping into unconsciousness, unaware that something unusual was happening to his body. His wounds began sealing rapidly, as though time itself reversed the damage. In mere moments, all the injuries vanished without a trace. "Do not be afraid, young one. I am here," said the Jubai from within, having witnessed all that Naruto had endured. The massive creature was beyond disgusted by the cruelty it had seen. Still, it didn't intervene, knowing the power it had lent Naruto would heal him in seconds. And it did. Though the wounds vanished, the pain remained. Blood stained the area around him, remnants of what he'd lost. Inside his small frame, however, blood regenerated rapidly, cells multiplying to replenish what had been drained, all while Naruto lay unconscious and unaware. An hour passed before Naruto stirred. The alleyway was cloaked in night, so he couldn't see the dried blood beneath him. He rubbed his aching head and sat up, wiping his tear-streaked cheeks. Confused, he examined his hands and body, expecting to find wounds, but found nothing. "That's strange," whispered the 4-year-old, his voice barely audible. The memories rushed back to him, especially what the Chunin had shouted. His lip quivered as he wrapped his arms around his legs and cried. "Why do they hate me? What did I do? I don't even know them. Would it be better if I'd never been born? No one loves me or cares if I live," he muttered, fresh tears trailing down. "If me disappearing makes them happy, then maybe I should just go." He couldn't finish the thought. The word was too big, too final, and he didn't even know how to say it. Unable to speak further, he cried in silence, not understanding what he had done to deserve such cruelty. "I'm only 4. They're adults, what can I do?" he thought in despair, unaware that someone or something was listening. "Would you forgive them, child?" came a voice that made him lift his head quickly, startled. He looked around but saw no one, assuming the voice was just in his mind. Still, the question made him think. He at least understood the concept of forgiveness, one of the few things his Jiji taught him before he was thrown out of the orphanage. He'd picked up other words since, hiding nearby as people spoke or parents taught their children. I would," he answered honestly. Even now, he didn't want to hold onto hatred. He didn't want to become like the people who tormented him, he only wanted to be himself. "Do you hate them?" the voice asked again. This time, Naruto looked around wildly. "Who's there?" he called out, but silence followed. Leaning back against the cold wall, Naruto pondered the second question. Even at 4, he understood what hatred meant. Did he hate them? The question lingered in his thoughts. "I don't think so," he thought silently. The voice seemed to read his mind, something that unsettled him deeply. "He's far too innocent, though that's expected," thought the Jubai. "He's been taught nothing and he's barely more than a baby. But one day, hate and resentment will find him. For now, I will continue to watch. He is interesting, and I despise how those insects treat him." With that, the beast drifted back to sleep in Naruto's subconscious, while the child remained blissfully unaware. The following months passed in a blur, and Naruto's life only grew more difficult. When he left the alley the day after his 4th birthday, completely unscathed, many in the village began to fear and loathe him even more. Some had witnessed the beating, though not all participated. Regardless, none spoke out, afraid the Hokage might learn the truth, and they feared punishment. As time passed and another year rolled on, Naruto's suffering deepened. He had to abandon his old hiding place when villagers discovered it, and began throwing stones and rusted weapons at him while he slept. Naruto no longer smiled, never spoke, and avoided all contact. He had taught himself silence, remaining hidden in the shadows, believing even the Hokage had forgotten him. No one searched for him, no one visited. He wasn't even sure the old man knew he'd been kicked out of the orphanage 2 years ago. Now, it was the evening of his 5th birthday, and darkness was creeping in. He kept away from others, only occasionally crossing paths with people when scavenging for scraps to eat. His clothes were more tattered than ever, barely qualifying as garments at this point. With night falling, Naruto searched for a new place to hide. He didn't want to relive the pain and torture from his last birthday, so he ran as far and fast as his tiny legs could manage, careful not to be seen. He reached a wide open field, bordered on one end by towering trees separated by a tall fence. To the boy, it looked eerie, almost like a gate to a forest. Spotting some bushes on his side of the barrier, Naruto darted toward them, desperate for shelter. What he didn't realize was that he was being followed by the same Chunin assigned to guard him, the same ones who hurt him exactly 1 year ago. Before he could hide, 2 voices called out, making him freeze just like last time. Well, well, didn't expect you to make it so easy for us this year, you damn monster," said one of the older shinobi with a cigarette between his lips and a standard vest over dark hair. Naruto didn't have a chance to respond before the other man, whom he recognized instantly, tackled him to the ground. "Not this time, freak. Last year you got away and somehow healed. This year we brought help," he said coldly, as Naruto's eyes filled with tears again. At that moment, a large crowd appeared, much bigger than the previous one, joining the 2 Chunin who were armed with various weapons. Among them stood an older man with blonde hair, dressed in a typical Jonin flak jacket. Naruto was well aware of the distinction between Chunin and Jonin, having observed them from time to time. Usually, they barely spared him a glance, so he hadn't paid them much mind before. But now, seeing one of them right in front of him among the hostile crowd made him uneasy, and he wanted nothing more than to get away. Please let me go. I haven't done anything," he begged, desperate for the man to show some mercy. No, little demon. That's not what I want to hear. I want to hear your screams, just like my mother's scream when you attacked us 5 years ago," the blonde man yelled at the boy, inciting the crowd around him to cheer on their strongest ally. Naruto was bewildered. But I'm only 5 years old. How could I have hurt anyone when I was just born?" he pleaded, hoping the man might be persuaded by his logic. Instead, the man laughed mockingly before addressing him again. "You don't know, do you, demon?" he sneered, laughing loudly as others joined in. "Well, too bad. It's not something I can explain, especially to someone about to die. Just know this, you're the reincarnation of the Jubai, the curse of Konoha." With that, he lunged at the boy, pinning him down and beating him mercilessly. The assault began in earnest, Naruto screaming between the blows as tears streamed down his face. Please anyone help me," he cried out, only to be met with cruel laughter. Suddenly, the attackers grew more serious, drawing weapons. One stabbed him on his right side with a kunai, piercing deeply. They kicked him again, then another stabbed him. His cries of pain only fueled the anger of the dark-haired Chunin. Grabbing Naruto's head quickly, the man slashed at his throat, damaging his vocal cords and nearly knocking him unconscious. Then the Jonin jabbed a needle into his chest, injecting chemicals designed to keep him awake, no matter what. The beating continued relentlessly until the Jonin took a kunai in hand. "Goodbye, demon," he whispered before slitting the boy's throat deeply, ensuring it could not be healed. Naruto clutched his neck, trying to stop the bleeding and the pain, but his destroyed vocal cords left him unable to scream. The crowd watched with satisfaction, eager to see their curse destroyed and certain he would not recover. The boy could think of nothing else but the spreading pain and blood. He knew death was near but still called out for help, though none came. That realization crushed him, and eventually he stopped trying to call out. When he opened his eyes again, only darkness surrounded him. Strange tears fell down his cheeks. "I'm dead, I suppose," he murmured, sobbing quietly. "Nobody cared about me." He wiped his face, but the tears kept flowing. Then a faint light appeared before him. He stood on a small platform beneath him and moved toward the glow. Passing through it, he found himself facing massive bars resembling a jail cell. Confused and unsure, he approached the bars and peered into the darkness beyond. "Where am I?" he asked softly, expecting no reply. "You're not dead, young one," came the familiar voice, the same one that had spoken to him a year ago during his torment. "Who's there?" Naruto asked, hopeful this time the voice would reveal itself. Suddenly, a giant red eye opened before him. Then, a radiant light revealed the full form of the Jubai, an immense and terrifying entity, far larger than Konoha itself. Despite its intimidating presence, Naruto felt a strange lack of fear. The entity spoke again. "As I said, young one, you are not dead. This place exists within you, inside your mind. I am as real as you are. I will answer your questions in time. For now, trust me. You called for help many times, yet none came. I am here to tell you, you are not alone. We will speak again soon." Naruto simply nodded, too stunned to speak. "You may call me Jubai, for I have no true name," the entity said before Naruto felt a sudden pull and found himself back among his attackers. What Naruto did not see, but his enemies did, was his wounds healing at an unnatural speed, visible even to the naked eye. His throat and vocal cords were restored. D-Demon, see what I told you. No human can heal that fast, not even Tsunade, the greatest medic in the world. The Jonin shouted, preparing to strike again, but then they saw Naruto's eyes. What? How does he have the Sharingan? The Jonin cried, panic spreading among the crowd. They recognized the legendary Dijutsu, but had never seen the Sharingan covering the entire eye or glowing like this. Just as the Jonin moved to attack, the Jubai's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. I've briefly opened your chakra pathways. Hold out your right hand and repeat after me, it instructed. Naruto obeyed. As the Jonin lunged forward, Naruto's hand reached out. Shinra Tensei, Naruto called out, unleashing an invisible force that blasted outward. The power was overwhelming. It threw the Jonin back and obliterated everyone nearby, including the ground and trees in the training field. Where once lay an open field, now was a massive crater. Perhaps that was a bit too much, the Jubai quipped. Naruto could hardly believe what he had done. That was you, young one, but don't dwell on it now, more enemies are approaching. Run into the forest behind you and hide. I will watch over you, the Jubai advised. Naruto did as told, sprinting into the dark forest as the Jubai sensed the coming threat. It wasn't long before the Hokage and a group of his ANBU arrived at the crater, all visibly stunned by the scene before them. What could have caused this? The third Hokage inquired, scanning the area for any clues. The ground was soaked with blood, far more than he had expected. Find out who's responsible. Search the entire forest of death if necessary. Whoever did this may have fled in that direction. The seasoned leader ordered sharply. Without hesitation, his men vanished into the dense woods, unaware of what or whom they were truly seeking. The victims were unrecognizable, despite the third Hokage's efforts to discern them. Letting out a sigh, he turned his gaze toward the forest. What or who could have done this, and why? No one is meant to train here, and Anko's out on a mission. Yet, not even she could cause destruction on this scale, he mused, hoping the ANBU would uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Naruto concealed himself within the hollow of an ancient, decayed tree trunk, its age evident from the insects crawling inside. While evading those searching for him, the Ten Tails concealed his chakra and scent from the ANBU, making it impossible for them to track the red-haired boy, even with the aid of tracking animals. He remained inside the bark for so long that sleep eventually overcame him. He was roused only when the Ten Tails spoke once more. They have left, young one, the colossal presence informed him. Trusting the immense entity, Naruto stepped out from his hiding place, preparing to return to the streets of Konoha and continue surviving as best he could. Wait, young one. Do not return to that wretched place. Not just yet, the Ten Tails warned, prompting Naruto to halt and address the entity for the first time. But why? I know they treat me cruelly and nearly killed me, so how am I supposed to survive there? The boy questioned the being that claimed to dwell within him. I will teach you how to endure here and much more. Those ants will never truly help you. You must learn on your own. I will guide and instruct you, but you must obey. What I teach will be difficult and plentiful. The Ten Tails replied, referring to the people of Konoha as ants because of their insignificance and his disdain for them. It had never grown fond of anyone until it encountered its current host, choosing to remain by its own will. You will assist me, but why? Why are you kind to me, Jubai-san? The 5-year-old asked, standing amid the endless trees surrounding him. Sit down, young one, and listen closely. The Ten Tails instructed, which Naruto did without hesitation. He was unwilling to lose the only one who showed him any care, so he accepted whatever the massive being demanded. He lowered himself against a tree, but the Ten Tails told him to sit in a meditative posture. Unfamiliar with the practice, Naruto followed step by step as the entity patiently explained. Then, he was told to deepen his meditation and enter his mindscape, the place where he first encountered the Ten Tails. Following each instruction, Naruto soon found himself face-to-face with the towering being again. He was once more overwhelmed by the creature's sheer size. Do not fear, young one, I mean you no harm. Relax and calm yourself. We will be here some time, for there is much to discuss, the Ten Tails said before settling down in front of Naruto. Even lying on its arms, the creature's stature dwarfed everything Naruto had ever known. Following the command, Naruto sat on the ground, finding it challenging to meet the gaze of the single massive eye towering above him. Noticing this, the 10 tails slowly curled one of its tails toward Naruto and gently lifted him up. The sudden movement made Naruto gasp, though the soft tail was surprisingly comfortable, which puzzled the boy. Good, good. Now that you're at ease, let us begin, the 10 tails started, Naruto fully focused on the enormous entity. To answer your first question about why I'm kind to you, I've seen how they treated you. You've harmed no one, yet they attacked you out of hatred and fear. Like mindless ants, they cannot see your true self. But before we go on, I need you to answer me honestly. Can you do that, young one? The 10 tails asked, and Naruto nodded, replying, Yes, Jubai-san. Young one, imagine you had all the power in the world, power greater than anyone has ever known, and with it, the ability to destroy this world. What would you do? Would you destroy everything and everyone or something else? The 10 tails asked, carefully framing the question for a 5-year-old. Caught off guard, Naruto hesitated, then thought deeply while the massive being patiently waited. After a long pause, Naruto answered honestly, I don't know what I'd do. I wouldn't destroy the world, never. Even if no one likes me, that doesn't mean I'd hurt others just because I'm hurt. The 10 tails gave him space to continue. If I had that kind of power, I'd use it to protect those I care about, because it would be mine. I might not understand everything, but I know some don't deserve protection because of their choices, Naruto said, struggling to find the right words but determined to be truthful. So I'd protect those I can. No one can protect everyone. No one protected me except you, Jubai-san. I'd try to make peace, but I'm not foolish. If true peace existed, I wouldn't have been hurt like this, he finished honestly. The 10 tails was taken aback. A mere 5-year-old had given a sincere answer, and it could sense the boy's feelings and detect any lies. It was pleased with the reply, even if it wasn't what it expected given Naruto's treatment. It detected a hint of resentment directed toward those who had harmed him, but that was expected. Naruto was a mature child for his age. Satisfied with the response and aware it might evolve as the boy grew, the massive entity spoke again. Good, that was an honest answer, and I'm glad you didn't hide anything. Though you don't realize it, I can sense your feelings and know when you're lying or anyone else, the 10 tails said, noticing the boy's slight surprise. I asked for 2 reasons. 1, if you had answered that you'd destroy the world, I would have ended you right now, it said, causing Naruto to swallow nervously. But don't worry, young one. From what I've seen and felt from you, you are special, and I have come to care for you. Secondly, the 10 tails tone grew serious. I will grant you the power I spoke of. It won't be a gift, though you'll have to earn it through training. What fun would it be if I just handed it to you without effort? Naruto looked at the being before him, stunned. Why you want to give me such power? Why? He asked, tears welling up in his eyes. He had never received anything from anyone before, and now to hear that someone was willing to grant him great strength felt strange. He had never sought power himself. The Jubai was aware of this, which made the enormous entity even more fond of the boy. Naruto wasn't driven by a thirst for power. However, if he were granted strength to protect those dear to him, he would grasp it with his own hands and earn it through his own efforts. I wish to grant you this for 2 additional reasons. First, as I mentioned earlier, I sense your spirit, young one. I can perceive it clearly. You wouldn't simply accept power handed to you. You desire to possess your own strength and train yourself to reach your goals. Second, I want to witness what you can accomplish. I will only serve as a mentor, so to speak. Yet if you wish, I can also be your ally. This statement stunned the young redhead beyond words. Someone was willing not only to teach him but also to stand by his side. For a brief moment, tears of joy welled up, leaving him unsure of how to reply. It's all right to cry, young one. Know that I shall never condemn you. I am here to guide you. The path ahead will be the toughest any has ever walked, but it will be yours alone. So I ask you this, are you prepared to embark on this journey, Uzumaki Naruto? This was the first time the Jubai addressed him by name, prompting Naruto to look up from where he sat, tears of happiness streaming as he responded as best as he could in his emotional state. Why yes, Jubai-sensei. If the great one-eyed entity could smile, Naruto surely would have seen it. Very well, young one. For now, rest. We will resume our conversation tomorrow, as I know you have many questions. Your mind requires rest. So for now, sleep, the Jubai instructed. Naruto, in turn, felt an overwhelming tiredness wash over him, likely from all he had learned and endured throughout the day. In less than a minute, Naruto was asleep, which the Jubai took as a cue to lie down fully. Despite resting, the colossal being remained aware of everything around Naruto, sensing far beyond. "We apologize, Hokage-sama. No trace was found of what caused that crater, or who was responsible for those deaths. We couldn't identify the victims, or even the number of casualties, because of all the mingled blood from what we believe was an attack," reported an ANBU wearing a bear mask after more than 5 hours of searching. The leader had then ordered the hunt called off. "Thank you, Boar. You are all dismissed for now," Hiruzen said, receiving a yes and respectful bows before the ANBU who had investigated the destruction earlier began heading back to rest. Knowing he had much to explain the next day, Hiruzen also went home to rest early. He wished to avoid the headache of paperwork and inquiries, unaware of what his village had unwittingly caused by his actions. The next morning, Naruto awoke with a start, a habit formed from surviving on Konoha's streets. Glancing around, the red-headed boy quickly recalled the events of the previous day. Remembering his throat being slashed, he hastily touched his neck, searching for any scars to confirm if it truly happened. Feeling nothing, he quickly called out to the entity he hoped would answer. "Jubai-sensei, why don't I have any scars? How did I heal so fast last night?" The monstrous being's voice soon echoed in his mind. "That is due to the chakra you possess. To put it simply, I infused you with my chakra when you were born because of its potency and strength. Essentially, you carry my chakra within you, but it is now your own because I chose to give it to you," the Jubai explained before Naruto could flood him with questions. "Before I address your inquiries, begin your day, young one. Locate a water source in this forest and use it to cleanse yourself and your clothing. Then I will teach you how to hunt," the one-eyed entity instructed, and Naruto obeyed. Rising from his spot against a tree in the Forest of Death, Naruto set out to find water. Fortunately, his search was short, discovering a small river flowing through the vast woods. Removing his ragged clothes, he entered the river and began washing off dried blood, not all of which belonged to him. This realization made him stagger, nearly falling as he ran through the water, vomiting the little in his stomach upon recalling that he had killed people the day before. "Let it out, young one." The Jubai's voice came as Naruto wept, convinced he was a monster for his actions and how little remained of those he had slain with that unknown power. I'm a monster," he whispered through tears, but the Jubai comforted him. "No, young one, you are not. Those ants you killed were the true monsters," the entity said ironically, knowing that compared to him, the humans looked monstrous. "They sought to kill you despite your innocence. They attacked when you didn't even interact with anyone, much less harm them. You acted in self-defense. Remember, it was kill or be killed when those ants chose to assault a 5-year-old boy. Don't think of yourself as a monster. You're human, with feelings just like the rest," the Jubai concluded, pleased to see Naruto's sobbing lesson as he absorbed the words. After a few moments of silence, Naruto calmed himself and thanked the entity dwelling within. Feeling somewhat better, he finished washing and put his clothes back on. "Good. Now comes the fun part," the Jubai said, making Naruto smile slightly at the excited tone. "This forest holds many creatures that could harm you, so be cautious. I can sense them, but they aren't nearby. Still, there's a small animal behind that bush in front of you. This is what you must do." The Jubai then began instructing Naruto on how to hunt. It was the beginning of a task Naruto found difficult but enjoyable. He needed a sharp tool and had to be stealthy to surprise the rabbit hiding behind the bush and catch it. Unfortunately, as soon as he got too close, the rabbit darted away. Naruto chased it, determined to kill it for food. After nearly half an hour, a huge snake attacked the rabbit and devoured it. Then the snake turned its gaze to Naruto but fled instantly, seemingly afraid. Perplexed, Naruto asked the Jubai, "What just happened? Why did it run off when it was so big?" Not knowing what a snake was or why it fled, the Jubai explained what a snake was and that it slithered away in fear because he made his presence slightly known. The one-eyed being didn't want Naruto to fight a snake yet, as the boy was still malnourished and needed food more than conflict. The Jubai was aware of this, which only made the enormous entity favor the boy even more. Naruto wasn't driven by a hunger for power. However, if gaining strength meant protecting someone dear to him, he would achieve it with his own effort and determination. "I have 2 additional reasons to offer it to you. First, as I mentioned before, I sense your true spirit, young one. I can perceive it. You wouldn't simply accept power handed to you, you'd strive to develop your own strength and push yourself toward your goals. Second, I want to witness what you're capable of. I intend to serve as your mentor, in a sense. And if you desire, perhaps even as your ally. The words stunned the young redhead completely. Someone already wished to be not only his teacher, but also his partner. Overwhelmed, he shed tears of joy for a moment, unsure how to respond. It's all right to cry, young one. Know that I hold no judgment against you. I am here to support you. The path ahead will be the toughest anyone has ever walked, but it will be your own. So I ask you this. Are you ready to take this journey, Uzumaki Naruto? That was the first time the Jubai addressed him by name, prompting the boy to lift his gaze from where he sat, sobbing softly yet happily as he replied in his fragile state. Why yes, Jubai-sensei. Had the gigantic one-eyed being been capable of smiling, Naruto surely would have seen it. Good young one, for now, rest. We will continue our conversation tomorrow. I know you have many questions, but your mind must recover, so for now, sleep. The Jubai instructed, and Naruto, suddenly overcome with exhaustion, likely from everything he had absorbed and endured that day, obeyed. Within moments, Naruto was fast asleep. The Jubai used that time to recline fully, the monstrous presence dozing while still sensing everything around Naruto, extending far into the distance. We regret to report, Hokage-sama. No evidence was found revealing what caused that massive crater or who was responsible for the casualties. We were also unable to identify the victims or determine the death toll, as the blood was so thoroughly mixed, likely from what we assume was an assault. An ANBU with a bear mask reported after more than 5 hours of searching, at which point the mission was called off. Thank you, Boar. You are all dismissed for now, Hiruzen responded, receiving a respectful hi and bows from the ANBU before they departed to rest. Aware of the explanations he would need to give the next day, Hiruzen too retired early, wanting to avoid the headache of paperwork and questioning. He was unaware of the consequences his village's actions had wrought. The following morning, Naruto awoke suddenly, a habit ingrained from surviving on Konoha's streets. As his eyes adjusted, the redhead recalled the events of the previous day. Remembering his throat being slashed, he hurriedly felt it, checking for scars or any sign that it had truly happened. Finding nothing, he called out internally to the presence he hoped was still with him. Jubai-sensei, why do I have no scars? How was I healed so quickly last night? He did not wait long for a reply. The monstrous entity's voice echoed in his mind. That is because of your chakra. Simply put, when you were born, I infused you with my chakra due to its great potency. So essentially, my chakra flows within you now, though it is yours to command because I chose to grant it to you, the Jubai explained, continuing before Naruto could flood him with questions. Before answering, begin your day, young one. Find a water source in this forest to cleanse yourself and your clothes. Afterwards, I will instruct you on hunting for food, the one-eyed being said, and Naruto obeyed once more. He rose from where he had slept against a tree deep in the forest of death and searched for water. Fortunately, he soon found a small river meandering through the vast woods. Removing his tattered garments, Naruto waded into the stream, washing away the dried blood, which he then realized was not solely his own. This realization overwhelmed him, causing him to stumble and vomit the little food left in his stomach as the memory of the people he had killed returned. Let it out, young one, the Jubai urged as Naruto wept, calling himself a monster for what he had done, and for how little remained of those he had slain with the unknown attack. I am a monster, he whispered, crying softly. No, young one, you are not, the Jubai reassured him. Those ants you killed were the true monsters. It was ironic that the entity labeled humans as ants and monsters, for to the Jubai himself, he likely appeared more monstrous. They sought to kill you when you harmed none. They attacked you though you spoke to no one and meant no harm. You acted in self-defense. Remember, young one, it was kill or be killed when those ants chose to attack a 5-year-old. Do not see yourself as a monster. You are human, with feelings just like the rest, the Jubai finished, pleased to see Naruto's sobs lessen as he processed the words. After a moment of silence spent calming down, Naruto thanked the being within him and resumed his tasks, feeling somewhat lighter. Once finished, he washed his clothes and put them back on. Good. Now comes the exciting part, the Jubai said, making Naruto smile faintly at the rare tone of enthusiasm in the voice. This forest harbors many dangerous creatures. Be cautious. I sense them, but none are close. There's a small animal behind that bush before you. This is your first lesson. The Jubai then began teaching Naruto how to hunt. It was the beginning of a challenging yet enjoyable journey. Naruto needed a sharp tool and had to be stealthy to surprise the rabbit hiding behind the bush and catch it. Unfortunately, the rabbit fled as soon as Naruto approached too closely. Undeterred, Naruto chased it. After nearly half an hour, the rabbit was suddenly attacked by a large snake that devoured it before turning toward Naruto. Yet, the snake quickly fled, seemingly terrified. Confused, Naruto asked the Jubai, "What just happened? Why did it run away when it was so big?" Unfamiliar with snakes, he didn't understand. The Jubai explained what a snake was and that it fled because the entity had subtly revealed itself to the serpent. The one-eyed being did not want Naruto to battle a snake now, especially since the boy was malnourished and desperately needed food. The Jubai then guided Naruto back toward the lake, informing him that it was time to fish. The one-eyed entity instructed Naruto to find a sturdy, sizable stick, so he could use a stone to sharpen it into a kind of spear. Following the directions, Naruto set out to gather the materials he needed. Once he had everything, Naruto began crafting the spear by cutting the end of a thick stick and sharpening it with a stone. It was difficult at first, though the Jubai coached him on the correct technique. After achieving the desired result, Naruto returned to the lake where he had been before. This time, he ventured deeper and moved upstream, noticing that the lake appeared to originate from a small waterfall. Soon enough, he spotted what he was after, plenty of fish. Naruto then started attempting to spear them with his makeshift weapon. It took almost half a day before he successfully caught one. Things got easier after that, and within 6 hours, he managed to catch 3 large fish. By then, the red-headed boy was exhausted, but the Jubai instructed him on how to start a fire and prepare the fish he had caught. Following the entity's guidance precisely, Naruto eventually cooked some fish to eat. When it came time to eat, tears welled up in his eyes. "Thank you so much, Jubai-sensei," the boy murmured to the only presence he felt truly cared for, even though the massive being hadn't spoken those exact words. The Jubai, however, understood Naruto's gratitude. The boy was accustomed to eating spoiled food or going hungry for long stretches. Now, he had something he caught and cooked himself, an achievement only possible because of the enormous entity residing within his mindscape. As Naruto dug in, he tasted food that wasn't rotten for the first time. He couldn't stop crying as it was the best meal he'd ever had. The Jubai silently observed its host from inside, sensing his true emotions. "I made the right choice. You will become great, young one," the one-eyed being thought, moved by how grateful Naruto was simply over some fish it taught him to catch and cook. When Naruto finished eating, the Jubai spoke. "Would you like to talk now, young one?" The red-haired boy nodded immediately, eager with questions. He also felt much better after eating the 3 fish, though the Jubai knew it would take time for him to gain weight and recover from malnutrition. Repeating his previous routine, Naruto began meditating and found himself seated on one of the Jubai's tails again. "Before we start, and you ask all your questions, how about this? You ask one question, I answer it. Then you ask another, and we do the same. Fair," the Jubai proposed. Naruto smiled and nodded, ready to begin. The entity waited patiently for the first question. Naruto asked something he'd longed to understand. "Jubai-sensei, why did those people hurt me so much? I never did anything wrong, so why do they treat me like that?" The Jubai felt the sadness radiating from Naruto's voice. It hadn't expected this to be the opening question, but realized it was an important one. Better now than later. "What I'm about to share with you, young one, you must promise never to tell anyone else. I will explain much through a story so you can understand. Do you promise to keep this secret?" The Jubai asked, not waiting long for Naruto's reply. The boy knew what a promise meant, or at least what a broken promise could mean. "I promise, Jubai-sensei," Naruto said quietly. The Jubai then began recounting how it all began. It spoke of the alien woman and her offspring, followed by the 9 creatures later called the Biju. The Jubai explained it had orchestrated everything out of boredom and curiosity, wanting to see how humanity would wield the power it was given. It was a long story, one Naruto enjoyed immensely, as the Jubai narrated it almost like a children's tale one might hear from a mother. The Jubai knew this was the only way to convey the truth so Naruto could grasp it, avoiding complex terms beyond the boy's understanding. Naruto never interrupted, hanging on every word. Then came the part Naruto most wanted to know. why he was so hated by nearly everyone. It pained him to learn the fourth Hokage had used him to seal the Jubai, causing much suffering. His eyes nearly popped out when the Jubai revealed how he came to dwell inside Naruto and how it had aided him throughout his life. Naruto had always admired the Hokage's strength, but now he realized the entity within him could wipe out all life on Earth effortlessly. It simply chose not to, partly to avoid boredom. That's why they hate you, young one. They fear you, thinking you're the Jubai's reincarnation. But as I've just told you, that's not true. To answer another question you might have, I will explain what Kekkei Genkai and Dijutsu are. Are you ready to listen? The entity asked, and Naruto nodded, though feeling overwhelmed by the revelations. First, I won't cover everything yet, only the basics. I've given you a Dijutsu and a Kekkei Genkai. You won't be able to use your Dijutsu for some time, but your Kekkei Genkai has been active since your birth. The Jubai then taught Naruto about Dijutsu and Kekkei Genkai, revealing it created most of them, except the Byakugan, which came from the alien woman. It explained Naruto's Dijutsu, the Ren Sharingan, which was similar to its own eye but distinct. Naruto's body Kekkei Genkai, active since birth, was responsible for his rapid healing. It was the first of its kind. Other healing Kekkei Genkai paled in comparison. It didn't require chakra for minor injuries, only for fatal wounds. This amazed Naruto. The Jubai told him he'd need to train more to improve its use. Until now, the Jubai had manipulated it for him, but since Naruto was old enough, the entity would no longer intervene. He had to learn on his own. Naruto was eager and agreed. After finishing the lesson, the Jubai said it was time to rest since they had a busy day ahead. Naruto wanted to ask more, but realized how truly exhausted he was upon leaving the mindscape. All he'd learned was a lot for a 5-year-old. He laid down and fell asleep moments after his head touched the ground. From that day forward, Naruto's life changed. Though it became tougher, it was a positive change as the Jubai began training him. First, Naruto unlocked his chakra easily. The Jubai also concealed Naruto's chakra from detection, explaining he'd teach him how to do this himself in time. After unlocking his chakra, the Jubai guided him to concentrate more on improving his hunting skills. The reason behind this was his body's condition. His mentor explained that he needed to consume more food so his Kekkei Genkai could begin repairing his body with the necessary nutrients. This was something he had to accomplish before moving on to any other form of training since, at that time, his body wouldn't have been capable of it, even with the healing power of his Kekkei Genkai. Naruto followed that advice diligently. He focused on hunting frequently, eating plenty, and gaining knowledge about everything his body required to develop properly. This also included learning about various plants and their properties, as well as berries, and any other edible things he could find growing from the earth. The Jubai shared all this wisdom with him. When Naruto asked how the Jubai knew so much, the ancient being explained that it was not only due to being the oldest living entity, but also because of all the memories absorbed when it was reassembled from the previous 9 Biju. It took Naruto a week, with the help of his Kekkei Genkai, to overcome the malnourishment his body suffered from. He gained enough weight to appear like a healthy 5-year-old boy. Next came a part Naruto greatly enjoyed: physical training. He was instructed to build up his stamina, something he already had in abundance from all the running he'd done, as well as another Kekkei Genkai he inherited. When he asked the Jubai what it was called, the great entity told him to simply refer to it as his Uzumaki heritage for now, promising to reveal much more about what he still didn't know as time passed. 3 months of relentless exercise followed, each day pushing his limits, until the Jubai finally declared that Naruto was ready for the next phase. Today, I will begin teaching you how to control your chakra, young one. Right now, this is what you need, and it will likely take a long time before you can even use it somewhat properly. The reason for this is the immense potency of your chakra at this stage. But there is a catch, the Jubai began, his voice steady as Naruto listened intently, eager to absorb everything. What catch, Jubai-sensei? The red-haired boy asked anxiously. You must accomplish 2 things. First, train your chakra control to the degree that you can unlock your Ren Sharingan. Usually, a person does not need that level of chakra control to wield a Dijutsu. However, yours requires a tremendous amount to activate, the massive being explained, pausing briefly before continuing. The real catch, though, is this. You must succeed before your 6th birthday, or you will never unlock your Dijutsu. Your chakra is growing stronger every day, and if by then you lack sufficient mastery, the chance will be lost forever. Without unlocking your Dijutsu, you won't be able to become a shinobi. These words shocked Naruto so much he almost stumbled. What? How? Why? He stammered, panic rising in his voice. You will have so much chakra that no matter how many hours you spend practicing chakra control, it will never be enough. Unlocking your Dijutsu grants absolute chakra control regardless of how vast your chakra is. That's why you must train every single day for the next year to perfect your control, the colossal one-eyed being told the wide-eyed boy. Snapping out of his surprise, Naruto smiled and promised the Jubai he would do whatever it took. He was thrilled not only by the prospect of learning so much, but also by the chance to unlock his own Dijutsu, the Ren Sharingan, an eye of unparalleled power. Naruto was also a bit puzzled by how much chakra he was said to have at such a young age, since the Jubai had yet to explain everything. The ancient entity, however, promised to share more when Naruto turned 6, including teaching him something he'd always wanted: reading and writing. For now, such lessons were impossible despite the Jubai's vast knowledge. The being told Naruto that on his next birthday, he would have to return to Konoha to learn more from the books there. Naruto wasn't sure how that could work, given how he had been treated, but the Jubai reassured him. Don't worry, I'll show you when we get there. That was enough for Naruto. In the following months, Naruto honed his hunting skills and expanded his knowledge about all the necessary foods to support his growth. He also began his chakra control training, which started out much differently than he had expected. After unlocking his chakra, he had to channel it into his feet so he could climb trees without using his hands. At first, this seemed impossible, but he persevered. It took him a month just to get stuck on a tree while attempting a single step upward. 3 months later, he finally reached the middle of the tree he used for training. 1 more month passed before Naruto was able to reach the top of the tree using only his chakra. He was elated, only to hear from the Jubai that this was the easy part, and what came next was far more difficult: walking on water. During the first 3 weeks, he couldn't even stand on water regardless of how little chakra he used. Only a week later did he manage to stand briefly on one foot before losing balance and plunging in again. 3 months afterward, he gained enough control to stand and even walk on water for a few minutes. Beyond that, he could not improve, and the Jubai said that was sufficient. Any further mastery was impossible regardless of how long he trained. Fortunately, Naruto's 6th birthday was approaching rapidly, almost too fast for comfort. Good, young one. Now comes a crucial part. You must be very careful or you risk losing your eyes, the Jubai warned, causing Naruto to swallow nervously. He knew a single mistake could cost him everything. Kekkei Genkai or no, losing the Dijutsu would mean losing all hope. The Jubai explained that with his immense chakra, if he faltered, he might die. At one point, Naruto wondered why the Jubai couldn't help him avoid this fate. The ancient being said that although he could do many things, even he couldn't intervene here. He took responsibility for Naruto's situation, as the chakra flowing through Naruto was the same as his own, just in smaller amounts. The Jubai also said Naruto's body wasn't strong enough to handle the strain, healing powers or not. This drove Naruto to push himself harder, accepting everything the Jubai gave him, even if he had to work for it. Sitting beside the small lake where he had trained for almost a year, Naruto calmed himself and did as instructed. Control your chakra as precisely as possible, using as little as you can, then focus your chakra toward your eyes. He did exactly that, only for the Jubai to speak to him once again. There's something I neglected to mention. Your eyes won't immediately look exactly like mine. You'll first have a weaker form, which also differs in color. Furthermore, once you fully attain your eyes, which I know you will, you won't be able to deactivate them. But don't worry, once unlocked, they won't continuously drain your chakra. In fact, they'll only require chakra when you start activating the abilities tied to them, or any powers you yourself might develop in the future. This surprised Naruto somewhat. So, does that mean I'm going to lose my current eyes? He asked, and the Jubai was quick to respond. In a manner of speaking, yes, the one-eyed entity replied simply. Naruto liked his eyes, they had grown on him along with their violet hue, though he didn't care much about that, since, aside from the Jubai, he had no one else. Putting that aside, Naruto refocused on controlling his chakra. He used as little as he could, applying all his control and directed the flow toward his eyes. When the chakra reached them, Naruto dropped to his knees, screaming in agony as he clutched his eyes. Oh crap. I forgot to mention it would hurt, the Jubai thought as Naruto screamed for several seconds before collapsing, groaning faintly as the pain eased. What happened, Jubai-sensei? Why did that hurt so much? It felt like my eyes might burst, Naruto said, and the Jubai took a little too long to answer for Naruto's liking. Jubai-sensei? Yeah, I kinda forgot to mention that part, came the Jubai's casual reply, prompting Naruto to do something he never had before. He shouted at the one-eyed being for how carelessly he acted at times. Sensei, that's just mean, Naruto yelled, sounding childlike, something he rarely got to be, even though he still was one. The Jubai then did something the colossal entity had never done before. He laughed at Naruto's antics, amused by his behavior. Don't worry, young one, that was the only pain you had to endure. Now go check your reflection in the water, the massive being instructed the boy, who grumbled quietly, muttering about his annoying sensei. That made the Jubai smile inwardly, though he could not show it. Naruto still acted like a kid sometimes, despite it being taken from him. It was a harsh thing to do, but the Jubai was confident Naruto could handle it and complete what needed to be done. Approaching the water, just a few steps from where Naruto had unlocked his eyes, the boy gazed into the reflection. What he saw stunned him, and even made him forget his minor frustration with his sensei. Staring back were not his old violet eyes, although the color was still purple. His entire eyeballs were now purple with a small pupil at the center, surrounded by a ripple pattern spreading throughout both eyes. Each eye had one tamo, something the Jubai had told him about. Naruto also noticed a faint glow emanating from his eyes, visible only up close. Wow. They're beautiful, the redhead admired, allowing the Jubai to speak once more. Indeed, young one. They're incredibly powerful, which is something we'll need to keep hidden for now, the entity inside his mind told him, making Naruto stand tall. He didn't have time to ask questions before the Jubai continued. There are forces in this world that would kill to possess your eyes, young one. They'd try to eliminate you simply because of what those eyes can do. I'm going to teach you a simple jutsu that will hide your eyes for now, making them look normal. In time, you'll have to learn a different technique to conceal them until you're strong enough to protect yourself. For now, the jutsu I'll teach will only mask your eyes in their current form. I'll explain the other forms later. For now, follow my instructions. Also, know that your chakra control has greatly improved, though not perfect yet. But you now have a path to perfect control, as your eyes will aid you in multiple ways. The Jubai finished, demonstrating a basic genjutsu that could hide his eyes even from Byakugan and Sharingan users. However, it was temporary and wouldn't fool advanced Sharingan or Master Byakugan wielders. Following the mental images the Jubai sent to him, Naruto succeeded on his first attempt, feeling pleased. He glanced back at the water and saw his usual violet eyes staring back as if nothing had changed. Wow, that's awesome, Jubai-sensei. What's next? Naruto asked eagerly, ready to absorb whatever came. Naruto noticed his vision felt different than before, but decided to ask later, knowing he'd eventually learn all about his eyes. He didn't need to use their power yet, only unlock them to continue his chakra training, something he was eager to do. Now, before anything else, send a small amount of chakra to your eyes again to restore your normal vision. I'll explain your current vision another time, the entity told him, and Naruto complied happily, regaining his usual sight. Good, next, you'll need to sneak into that place every town seems to have. If I recall correctly, it's called a library. We can't take any chances, so be sure not to get noticed. Once inside, you'll borrow the books I specify. The Jubai instructed, carefully avoiding the word steal, making it sound like Naruto would just borrow them without permission. After all, they had already taken so much from him, and the Jubai figured it was fair to take this chance, especially since it was for Naruto's learning, something he deserved. Okay, Jubai-sensei, Naruto replied shortly, then sprinted off toward the library. Fortunately, Naruto knew where it was. He used to hide behind it often when chased, though the pursuers found him there eventually. It took all day to reach the library, as the Jubai told him to run straight there, while guiding him out of the forest, and ensuring no one was near enough to spot him. The Jubai could sense the entire elemental nations if he wished, but he avoided doing so, knowing that would attract unwanted attention due to Naruto's potent chakra. The Jubai also wanted Naruto to sneak into the library at night, something he planned carefully since the building would likely be closed. Hiding nearby, the boy waited for darkness to fall. When night arrived, Naruto couldn't see well in front of him. There was no full moon, and the area around the library was dark. Unsure how he'd find books in the dark, Naruto calmed himself and spoke to his companion, who had anticipated this and spoke first. "Young one, use a small amount of chakra through your Dijutsu again," the Jubai instructed. Confused, Naruto obeyed, then became even more puzzled as everything suddenly lit up, almost as if the sun never set. Now he wanted to learn even more about his eyes and their abilities, but the Jubai reminded him why they were there, and that they had to move quickly. Using all his stealth and quietness from years of hiding and running, Naruto slipped into the library with the Jubai's guidance. He had to break a window to get in, luckily managing it without drawing attention. He waited several minutes while the Jubai ensured no one was nearby or approaching due to the noise. Once assured he was safe, Naruto started searching for all the books the Jubai told him to find. They didn't know exactly what the library contained, so the search was broad. Naruto marveled at how his eyes let him see clearly in the darkness, something impossible without them, preventing him from knocking over shelves. The Jubai gazed through Naruto's eyes, trying to discern what the boy truly needed. Naruto himself was clueless. He couldn't interpret anything he saw. Everything was unfamiliar to him, which saddened him because of how old he already was, and yet he hadn't learned to read or write. "Don't worry, young one, that will soon change. Also, consider this. Not only will you learn to read and write now, but I'll teach you how to master advanced writing techniques," the Jubai said to Naruto, who stopped abruptly, puzzled. He understood the meaning of advanced because the Jubai had explained it. "What do you mean by that, Jubai-sensei?" the red-headed boy asked, eager to clear the confusion clouding his mind. "I'll explain, but please don't ask questions afterward, all right? We don't have much time before someone might enter once they notice the broken window. Remember, this is a shinobi village, and they likely have those ants patrolling," the Jubai replied, referring to the other humans as ants once again, a term Naruto had grown accustomed to. He agreed and the Jubai resumed speaking. "The skill you'll learn, and I believe you'll come to love it, is called Fuinjutsu. To master it, you need to be excellent at writing. That's all I can tell you for now. For the moment, keep browsing these books, and I'll guide you on which ones to take." Naruto obeyed and quickly scanned the shelves as the Jubai indicated. It didn't take long before they located their first book, which the Jubai called Children's Book. A to Z, the second was titled Children's Book, Writing. They picked up 2 more books. One was a dictionary, and the other a simple yet small reader for kids. Naruto couldn't carry more than 4, so he made his way toward the exit. Using his chakra control, Naruto smoothly ascended the wall and climbed through the broken window high on the library's rear wall. It took a bit longer with books in his arms, since the window wasn't very large. He fit through comfortably, though carrying the books made it trickier. Naruto landed softly on the ground. The Jubai remained alert, ensuring they weren't discovered. Luckily, they were alone. Feeling safe again, Naruto headed back to the forest he came from, careful to stay hidden from any passers-by. Since it was nearly midnight, civilians were absent, but the shinobi patrols were still alert. Fortunately, none spotted Naruto, much to his relief. After several more minutes of running, Naruto reached the forest and returned to the spot where he used to train by the lake. Upon arrival, the Jubai spoke again. "Young one, don't put your books down yet. I want you to find a place to sleep that's better than where you've been. Search for a cave if there is one, or perhaps a tree with a hollow at its base you could use as shelter." Naruto did as instructed, wanting a place to call home, even if temporarily. About half an hour later, Naruto discovered a small cave. The entrance was concealed by thorny bushes, unfortunate, but he considered it a lucky find. The cave was unoccupied, unusual for the area, but Naruto assumed the thorns deterred others. He didn't care, it was his new refuge, and he loved it. Inside the cave, Naruto placed the books neatly against one wall. Thanks to his Ren Sharingan, he could see where he was going, despite the complete darkness otherwise. Not wanting to do anything else that night, he lay down and fell asleep after bidding the Jubai good night. That marked the true beginning of Naruto's learning. Deprived of what most children were taught, he had to fight for knowledge at a young age, guided by an entity more powerful than any ever known to walk the earth. He also gained a friend, teacher, and companion in that entity, something he was deeply grateful for. Naruto showed his appreciation in the way the Jubai admired most, by training. Each day he studied what the Jubai pointed out in the books, learning every letter of the alphabet and how to write them. Without paper or pen, the Jubai had him practice writing in the sand with a stick, just to begin. Time passed, and Naruto had to sneak back into the library for more reading books after finishing the first one. He returned the initial storybook, the first he'd learned to enjoy. He eventually reached the point of reading the dictionary to expand his vocabulary. During this time, the Jubai also had him practice chakra control exercises. Walking on trees and water became second nature quickly. Then came chakra balancing, using a stick held on the palm to keep it from falling. Thanks to his Dijutsu, Naruto mastered that within 2 weeks, all while continuing to read and improve his writing, becoming fluent in both within a year. When Naruto wanted to learn about Fuinjutsu, the Jubai explained it required special tools. It wasn't something that could be mastered with pen and paper alone. After Naruto's 7th birthday, the Jubai also told him that from then on, he would have to learn everything the world had to offer on his own, to gain the necessary experience. That didn't mean the Jubai would stop guiding him, in fact, quite the opposite. At 7, Naruto's eyes gained another tamo in each, remaining purple. On that birthday, the Jubai revealed more secrets and began training him to use his eyes and understand their full capabilities. Young one, it's time you learned about things that have been hidden from you. I believe you're ready, so get comfortable and join me, so we can talk, the Jubai said that night as Naruto sat inside his cave. Eager for knowledge, and the truth of what he didn't understand, Naruto sat against the cave wall and entered his mindscape, finding himself once again on one of the Jubai's tails. All right, Jubai-sensei. What is it you want to tell me? This will be a lot to take in, so bear with me. Once I'm done, you can ask any questions or even vent any anger you feel, the Jubai's voice replied. Naruto nodded, waiting. The first thing the Jubai told Naruto was something the boy had wanted to know from the start, or rather, since he understood the meaning of family. He wanted to know why he had none, who his parents were. The Jubai then revealed that it was the very person who sealed the Kyuubi within him. That revelation made Naruto furious. He was angry that it was his own father, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, who had doomed him to endure so much pain. He understood his father had trusted the wrong people. Naruto felt like hitting something, screaming, to let out the storm of anger inside him. The Jubai told him he could scream freely, as no one was nearby in the forest. Doing exactly that, the young boy let out a piercing scream. How could he? He shouted, only starting to calm down after several minutes. Then, the Jubai explained why his father had acted as he did, revealing a secret to Naruto that had been kept from him for so long. The true reason the Kyuubi had attacked. Learning that the entity formed from his sensei was being controlled helped Naruto settle his rage somewhat, though it soon shifted toward the one responsible for causing all this pain. That anger, however, only lasted briefly before Naruto reflected on everything he had endured up to this point. It deepened his gratitude for all that his sensei had done and taught him, bringing tears to his eyes once again for the same reason that had made him cry before. Accepting the information without further questions as the Jubai instructed, Naruto waited patiently for his mentor to continue, which the one-eyed being did almost immediately. Discovering the identity of his father caused Naruto some sorrow, though he understood that with time the pain would fade, for he was a wise and understanding boy. Then came the revelation not only of his mother's identity, but also her story. Uzumaki Kushina, the fiery red-hot habanero of Konohagakure, descended from the nearly extinct Uzumaki clan that had once thrived in Uzushiagakure no Sato, a village destroyed out of fear by other hidden villages wary of their Fuinjutsu prowess, almost made Naruto scream again. So they wiped out my clan, just because they feared a threat. Then I will revive Fuinjutsu for my people, even though I never knew them, the young redhead declared, pride ringing in his voice. He refused to fall into hatred. That was a promise he made both to himself and his sensei. Yes, he felt anger, but he would not allow it to turn into hate. That was not who he wished to be. The Jubai also revealed that it had learned all of this from the Hachibai's host at the time, as that Jinchuriki was involved in everything related to the downfall of Uzushiagakure. Naruto felt relief knowing that the entity inside him had long ago devised a plan to restore itself and gather all the memories from the previous 9 Biju. Though Naruto felt some bitterness toward his father, he held immense respect and love for his mother, emotions so strong they brought him to sobbing. He found it cruel that he had grown up with her in his life, only to learn something that nearly caused him to collapse in shock. Naruto, your parents left you much behind, especially your mother. All their possessions and belongings were set aside for you. I saw the Jubai, who was your mother's former host, reading a will through her eyes when the other half of me still resided inside her before being torn out. When you feel ready, I will guide you to where it is hidden. But we must be cautious. It is a place unknown, heavily guarded by many ants due to your father's legacy. The Jubai told the still sobbing boy, who steadied himself and nodded, eager to see what his mother, and to some extent his father, had left for him. Afterward, the Jubai grew more serious, a weight Naruto could feel deep within. Young one, while all this may be overwhelming, what I am about to share is even more so. You cannot, under any circumstances, even if you become a shinobi under the Hokage, reveal this to anyone unless you completely trust them and know they will keep the secret. Understand? The Jubai asked, and Naruto nodded his agreement, prompting the one-eyed entity to continue. You already know what your eyes are called, and that no Dojutsu in existence can even compare to what you possess. Even in their current form, no other eyes come close. But remember, never rely solely on your eyes. Though I believe you already understand that well, the boy nodded silently, listening intently to his mentor. To begin explaining the tamo in your eyes and why their number grows, know that I crafted them for you. Think of it as levels. Each time you gain another tamo in each eye, your strength increases and you unlock new abilities. The maximum is 9 tamo per eye. The first 2 tamo in each eye are the simplest to attain. You only need greater chakra reserves and better control over your chakra. I will explain each tamo's powers later. The third tamo in each eye is harder to obtain, requiring not only more chakra but also greater strength. Jonin level strength, as that stage represents a fully matured Sharingan. The Jubai paused briefly before continuing. The tamo beyond that demand even more. When you unlock a tamo, you gain 1 per eye alternately, progressing until you reach 9 tamo each. The final 2 tamo are nearly impossible to unlock. Still, I believe in you, young one. Not only will you grow stronger when you unlock those, but I will also have a surprise for you. Naruto smiled at the promise, eager to keep training and learning all he could. It felt like a game with the Jubai, which made him both excited and serious, understanding the immense power he held. I hope I'm worthy of that, sensei, but don't worry, I'll give it my all. I know you will, young one. You must train harder than anyone else ever has. It would be beneficial to have a partner you trust to train with, though I doubt that will happen anytime soon. Those ants don't deserve anything. They'd likely try to use you once you reveal everything, especially once they realize the power you hold can neither be stolen nor passed on. That is, the Ren Sharingan. The redhead was confused, so he voiced his thoughts. What do you mean by that, Jubai-sensei? Anticipating the question, the Jubai elaborated. It means that if you ever have children, they will not inherit your eyes or chakra. But that's not a matter for now, you're too young for such thoughts. Naruto, curious as always, wanted to know more, but those questions ceased when the Jubai told him to wait until he was older. Accepting this, Naruto left the mindscape as his sensei said it was time to continue learning. The Jubai had more to teach the young redhead. It was Naruto's 8th birthday, and he was very happy. After his conversation with his sensei, he threw himself even deeper into the training the massive entity provided. Each day, he pushed himself to the point of collapse from exhaustion. Naruto improved his already excellent chakra control, necessary as his chakra grew steadily through the rigorous exercises and by hunting for various food sources. The boy had only visited his parents' home once but never entered, wary of the many shinobi guarding the area day and night. It appeared no one could enter, or even tried. He guessed it was out of respect for the yondaime and his wife, who likely had sealed the place with a few injutsu, requiring his blood to grant access, something the Jubai confirmed, saying Naruto was likely the only person allowed inside. While in the Forest of Death, Naruto also began learning how to fight. He sought out anything to spar with, lucky to find many beasts and insects large enough to pose a challenge. He started training without relying on his eyes or chakra, as the Jubai had told him he could do, though he was advised not to attempt it yet due to inexperience. The goal was to become faster and stronger without chakra enhancements, relying purely on skill and physical ability. After some time, the Jubai shared something with Naruto through their connected mindscape. It was a distinctive combat technique, a style the Jubai had crafted using all the knowledge it possessed. Although it existed only within the Jubai's consciousness, it promised to credit the technique to Naruto as its creator, a notion Naruto initially resisted until the Jubai revealed this was yet another gift for him. Eventually accepting it, Naruto began practicing his very own taijutsu style. Without a sparring partner, his opponents were the creatures of the Forest of Death. However, progress was limited. The Jubai informed him that to truly improve, he'd need to face an actual opponent, whether in practice or battle. Naruto acknowledged that he'd have to allow someone else into his life again, someone other than the Jubai, who would always be by his side. Still, the boy hesitated to seek companionship, trusting no one but his mentor. The Jubai then taught him a skill derived from the Kyubai essence it once held, a way to sense negative energy from others. Naruto quickly adapted to this sensing ability, taking to it as naturally as a fish to water, as he did with most lessons the Jubai imparted. Additionally, the entity told Naruto that one day he would inherit all the powers and abilities of the former Biju, and far beyond. The idea was strange to the boy. He wasn't sure what he'd do with such overwhelming power. The Jubai assured him he would discover his purpose in time, trusting in his intelligence, and knowing he was not driven by greed. During this period, Naruto had also grown considerably. Now standing 4 feet 3 inches 131 cm, he was tall for an 8-year-old. He wore a red t-shirt and blue shorts, barefoot as usual. These clothes were borrowed from a lost-and-found basket he found during his 5th trip to the library seeking more books. He took only the clothes, leaving other items behind to avoid drawing attention. His hair had grown longer and spikier, reaching just below his shoulders. The color had brightened slightly, which Naruto liked since red was his favorite hue for obvious reasons. He considered cutting it but changed his mind when the Jubai mentioned he might one day learn a jutsu involving hair, offensive or defensive. Enjoying the thought, Naruto let it grow, even if it appeared somewhat dirty due to his surroundings. At that moment, Naruto was bathing in the nearby river, his clothes resting on a tree stump just a few feet away. After washing up, he quickly exited the water, eager to continue training his taijutsu style, a form that felt like a natural extension of himself and his movements. As he pulled on his pants, he sensed nothing amiss, believing himself alone with the Jubai asleep. Suddenly, a gasp interrupted the quiet. Naruto sprang into a defensive stance and scanned the area, still detecting no presence. "Who's there? Show yourself if you know what's good for you," he demanded seriously. Laughter answered him, and from behind a tree stepped an older woman with purple hair tied in an unusual style. Before Naruto could react, another woman appeared beside her. This second woman had disheveled black hair, dressed similarly to the first, and possessed striking red eyes. Naruto nearly stumbled, captivated by the beauty of her gaze. His stance relaxed, mouth slightly open, as he stared. Both women noticed his reaction and scoffed at the notion that such a young boy was already eyeing one of them. Great, another pervert, and so young. What's happening to this world? The red-eyed woman thought, preparing to speak, displeased by the boy's stare. But Naruto broke the silence, still looking at her. "Wow, your eyes are beautiful," he said softly, then smiled slightly before resuming his fighting stance with a serious expression. His words stunned both women, who regarded him with growing curiosity. "He complimented my eyes. He doesn't look at me like everyone else," the red-eyed woman mused, noting the focused intensity in his gaze that put them on alert. "Who is this boy and what is he doing here?" "Hey kid, what brings you here?" the purple-haired woman asked, forgetting the earlier threat. Naruto's face grew sterner, even angry. "I live here, what about you? Are you here to kill me?" he challenged, shocking them. "No one lives here. No one survives this place unless they're strong enough to enter this forest, which I doubt this boy is," the purple-haired woman thought, echoed by the red-eyed woman's agreement. Their eyes widened further when the boy's questions sank in. "Why would we want to kill you? Do you even know where you are?" the purple-haired woman asked, joined by the red-eyed woman's silent inquiry. "Because plenty from that place want me dead. I live here because I can, because I was forced into the forest. It was either this or death. Those people are blind with hatred. I don't care what this place is called, I just know the creatures here don't scare me. If anything, I scare them, Naruto said seriously, eyes locked on them while his senses stayed alert for surprises. The Jubai remained asleep, which didn't bother Naruto. Their shock deepened at his words, unable to believe such a thing had happened. Yet here he was, looking like he belonged with his clothes and hair condition. Still shirtless after bathing, they noted his surprisingly well-defined muscles for his age. Let's all calm down, we're not here to fight. My friend and I were just searching for a training spot, knowing what lurks here. Sorry if we seemed threatening, we mean no harm. The red-eyed woman finally spoke, and Naruto liked her voice, it was pleasant. He quickly used a skill his teacher had taught him, detecting any malicious intent. Finding none, he nodded and stood tall, still bare-chested. All right, I'll trust you for now. If you want creatures to spar with, head that way, he said, pointing west. The women were astonished again. Wait, you fight them. They're bigger than you, the purple-haired woman exclaimed, stunned at his confidence and the directions he gave. Yeah, I battle them whenever I can. Training alone is tough, Naruto replied, again shocking them. Before they could respond, he grabbed his shirt and dressed, ready to leave. Wait, why don't you come with us? It's dangerous here, even if you can fight. We can help, and I know our Hokage would want to hear about this, the red-eyed woman said, stopping Naruto in his tracks. Turning back slightly toward the women once again, Naruto fixed his gaze on the red-eyed woman. No, thank you. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not going back there anytime soon. I don't trust anyone from that place, it's only ever brought me pain. Even your Hokage, though I doubt he remembers me anymore. You both take care and stay safe, he said, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Both women were stunned again, not just by his words but also by his speed. Nai-chan, was what we just saw real, or did you cast a genjutsu on me? Asked the purple-haired woman, still standing with disbelief written across her face. That wasn't any illusion, Anko. Whoever that boy is, he's surprisingly mature for his age, yet he looks so young. We need to find out who he really is. What he said sounds vaguely familiar, don't you think? The red-eyed woman replied to her friend, who nodded in agreement. They both vaguely recalled hearing about a boy who once lived in Konoha but was treated terribly. Though neither had met him or seen what he looked like, they had heard tales of the curse of Konoha, and that at some point, the boy vanished. Not knowing what else to say or do, the two women resumed the purpose of their visit to the Forest of Death. Training. Meanwhile, the red-eyed woman couldn't shake her thoughts about the boy, especially his hair color. Red is my favorite color, she mused. But who exactly was he? I need to find out, and quickly, for someone so young to be living out here. Her mind replayed these thoughts as she and her companion ventured deeper into the woods. The purple-haired woman noticed the expression on her friend's face while they moved from tree to tree. You're really interested in a boy you just met, Nai-chan. I admit, what he said intrigued me too, and finding someone living here is exciting. But you actually seem to like this boy, she thought, smirking silently. The Ice Queen of Konoha and aspiring genjutsu expert showing interest in someone, now that's rare. Whoever you are, boy, we'll cross paths again sooner than you expect. Meanwhile, Naruto returned to his hidden cave, making sure no one followed him, especially now that he'd been discovered after all this time. He knew eventually someone would find him. The forest was Konoha's territory after all, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. He still had so much training ahead. The young redhead didn't plan to remain in the forest forever. He wanted to achieve something meaningful with his life. So encountering the two women wasn't a huge surprise. Maybe I'll meet them again. Hopefully they won't try to attack me like others did long ago. This time, I won't take any nonsense, Naruto thought, then laid down and closed his eyes for a nap. A month had passed since Naruto met the two women in the Forest of Death. True to his word, he still didn't know the forest's name, or that shinobi occasionally used it for training. He'd never met anyone else there before. He figured maybe others avoided it because of its darkness and the creatures living within. Sometimes he sensed people nearby, but only when they were close to the forest's edge. They never actually entered, which suited him just fine. Over the past month, Naruto focused on improving his sensory abilities to avoid being caught off guard. He meditated for hours, practiced taijutsu, and went hunting to eat and hone his combat skills, fighting off the many creatures that tried to attack him. That day was warm in Konoha, but that never bothered Naruto because of the forest's thick canopy providing shade. He was walking toward a waterfall deep within the forest, which supplied water to a river and its streams. The waterfall was secluded, requiring a climb up the mountain to reach it. The entrance was littered with boulders and thorny bushes. While such obstacles meant little to a shinobi, Naruto had come to respect nature and tried to preserve it. He felt peaceful, surrounded by its beauty and dangers alike. As he walked, he worked on refining his sensory skills. He could now detect nearly everything within the forest, and could even extend his sensing range to cover almost all of Konoha. But he avoided sensing the village itself, not wanting to dredge up painful memories. He also sensed a presence trailing him for several minutes, and immediately recognized it by its unique chakra signature. Rather than jumping to the waterfall as usual, Naruto decided to walk calmly, aware of who was behind him. After a moment, he stopped abruptly and turned around. Looking up into the surrounding tall trees, he spoke evenly with his arms crossed. "Lady, you can stop following me now. I don't know why you've been trailing me, but I don't like it. It feels like you intend to attack me, unless that's exactly what you want to do." His words elicited a soft gasp from the woman behind him, something she hadn't expected him to hear. Emerging from behind a tree, the red-eyed woman who had met him before revealed herself. "That was surprising. How did you realize I was following you?" she asked, trying to hide her astonishment. "Don't you have sensor ninja in your village?" Naruto tilted his head, staring into her red eyes. She might have smiled at his boldness if she hadn't been so surprised. "You're a sensor? How? Who trained you?" she blurted, assuming someone must have trained him to sense her so easily. "First, yes, I am a sensor. Second, I don't have to answer those questions. I don't even know your name or why you followed me. I'm guessing it's not just for a chat, so why have you been shadowing me all this time?" Naruto asked seriously, making the woman visibly uneasy yet also saddened. "He's so young but already acts far beyond his years. Something terrible must have happened," she thought before speaking softly. "I'm sorry. I only followed you because I wanted to make sure you were all right after you told me and my friend that you live here. I had no ill intent and certainly didn't plan to attack you." She smiled genuinely, remaining where she had landed after leaping from the tree. "My name is Kurenai. It's a pleasure to meet you properly," she said warmly. A smile Naruto sensed was sincere based on his experience detecting false emotions. Seeing her honesty and open introduction, Naruto bowed slightly, a habit taught by his sensei. "Nice to meet you, Kurenai-san," he replied in his normal voice before straightening. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto." He introduced himself to the woman standing before him. Kurenai, upon hearing his name, suddenly fell silent, her eyes widening in disbelief. She recognized the name, especially the Uzumaki part. Covering her mouth as she struggled to steady herself, she caused Naruto to instinctively take a defensive stance, confused by her reaction. "En Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto?" she asked, more as a confirmation to herself than expecting an answer. Naruto simply gave a faint nod. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she stared at the boy before her, overwhelmed by shock. She started to sob, unable to utter a word, emotions flooding through her. Naruto was unsure how to respond or what to do, never having faced such a situation before. So he lowered his guard and waited silently for her to speak. It didn't take long before she managed a fragile smile while trying to compose herself. "Why, you don't know me, and this might be strange for you," she said, wiping tears from her cheeks while still gazing at him. "But I knew your mother," she finally revealed, which caused a slight surprise, though Naruto wasn't overly shocked. "You knew my Ka-chan. How, if you don't mind me asking?" Naruto inquired, genuinely curious about the connection between this woman and his mother. Gathering her composure, Kurenai began to speak. "She was very dear to me when we were younger. Though she wasn't my teacher, she taught me many things, and I became close to her, as well as to another friend you've seen before and one you haven't met yet. You might not be aware, but her name was Uzumaki Kushina, and during her time, she was among the strongest women alive," she explained, continuing on. "This might be a lot to take in, and I'm sorry to be the one to tell you," she started, only to be interrupted by Naruto. "You don't need to apologize, Kurenai-san. I already know who my parents were. How I found out is something I can't share," he said quietly, catching the normally reserved woman off guard. Known as Konoha's Ice Queen, she wasn't used to surprises like this. I see. Well, don't worry, I won't press you for details you'd rather keep private. I'm just surprised, that's all," she said, suddenly looking a bit saddened. "We thought you were gone, Naruto." My friends and I searched for you long ago but never found a trace. Even Hokage-sama looked for you after you disappeared. When no clues turned up, we assumed you had been killed, Kurenai revealed, which made Naruto raise an eyebrow. People looked for me, you must be joking. Why would anyone care about me when no one ever showed it? I don't believe you or your friends looked for me, nor your Hokage. Do you even know what happened after I was thrown out of the orphanage? Because I remember being hunted. Those villagers chased me into this forest, so don't pretend you all suddenly cared. Naruto's anger showed, though he tried to keep it in check, recalling his sensei's lessons. But he was only 8 years old and still learning. Kurenai was utterly stunned. She hadn't known what he went through, or that he'd been cast out onto the streets. At that moment, she felt she had failed the person she cared about deeply. I'm so sorry, Kushina-sama. I've failed you terribly, she thought as tears formed in her eyes again just as Naruto spoke. What did those people call me? He asked, calmer now. The curse of Konoha, the demon brat. I believe you knew my Kachan, Kurenai-san, but I don't believe anyone ever cared for me. I don't blame anyone anymore. It's been too long, Naruto said, knowing only the entity within his mind truly cared, though he couldn't mention the Jubai to anyone. Tears rolled down Kurenai's cheeks as she began to sob once more, trying to find her voice amidst the emotion. I'm so sorry, Naruto. I truly regret never coming to find you or making sure you were safe. I was sent on endless missions and barely had time for myself. But that's no excuse. I don't want to justify my absence, she said, sobbing lightly, regaining control after crying. I know we don't really know each other and you probably don't trust anyone, but I have to ask. I don't deserve it, and I'm sure your mother would probably scold me in the afterlife. She trailed off, which made Naruto crack a small smile, lightening the mood just a bit before she added. If it's all right with you, Naruto, could we be friends? She asked softly, a small smile on her lips. Naruto was taken aback. She hadn't tried to excuse her absence, and he was ready to take responsibility for not having her in his life after his mother passed, something that seemed a little amusing to him. Now she was asking for something he had longed for, friendship. Even the Jubai had told him to seek such a bond. To have a friend. Something Naruto never thought possible since he expected only hatred and threats. But from what the Jubai had begun teaching him, he sensed her offer was sincere, not a trap. He considered it for a few moments. Kurenai waited patiently, understanding the gravity of her question. Then she noticed something Naruto had tried to hide for so long, tears forming behind his genjutsu-covered eyes. Seeing this, she did something unexpected. Before Naruto could react, she stepped forward quickly, knelt slightly, and wrapped him in an embrace. Naruto froze, tears streaming down, unsure how to respond, but Kurenai held him firmly. Please, Naruto-kun, give me a chance to be your friend. I can't know the pain you've endured, but I promise this isn't a trap, Kurenai whispered, tears welling up for the third time that hour, though she fought to hold them back while hugging him. After what felt like forever, Naruto returned the hug, quietly sobbing at the affection after just meeting. Okay, Kurenai-san, we can be friends, he murmured, prompting her to hug him a little tighter, careful not to hurt him. Thank you, she said softly as they slowly separated. Little did she know, she had just become Naruto's first friend, and the first person to ever hug him, as far as he could recall. Standing upright again, Kurenai looked down at the boy. Would you mind if I stayed with you today? I'd like to get to know you better if that's all right, she asked, hoping she wasn't rushing their new bond. Naruto gave a small smile and nodded. Sure, I don't mind. I was on my way to clean up before you came. But that can wait, he replied, feeling awkward as he wasn't used to friendship and still wary she might suddenly attack. Seeing this, Kurenai felt a twinge of sadness, but reminded herself he'd been alone so long and distrusting. She knew winning his trust would take time, and she was willing. Looking closer, she noticed he was dirty and his clothes a bit tattered. Are you sure? I don't mind waiting if you want to freshen up first, she said, curious about where he might clean himself since the direction he headed wasn't toward the river she was familiar with. After a moment's thought, Naruto gave a small smile while looking at the older woman. All right then, if it's okay with you, I'll be quick, he replied, unsure why he felt this strange desire to spend time with her and get to know her better. Maybe this is what friendship feels like. He pondered, just as his sensei spoke for the first time that day. She's quite a unique one. I'm glad you finally have someone to call a friend, young one, besides me. I sense she bears no ill will toward you, which is a relief. Perhaps she could train with you since you need a sparring partner. Also, you'll have to travel to Uzushiagakure soon, but we'll discuss that later, the Jubai informed him, leaving Naruto puzzled about the place his mother was from. Putting that aside for now, as the Jubai advised, Naruto resumed walking toward his original destination. Kurenai watched him head toward the wall, and was again startled when she saw him climb the mountain using chakra. Either someone taught him that, or he's a prodigy who figured it out on his own, she mused, then quickly followed, curious about his destination. She reminded herself she shouldn't be surprised, since he had already demonstrated chakra control when he sensed her presence earlier, but all the shocking news that day had slipped her memory. Mind if I come with you? She asked. Naruto nodded, welcoming the company. Before long, they arrived at the waterfall and Kurenai gazed at the spot in awe. Though reaching it was challenging due to thorny bushes at the entrance, Naruto had told her not to destroy them. He loved nature and wanted to keep this place hidden. That revelation brought a smile to the red-eyed woman's face, as he had shared a secret with her, even if it was just a beautiful spot. She wanted to ask many questions, but knew that overwhelming him could make him withdraw, and she didn't want that after just forming a friendship with this red-haired boy. When they reached a dry patch, Naruto stripped off his clothes and laid them on the ground, while Kurenai turned her back to give him privacy, a courtesy he hadn't yet fully learned. Following his plan, Naruto quickly washed himself with the water. Afterwards, he used chakra to dry off, a skill he had taught himself. Since Kurenai's back was turned the whole time, she didn't see his movements and only heard him speak 5 minutes later. I'm done, Kurenai-san, he announced, knowing she must have turned around to respect his privacy, which he appreciated at his young age. He avoided mentioning it, not wanting to make her uncomfortable. When she turned to look, Kurenai saw the now-clothed boy looking somewhat cleaner, though not entirely, likely due to a lack of soap. She hesitated, unsure how to begin, having never had male friends, let alone someone so young. Her true friendships were few, and she hadn't shared their names with Naruto. I don't really know how this works. I've never had a friend before, Naruto admitted quietly, deliberately not mentioning the Jubai because of his promises to the one-eyed entity. After a pause, he added, would you like to spar with me? I'm training to become a shinobi, and as you probably noticed, I can use chakra. I'm not focusing on that right now, but I want to improve my taijutsu, and that needs a sparring partner, right? But you don't have to if you don't want to, he said, a nervousness in his voice that was new to him. Kurenai was taken aback by his honesty. She wondered if he was testing their new friendship, which saddened her to realize she was essentially his first friend. Though she wasn't an expert in taijutsu, she knew enough to fight, an essential skill for advancing to Jonin rank. Sure, Naruto, I don't mind sparring with you at all. Though I should warn you, I'm not an expert in taijutsu, but I know my way around it, she said, believing she could still help him improve, especially since he was so young and lacked a partner. Naruto smiled faintly at her acceptance and led Kurenai to a more open spot in the forest, resembling a small training ground. All right, let's begin, Kurenai said, standing opposite him, and Naruto nodded. She quickly assumed her taijutsu stance, one Naruto had seen in a book he'd borrowed from the library to study fighting styles. She waited for him to take his stance. He didn't keep her waiting long. Naruto's fighting stance was unfamiliar to Kurenai. He swept his right leg forward and left leg back, turning his back to her, arms spread wide as if inviting an attack, all while keeping his eyes fixed on her. Curious, Kurenai spoke up while maintaining her stance. That's a unique stance you have, Naruto. What's it called if you don't mind me asking? She hoped he'd share, eager to learn more about him, though she knew it would take time. Smiling slightly, Naruto replied, I'll tell you after we finish sparring. It's not complete yet, though. That's all I can say for now. He didn't reveal how much he actually knew or didn't know, recalling when the Jubai made him run with a boulder on his back to train. Fair enough, but I'm curious where you learned it and who taught you to use chakra. If you figured it all out yourself, I must say I'm impressed, Kurenai said with a smile, then grew serious as they began their friendly match. They started quickly. Kurenai dashed forward, though holding back, not wanting to hurt him before understanding his abilities. She soon realized she had underestimated him, as she found herself on the ground shortly after closing the distance. Surprised, Kurenai jumped up and looked at Naruto, who remained in his stance. What? I didn't even see you move, she stammered. Naruto quickly replied, that's because you didn't take me seriously. I know I'm young, Kurenai-san, and I've been alone most of my life, so no one taught me what I know. But that doesn't mean I've been idle these past years. So this time, come at me with everything you've got, and I'll do the same, okay? Don't be afraid to hit me. I can tell you're holding back because you don't want to hurt me. I appreciate that, but remember, this is a sparring match. His words held a maturity beyond his years, more than any boy Kurenai had met. He's even more mature than many adults I know, she thought before nodding in agreement. That marked the true beginning of the sparring session between the two newly acquainted friends, and Kurenai soon realized the boy before her was much stronger than she had initially expected. Naruto evaded every strike Kurenai launched, while she skillfully blocked and dodged all of his counterattacks. This caught her off guard, primarily due to their age difference. Nonetheless, Kurenai knew better than to underestimate anyone based solely on age. There are those younger than me who surpass me in strength. Are you one of them, Naruto? If so, how did that happen? Who has been your teacher? She wondered silently, all the while maintaining her focus on Naruto, effortlessly multitasking. Before long, they noticed the sun was dipping below the horizon, unaware that they had been sparring for nearly the entire day. Usually, Kurenai wouldn't last so long in a match, but she pushed herself today not just to spend time with the boy she had presumed lost, but also to sharpen her skills, a feat made possible thanks to Naruto's impressive stamina. When she finally called an end to their fight, Kurenai began to breathe heavily, fully realizing how exhausted she was after such an extended session. Glancing at Naruto, she saw he wasn't even sitting down, which made her smile softly. He really is Kushina-sensei's son. He's got as much endurance as she did, maybe even more, she thought before speaking aloud for the first time in hours. That was quite the sparring match, Naruto. I can see that you're very strong, and I'm glad you live here. Thanks for today, it was something special. I've never been this worn out before, she said, trying to catch her breath as Naruto gave her a faint smile in return. I enjoyed it too, Kurenai-san. Thank you for sparring with me and for everything. This might sound strange, and I wasn't planning to share it yet, but I feel ready now, Naruto began, smiling gently. Throughout their fight, he had sensed only kindness from her. He couldn't read her feelings as he could only detect negative emotions, yet he knew she didn't want to hurt him, even though they were both giving their all. Naruto had managed to land a few blows, while she hit him several times, but it seemed she held back enough to avoid causing him real pain. With that thought in mind, Naruto smiled just a bit wider. Thank you for being my first friend. Hearing this, Kurenai felt a mix of sadness and joy, sad he had waited so long for friendship, but happy to be his first. It gave her some comfort as she processed all she had learned today, which was quite a lot to absorb. No, thank you, Naruto, for allowing me to be your friend, even if I don't quite feel deserving, she replied, stepping closer while Naruto stood still. She stopped before him and met his gaze, smiling gently. Unfortunately, I have a mission starting tomorrow that might last 1 or 2 weeks, but I promise I'll return. Maybe during that time, you'll meet the other woman who was with me last time, Mitarashi Anko, one of my closest friends. If you see her, maybe you'll make another friend if you want. That's up to you. For now, good night and stay safe, Naruto. I'll see you soon, Kurenai said, then vanished in a swirl of leaves before Naruto could reply. She knew if he spoke, she wouldn't resist hugging him. Though she wished to do so, she wasn't the affectionate type and didn't want to make him uncomfortable since their friendship was still new. With that, she left swiftly, leaving Naruto alone once again. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated, still sensing her presence somewhere in the forest, moving toward the exit. He felt happy about the day's events, though being alone again brought a bit of sadness and confusion. He knew the Jubai was always with him, but having someone who hugged him first felt different, nice, and deep down he wanted more of that. He wasn't ready to open up fully yet, but intended to give her a chance if she wished to become a good friend. He also recalled she hadn't asked about his taijutsu style, assuming she might inquire next time they met. After a while, Naruto ventured deeper into the woods hunting for food again, this time catching a large boar and an even bigger snake. He skinned them as usual, removed their entrails, and cooked the meat over a fire he made with his own hands, grateful for the meal. Later, as he lay down to sleep, Naruto thought of his new friend and hoped to see her again. He also pondered the other woman Kurenai mentioned, unsure what to make of it before closing his eyes, content after a fulfilling day. While his body rested, Naruto entered his mindscape to speak with his sensei about earlier topics. He sat atop one of the Jubai's tails, gazing into the massive entity's eye. Jubai-sensei, you said earlier I need to go to Uzushiagakure. Why? Naruto asked. The teacher was silent a moment before replying. Your training has been going well, young one, but I believe you're ready to learn more about your eyes and their abilities, if you wish. I suggested your mother's homeland because it's secluded, an isolated island where you can train your Dijutsu without being discovered. Also, after an invasion, enemies succeeded in breaking into a vault there. You, as an Uzumaki, might be able to access it. It's a gamble, but worth a try. Maybe you'll find something valuable, the Jubai explained, outlining the task Naruto could undertake. Excited by the chance to learn and see his clan's homeland, even in ruins, the boy eagerly agreed. When should I leave? Naruto asked, excitement clear on his face, a trait the Jubai always found amusing. As soon as possible. I advise telling your new friend before you go she cares about you, and it would hurt your friendship if she returned and found you gone. Also, since you want to become a shinobi, ask her about that. From the memories I regained, I saw something like a school where one must train to become a shinobi, but I don't know when it starts, ask her. The Jubai said at length, surprising Naruto but giving him much to consider. He wanted to become a shinobi, which meant eventually leaving the forest, and revealing he was alive to more than just 2 women. He also wondered if the 2 women reported finding him to the Hokage. The absence of others searching the forest suggested they hadn't. After thinking for a bit, Naruto agreed with the Jubai and said good night before his mind drifted to sleep, his thoughts full of tasks ahead. The next morning arrived sooner than Kurenai wished, as she still felt sore from the day before. She rose from bed and began her day slowly, knowing her mission report was due at 10 a.m., and it was just after 8. She began by taking a shower, then grabbed something to eat while still wrapped in a towel. After finishing her cereal, Kurenai rose from where she was seated and started heading toward her room to change, only to be interrupted by a knock at her window of all places. She had no clue who could be bothering her so early in the morning, especially since she knew neither of her friends would come by at this hour unless it was urgent. Irritated, Kurenai quickly moved to the window, hidden behind the curtains. Her annoyance grew toward whoever had chosen to disturb her, especially considering she was barely covered by a towel. Pulling back the curtains, she was about to scold whoever was outside, but her eyes widened in surprise when she saw who it was. Without hesitating, Kurenai opened the window to let the visitor inside. Naruto, what are you doing here? And how did you find me? She asked, momentarily forgetting that he had sensing abilities, only to remember that a moment later as the shock of her unexpected guest fully hit her. I'm sorry to bother you so early, Kurenai-san. I just wanted to let you know that I'm leaving Konoha for a while. You mentioned you have a mission today, and I probably won't be back by the time you return. I figured it's better to tell you now so you don't think I vanished, he explained, standing before her with one hand rubbing the back of his head. Caught off guard, Kurenai wasn't sure how to respond immediately. Where are you headed? And for how long? She asked after a brief pause, a hint of worry in her voice. Naruto found it comforting, as he rarely had anyone show concern for him besides his sensei. I'm going to my mother's homeland. How long I'll be gone, I don't know. I need to train, but if I tried it here with what I have planned, I might get discovered, he revealed. This made her feel a bit happy, if also more curious, glad he told her instead of disappearing, yet eager to learn what kind of training he intended to undertake in such a secretive place. She nodded thoughtfully, then shared her concerns. All right, Naruto, I understand. Just be careful, okay? I know I can't stop you since you're strong. How strong, I don't know, but please come back soon. I meant what I said yesterday about being your friend, she told him, prompting a small smile from him as he bowed slightly. Thank you for your concern, Kurenai-san, I appreciate it. I'll be careful, don't worry. And I'll come back as soon as I finish training, he said, then remembered another question. Oh, do you know when the academy starts and how I might apply? He asked, standing upright again. After a moment's thought, Kurenai replied, usually, it's best to enter the academy at 8, but 9 is still okay. Older than that, and you might face some difficulty since the first 2 years cover important basics. That's what I've heard at least. For you though, I'm not sure. You'll have to speak with Hokage-sama to enroll since you don't have parents. That made Naruto frown slightly. He wasn't eager to talk to the old man, who had once been like a grandfather to him, but had also failed in some ways. Still, he knew he'd have to eventually. No point hiding just because the old cage didn't take care of him as he had promised. All right, thanks again, Kurenai-san. I'll let you get back to what you were doing. Naruto hesitated, unsure how to finish. Kurenai noticed, so he continued after a moment. Stay safe and good luck on your mission, he said before disappearing, leaving Kurenai slightly stunned. After a few seconds, she smiled, closing the window and curtains again to resume getting ready for her mission. Don't worry, Naruto, I'll be careful. Thanks, she thought, wondering what the red-haired boy planned to learn and how. Once Naruto left, he quickly reached the village's wall, the one he needed to cross to leave Konoha. With his sensei's help, he silently leapt over without triggering any alarms, as the Jubai had explained. The entire village was protected by a sealing technique, alerting select people when someone entered or exited. Thanks to his chakra and incredible speed, Naruto cleared the wall without setting off the seal, all while keeping his senses sharp to ensure no one was watching or following. Then he sped toward Uzushiagakure no Sate, leaping from tree to tree, excitement growing about what awaited him. It took 4 days to reach the ocean, where Naruto planned to find a boat to the island. But the Jubai told him that wasn't necessary, he could simply run there. Usually, this was impossible even for a cage, as the Jubai explained how far the island lay and how difficult the ocean currents were. No one could just run across water to reach the island, even with chakra-enhanced water walking. Chakra would be drained long before arrival, and the strong whirlpools surrounding Uzushiagakure no Sate could destroy any vessel attempting to approach. Naruto thought so too, yet he also knew his chakra was strong and dense thanks to the Dijutsu and the chakra the Jubai had given him. Young one, I don't think you realize how much chakra you possess. Since the chakra I gave you continues to grow, yours is denser and stronger than any other that's ever walked this world. To put it simply in shinobi terms, you have more chakra than all of the fire country combined, the Jubai explained, leaving Naruto speechless. He trusted his sensei's words, knowing the entity would never joke or lie about such things. Wow, that's incredible, Jubai-sensei, Naruto finally said, staring at the chakra flowing through him. He hoped to learn more about his eyes and everything else the Jubai had to teach. With that, Naruto attempted something no one had ever tried because they thought it impossible. He stepped onto the water and began running toward the island that once housed his clan, all while keeping vigilant to avoid being followed. A dedication the Jubai admired. Unknown location, 12 figures stood arranged in a circle, all projected as holograms, each distinct in appearance. Among them was the masked individual whose one visible eye bore the Sharingan, standing beside the plant-like figure called Zetsu. Unlike prior meetings of this group, the masked man and 2 spiky-haired members looked visibly irate, their faces twisted in anger, the masked one clenching his fists openly. Why has no one located the tailed beasts? If any were destroyed, some should have reformed by now. Has anyone uncovered any useful information about that, or the weapon we require? The masked man demanded, his voice seething with frustration. He understood not everyone was directly responsible for this intelligence, but anyone with relevant information could assist at this point. One of the spiky-haired figures, standing beside a long-haired woman and a man with similarly lengthy hair, answered. We've found nothing. No signs of the tailed beasts reappearing, no traces of their chakra anywhere. Even the residual chakra that others once took for themselves has vanished. The man spoke solemnly, his tone betraying his irritation. As for the weapon, nobody has displayed any indication of possessing it, nor do any of your clansmen seem capable of unlocking it. I attempted again to create it with the cells I've gathered, only to meet the same failure as before. Nothing, Zetsu said, the white half speaking with an excited tone, while the black half remained expressionless. What about my fellow clansmen? Are they ready to support me in the coup, or are there still some refusing to accept the current clan leader? The masked man asked, momentarily setting aside prior concerns. There's an issue there. The Hokage is aware of the coup and has Uchiha Itachi acting as a double agent. We cannot alert Fugaku since he won't believe us. Itachi is his eldest son. Another problem is Itachi himself, who is growing quite powerful and could threaten us. His closest friend, Uchiha Shisui, died not long ago while Danzo tried to seize his eyes. Only Shisui escaped before his death and gifted both eyes to Itachi, enabling him to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I also believe Itachi acquired the Kado Matsukami from Shisui. Danzo fled before discovery, And that's all I could learn during my time in Konoha, the plant-like man concluded, sharing startling intelligence. I knew the old man would fail, but I didn't expect it to unravel like this. Now we must persuade Itachi to join us. Leave that to me, the masked man declared before the group's only woman spoke. What are our next steps, Tobai? With the tailed beasts gone and the Rinnegan out of reach, do we continue as before or do you have another plan? The woman's angelic voice voiced the question everyone was wondering. For now, we focus on raising funds and keeping our organization covert. Once we gain Itachi's support, we'll proceed. Konoha will soon weaken more than ever, the masked man replied, sounding almost gleeful at Konoha's impending loss of power. After that, everyone dispersed to carry out their tasks to gather money for the cause, though many had secret agendas unspoken. Soon the room was empty again, save for glowing fuinjutsu seals on the floor where the holograms had appeared, fading away after a few moments. Konohagakure deep inside an underground facility sat three elderly figures. The one in the center had bandages wrapped around one arm and covered one eye. Before them knelt Uchiha Itachi, eldest son of the clan leader. He was currently bowed respectfully to the trio, one of whom was an old woman. Itachi, when does your father plan to initiate the coup? The bandaged man asked emotionlessly. My father hesitates for now. He fears Hokage-sama is aware and has countermeasures ready. Mother, on the other hand, opposes the coup, as do many clan members. Itachi revealed, his mind racing with thoughts of the attack on his best friend, who had confided in him who was behind it and what they wanted. Tell Fugaku that Root supports him and urge him to accelerate action against dissenting clansmen, said Shimura Danzo, though anger burned quietly inside him. Damn you, Shisui, those eyes belong to me. Whatever you did with them, I will reclaim them, he thought, dismissing Itachi. After Itachi left, one of the other elders spoke. What do you think, Danzo? Does Hiruzen have any defenses, and if so, what might they be? He asked, his voice tinged with fear. Hiruzen knows nothing. The old man is deluded. My spy confirms he has no insight into the Uchiha anymore. Their relocation was only because of the Nine-Tails attack. Since then, things have quieted down. Fugaku, however, remains bitter after being blamed, which opens a path for me to become Hokage, and I will seize it, Danzo answered coldly, as usual. None noticed the Black Crow hiding silently in the room, watching the three elders before vanishing without a trace. Uchiha Itachi sat alone in a dark chamber beneath the Hokage Tower. The doors he had entered moments ago opened again, admitting two figures, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, and a silver-haired man whose face was mostly covered except for one eye. Hokage-sama, Kakashi, Itachi greeted with a slight bow. Both returned his greeting gravely. Hiruzen took a seat on the sofa as torches lit the room. Itachi, what news do you bring? You said before you had grave matters to tell me. Your crow didn't reveal much, the aged Hokage began, hoping the Uchiha had reconsidered the coup. Itachi looked at the weary elder. Paperwork, perhaps, he thought before replying. Unfortunately, Hokage-sama, father and Danzo are still determined to proceed. They are unaware of my role as a double agent, as is everyone else. He then channeled chakra to reveal his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen and Kakashi gasped at the sight of his evolved eyes, but Itachi continued knowingly. This is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, as you know. But what you do not know is how I came to possess it, he began, sorrow evident in his gaze. Shisui passed away not too long ago, something both of you are already aware of. Thanks to my mother's assistance, we managed to conceal the fact that Shisui had lost his eyes. Father remains unaware of this, as mother wished to stay clear of the coup, but Shisui was ambushed by Danzo. He sought Shisui's eyes for the Kato Matsukami technique. Only Shisui managed to flee before they could be taken. Before his death, though, he entrusted me with not just his eyes, but also the power to wield Kato Matsukami, a rare skill even among the Uchiha, Itachi disclosed. If the men before him were any less composed, he would have seen their jaws drop in astonishment. After several moments to let the information settle, Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice carrying a slight edge of anger as he processed the gravity of the news. Then Danzo must be eliminated soon, along with anyone who threatens Konoha. Shisui explained the true extent of those eyes, and I'm relieved you possess them now, Itachi. While I mourn the loss of your close friend, I must ask a favor of both you and Kakashi, the Hokage said, shifting his gaze toward the silver-haired man before continuing. I want you both to eliminate every Uchiha involved in this coup, sparing only those uninvolved, including all children. He instructed them, stirring mixed feelings in Itachi. He was glad some family might survive, but pained knowing he'd have to kill his own father along with others in his clan. When this task is complete, report back to me along with your mother, Itachi. Then we'll deal with Danzo. I've had enough of him, Hiruzen declared sharply, a sentiment the two men understood well, as they too wished to see the old war hawk gone. Your moment has arrived, old friend. You never heeded Tobirama-sensei's teachings, though we always knew your hunger for Hokage's position. The third Hokage thought bitterly after dismissing Itachi and Kakashi, who both prepared for the impending assault. A week later, Naruto finally reached the desolate isle known as Uzushiagakure no Sato. He'd sprinted across the water the entire way, leaping over crashing waves that would have easily swept him away if he hesitated. He hadn't slept once, only pausing briefly to eat the rations he carried in a small pouch on his back. Not once did he stumble, knowing any lapse could send him into the sea. Nor did fatigue overtake him. He stayed sharp and focused, unable to rest due to the unbroken stretch of water beneath him. That was, until he approached his destination, only to halt at the whirlpools blocking his path. Believing these whirlpools were made by his clan, he guessed a drop of his blood might quell them. Acting on impulse, he bit his thumb and flicked blood into the swirling water that tugged fiercely beneath his feet. When nothing happened after several seconds, Naruto considered other plans, until suddenly the whirlpool dissolved. Without hesitation, he sprinted across the calm water toward the shore. But as soon as he reached land, the whirlpool reformed behind him. Without looking back, Naruto dashed deeper into the forest bordering his clan's home. It wasn't long before he found a gate, smaller than Konoha's but once grand. Only one side remained upright, the wood rotted and fragile. Ready to stop running, Naruto slowed and stepped inside the village. Ruins stretched before him, most buildings were crumbled or reduced to rubble. Among the wreckage, he spotted several skeletons, likely fallen Uzumaki. It took little time to locate the only intact structure, a building bearing a giant spiral emblem, likely the Uzukage's residence. The door hung off its hinges, allowing him easy entry. The interior bore clear signs of destruction. How only this building survived puzzled him, but he pressed deeper inside. The building had just 2 floors left, and Naruto doubted the vault he sought would be above, so he began searching for a way down. After 5 minutes, he found a hidden staircase concealed behind a bookshelf, an odd detail. Descending, he discovered a large corridor ending in 2 massive stone doors covered in intricate carvings. Along the passage, more corpses lay, none bearing Uzumaki headbands, which Naruto didn't dare touch. Traps appeared present but inactive, possibly too old to function or perhaps recognizing him as an Uzumaki. He wondered this silently as he reached the huge doors. Centered on the doors was the Uzumaki clan emblem, a swirling spiral. Above it, a message read, "Only an Uzumaki may enter." Unsure what else to do, Naruto bit his thumb again and smeared blood onto the symbol before his wound healed. After 5 minutes without response, he tried once more. This time, after touching the blood to the symbol, he felt a subtle pull as his thumb lingered. "What was that?" he murmured, knowing only one could answer. Soon, a voice echoed within his mind. "It requires your chakra as well, not just your blood, young one," came the Jubai's voice, prompting Naruto to reflect before acting. He placed his whole hand on the spiral, channeling the faintest chakra flow. The pull intensified, and soon the heavy doors began to slowly open, candles around the hall lighting themselves one by one. Unfazed by the sudden illumination, Naruto stepped inside, unsure of what to expect. His eyes widened in awe. "Wow, so many books," he almost exclaimed, restrained only by his usual quiet nature. Shelves stretched endlessly before him, far more than the public library he had sneaked into before. Approaching the first row, he found not only books but countless scrolls as well. "This place is a dream for a book lover," he smiled, unaware he'd just called himself that. The Jubai, however, quietly amused, noted Naruto's childlike excitement despite the stolen innocence of his youth. The Jubai allowed Naruto an hour of exploration, during which he discovered texts on Fuinjutsu, Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Genjutsu, and many other shinobi fighting arts like Baikujutsu and Bijutsu. He marveled at how his clan had amassed such a collection, though though it no longer mattered. As far as he knew, he was the last Uzumaki, making these treasures his alone. After an hour, the Jubai stopped him. "Young one, we have much work ahead. Begin with Fuinjutsu when you start training. For now, rest and recover, you haven't slept in a week," the entity reminded him, and Naruto suddenly felt the fatigue creeping in. Without protest, Naruto ate a small meal and found a spot on the floor to rest. As his eyes closed, the doors behind him shut with a loud thud. A soft light radiated from the closed doors, spreading throughout the chamber where he now rested. The Jubai, however, recognizing what that was from one of his memories, couldn't have been more satisfied as the enormous being spoke up just before Naruto drifted into his dream realm. "Young one, do not concern yourself with the Fuinjutsu. That radiant glow you witnessed was a seal activating, one that conceals the chakra of everyone inside from the outside world. It's something I wished for you to grasp first before I instructed you about your eyes. Now that this is complete, once you regain your strength, we will immediately delve into that," the Jubai informed him. Naruto could only give a slight nod with a faint smile before exhaustion overtook him, far more than he had anticipated. Dawn arrived quickly, and though Naruto was unaware and couldn't perceive it, he awoke at his usual time, which he had become used to. He rose from where he had rested and ate the remaining food in his small satchel. It wasn't enough to fill him up, though standing gave him some relief. "I need to see if there's any food around here. Maybe in one of these scrolls or somewhere nearby. If not, I'll probably have to try fishing, since I doubt anything still lives on this island," Naruto muttered to himself, also considering an unconventional possibility that scrolls might contain food. It was just a hopeful guess. While he wasn't yet familiar with how to create scrolls, he did know how to open them, as the Jubai had taught him long ago. After steadying himself and noting that the candles remained lit around the space, Naruto was about to head toward a bookshelf again when he recalled what his companion had said before he fell asleep. He intended to speak to the towering being, aware that the one-eyed entity was awake, only to be interrupted. "You're awake, good. Look for a training area within this place, young one. I doubt it lacks one, because a location housing so many books would likely have a dedicated space for training," the Jubai explained, a notion that made sense to Naruto. With so many scrolls and books contained here underground, having a training area to avoid damaging them seemed logical. Setting off to verify what his mentor suggested, Naruto searched for an additional chamber. It didn't take long before he found one, spacious and bearing similar markings, indicating the seal the Jubai had spoken of the day before. Several other seals were also present, which Naruto neither recognized nor focused on at the moment. "Let us converse, young one. It's time you understand the full scope of your Dijutsu," the Jubai said, and Naruto instantly knew what this meant. He settled into a meditative position, entering his mental landscape soon after, finding himself at his usual spot before his mentor. He had grown accustomed to the immense size of his teacher, something that would overwhelm anyone else. No words were exchanged before the Jubai began speaking as soon as Naruto's gaze met his seated form. "This will be quite extensive, more so than previous discussions," the Jubai started, allowing Naruto a few moments to get comfortable despite the setting being inside his mind, before continuing. "The first facet of your power you need to understand is your Sharingan side, the Tamo appearing in your eyes." With that, the Jubai proceeded to explain Naruto's Sharingan. Naruto was already familiar with both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan, as this wasn't the first time the Jubai had explained them, though now it seemed he was about to receive a more thorough breakdown of his Dijutsu. Curious about the abilities his eyes possessed, Naruto focused fully on his mentor. There are 3 stages of the Sharingan: the fully matured form, which has 3 Tamo in each eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan, an advanced version, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the ultimate evolution. The explanation of the legendary eyes followed, known primarily to the Uchiha. However, neither they nor the Rikudo Sennin realized their eyes were weak and inferior, as the Jubai called them, while his own were the only true ones ever to exist because of him. Naruto learned that the Uchiha's Sharingan eventually led to blindness, unless the user unlocked the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, achievable only by receiving the eyes of another Uchiha who had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He also discovered that unlocking the Mangekyo form granted different powers, with each user having a unique ability exclusive to them. unless an Uchiha willingly transferred his eyes, thereby granting the recipient both the original special power and the new one, resulting in two distinct abilities unmatched by others. Naruto wasn't sure where this was leading, yet he gave his full attention to the being he called his sensei. Soon he learned that he possessed not just one unique power but all of them, and much more. The Jubai paused at that point, informing him that there was no need to teach the Sharingan further now since some Uchiha in Konoha could assist him. While their knowledge was limited, and their Sharingan insignificant compared to Naruto's, they still understood many of the eye's capabilities. "So I'm guessing next, I'll learn what the Rinnegan can do?" Naruto asked, piecing it together, knowing that only the Sage of Six Paths had ever wielded the Rinnegan, and that he himself possessed a more potent version. No one else had unlocked it, as the Jubai hadn't wanted such power to fall into just anyone's hands. Even a diluted form like his eyes remained formidable. "You're correct, young one. Though the Sharingan is complex, the Rinnegan is even more so." The one-eyed entity began, outlining the Rinnegan's paths. Tendo Deva Path, Shirado Usura Path, Ninjendo Human Path, Chikishodo Animal Path, Gakido Preta Path, Jigokyudo Naraka Path, and lastly Jido Outer Path. Yet the Jubai explained that he only granted the Sage of Six Paths access to the first six. The outer path was withheld, lest the sage's eyes remain with him in death, making it possible for anyone to unlock the Rinnegan through his or his descendants' blood. However, Naruto was given access not only to that last path, but also two more: Jikando Time Path and Juryokyudo Gravity Path. The Jubai explained he hadn't entrusted the sage, whom he also referred to as Ant, with these three because they were too powerful to give to someone untrusted or unknown. Before detailing each path's abilities, the Jubai cautioned that though Naruto possessed all these powers, they required extensive training to master. "Naruto, you also have the potential to evolve your own Ren Sharingan, something I enhanced in your eyes over the years. But you'll only unlock this once you gain your final Tamo. By then, you will understand the evolved form's capabilities. It is the surprise I mentioned earlier," the Jubai disclosed, while Naruto stared in awe, simultaneously feeling unworthy, a sentiment the Jubai immediately sensed. Naruto lowered his gaze to his hands and spoke for the first time in what felt like ages, knowing the Jubai wanted to hear him. I don't know what I did to make you believe in me so much, Jubai-sensei, as I don't feel worthy of all this power you say I have. I will always be grateful for everything you've done for me," he began, tears streaming down his face. "But I don't think anyone should be granted so much power," he added, struggling to compose himself. The Jubai smiled if he could. "I understand your feelings, young one, and that is precisely why I have chosen you. The power inside you now belongs solely to you. I have faith in you, Naruto. This world has taken so much from you, yet you never demanded anything in return. I know that I shouldn't bestow my power on just anyone, which is why I gave it to you. Because you, young one, are no ordinary person. You are deserving, Uzumaki Naruto. Therefore, I declare you my heir," the Jubai said, rising upright for the first time in ages, all while holding Naruto carefully atop one of its massive tails. Naruto could only gaze up at the colossal being, tears streaming down his face, words failing him. The Jubai, however, felt nothing but pride for the boy before him, the only one ever acknowledged by the Ten Tails in such a way. It took the redhead several moments to calm his sobs before he finally found his voice. Thank you very much, Tu-chan. I promise to do everything I can to make you proud," Naruto said, overwhelmed by a joy unlike anything he had ever known, still unsure what all his paths were capable of. "You need not, young one. I am already proud of you," the Jubai replied, as Naruto wiped his tears and smiled warmly at the towering entity he now saw as a father figure. After a few moments, the Jubai settled back into his usual seated position, waiting patiently for Naruto to get comfortable again. A minute later, Naruto nodded, sensing that his mentor or father was not finished sharing everything, and he knew he could absorb more before his mind became overloaded. "Now, I will begin by describing what each of your paths can do," the Jubai resumed, quickly capturing Naruto's full attention. He started with the Deva path, capable of manipulating forces of attraction and repulsion, not quite the same as gravity control. Then came the Usura path, which grants Naruto the ability to transform parts of his body into mechanical limbs, various weapons, and armor. Next was the human path, which stunned Naruto when he learned it allows one to read minds by extracting a person's soul, killing them in the process. That's insanely powerful, he thought silently, a sentiment the Jubai heard and agreed with his heir. Following that was the animal path, enabling him to summon a wide range of creatures simultaneously. The Jubai also informed him that, thanks to this ability and his Dijutsu, Naruto could call forth the Phoenix Dragons, mythical beasts that are hybrids of phoenix and dragon. Without letting Naruto ask about these creatures, the Jubai moved on to the Preta path, which allows him to absorb all forms of chakra, including ninjutsu. The Naraka path gives him the ability to summon the King of Hell, a power Naruto found strange and unsettling. Those were the abilities the Sage of Six Paths could wield, though never fully. The next three, young one, are the most perilous. With that, the one-eyed being began explaining the outer path, which grants dominion over life and death. Naruto was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out, but the Jubai continued. The time path lets Naruto manipulate time to some extent and control large groups simultaneously, albeit only for a limited duration. He could incorporate this into combat for a massive edge. Essentially, Naruto had time manipulation powers constrained by his chakra reserves, something he knew he had plenty of. Lastly was the gravity path, granting control over gravity, his own, others, or a wide area, again limited by chakra and usage, similar to his time path. The Jubai didn't reveal more for now, wanting Naruto to familiarize himself with these, before explaining how his evolved Dijutsu would influence his paths, eagerly anticipating how Naruto would use this power. That covers your paths, young one, which is only half of what your Rinnegan offers. I know this is overwhelming, but please bear with me. I need to share as much as possible now so you can begin training in whichever path you choose. The other half of your Rinnegan's powers we will explore as you train. The Jubai continued, and Naruto nodded, feeling he could still handle more despite the volume of information. These abilities are as potent as they are because of your Ren Sharingan. While the Sharingan and Rinnegan are strong individually, combined they are far more formidable. That brings me to what your Ren Sharingan permits, the Jubai said again, explaining other powers the redhead possessed, knowing it would take Naruto years to master his own Dijutsu. The first gift from his Ren Sharingan, aside from the Tamo with their own unknown abilities, was called Minaka, heavenly governing inside, allowing Naruto to use spacetime ninjutsu. This also enabled him to create personal dimensions, which he could enter himself or bring others along, so long as they were nearby. Next was Shin, Jukai Cotton Divine, Deep Forest Emergence, granting Naruto the power to summon the Divine Tree, a tree the Jubai once used for rest and to trap those seeking his power. Now, it was a massive tree Naruto could manipulate with his third power, Infinite Tsukuyomi, to ensnare beings, connecting them to the tree and draining their chakra to strengthen himself. The third power, Infinite Tsukuyomi, Infinite Moon Reader, allows Naruto to cast a genjutsu on the moon, altering its appearance and trapping everyone on the planet in an unbreakable illusion. After explaining these three abilities, the Jubai warned Naruto never to use the last two on the whole world unless absolutely necessary. Naruto immediately agreed, saying he had no desire to enslave everyone, a sentiment the Jubai expected but still needed to convey. That's a lot to take in, Jubai-sensei. I will do my best to train and perfect all of these powers, Naruto said, already understanding he wouldn't rely solely on his eyes. With the Jubai's explanations complete, Naruto left the mindscape and immediately fell asleep, exhausted by the flood of new knowledge. Konohagakure. As night descended, the Hidden Leaf Village grew exceptionally silent. Most of the villagers had retired to their homes, exhausted from another demanding day. The few still awake were either quietly moving about indoors or gathered in the local taverns, drinking and celebrating. Within the clan quarters, more precisely the Uchiha district, a small group of clan members preparing to stage a coup against the Third Hokage were training intensely at one of the compound's grounds. About 25 Uchiha had gathered, well aware they would receive the backing of the entire Root ANBU unit, over 200 operatives, as Danzo had assured them. Fugaku, the clan leader, stood before them, commanding full attention. Though deeply disappointed by the absence of many clansmen, especially his wife, he realized his time to rally support was running out. Still, he felt a surge of pride standing beside his eldest son as he addressed the group. "My comrades, Though not all are present as I had hoped, rest assured that Danzo has promised the full force of Root ANBU to aid us, over 200 shinobi strong. While some of our brethren have failed us, I trust they will come to understand our cause and join in time. Tonight, we fight for our honor, for what has been stolen from us, the elder declared loudly. Despite the volume of his voice, Fugaku was confident that those outside the coup would not betray him. As clan head and with the elders seated nearby, his authority remained intact. Tonight, we reclaim what is rightfully ours. Too long have we been scapegoated for the events 8 years past. Too long has our strength been stripped away, forgotten that we and the Senju founded this village together. They have shamed us. Now we strike back. He cried just as Danzo and his Root ANBU forces materialized within the compound. Caught off guard by the sudden arrival of so many ANBU, Fugaku was momentarily stunned before the old warhawk spoke. "Fugaku, are your men prepared?" the bandaged figure inquired. Receiving a firm nod, the warhawk scoffed inwardly. "Disrespectful youth. Tonight you will learn your place," he thought. Yet before he could speak again, his keen eyes caught sight of an unexpected presence, causing a ripple of panic. "Hadek Kakashi, what are you doing here?" the old man demanded, prompting every nearby Uchiha to whip around in surprise, their expressions shifting from shock to grim determination as the silver-haired ninja replied solemnly. "Danzo, we're here to end this," Kakashi said, startling all as the Hokage clearly knew of their conspiracy. Danzo was left to wonder what he meant, until Itachi suddenly plunged his sword into Fugaku's chest, catching the clan leader completely off guard. "Itachi, you as well," Fugaku stammered before his son severed his head without hesitation. Pandemonium erupted as Kakashi took down 2 Root ANBU, only to be stabbed by an Uchiha who mistakenly believed him to be one of the attackers. But Kakashi vanished in a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone, they wondered until the sound of countless birds filled the air, followed by Kakashi's voice shouting, "Chidori," as he thrust his lightning-charged hand through another foe. Danzo struggled to comprehend the rapid turn of events, but quickly ordered his men to eliminate the intruders. When Itachi targeted him, the old man snarled in fury, "Itachi, I should have expected your betrayal." Dodging a kunai, he snarled as Itachi deflected an assault from a clansman before swiftly killing him upon a miss. "You're mistaken, Danzo, I was never on your side," Itachi replied coldly, activating his Manjikayo Sharingan, causing the warhawk to gasp. "You murdered Shisui, now you pay." "Kadomatsukami," Itachi declared, but a Root ANBU jumped to shield Danzo. Unaware of Itachi's technique, he was swiftly controlled and then pierced by a lightning-enhanced kunai. "Those eyes belong to me," Danzo roared, realizing what had become of Shisui's eyes. "No, Danzo, they are not," a voice interjected, halting the battle as everyone recognized it. Kakashi seized the moment to dispatch another Uchiha. Itachi remained still, knowing the true fight would commence when the third Hokage arrived, infuriating Danzo. "You knew all along, Hiruzen," he spat, his usual composure shattered by rage. Hiruzen scoffed. "This is my village, old friend. Do you think I'm blind or senile? Look at yourself, pathetic." With that, Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Itachi sprang into action, proving why they were the village's most feared fighters, facing down hundreds. Danzo attempted to flee, but a voice spoke through the shadows. "Danzo, you've failed," said a figure clad in a black coat and an orange mask, catching Hiruzen's attention. "Itachi betrayed us, Madara," Danzo revealed, shocking those fighting as Madara prepared to aid him. However, he halted when Itachi charged with incredible speed, while Kakashi and Hiruzen continued battling the overwhelming numbers. "Show me what you've got, boy," Madara challenged, and the two clashed fiercely. Suddenly, a sword stabbed Madara from behind. It was an ANBU in a cat mask. Hiruzen was also engaged with 2 ANBU, one in a boar mask, the other a wolf mask, while Kakashi fought alongside ANBU in dragon and eagle masks. Everyone was caught off guard when Itachi summoned Susanoo. The skeletal red warrior enveloped him, though only partially formed, wielding a red tanto that swiftly slashed 3 Uchiha and 2 Root ANBU. The cat-masked ANBU attacked again, but Itachi's tanto passed through him harmlessly. "That ability means you're not Madara. He could never do this," Itachi said calmly as the third Hokage, Kakashi, and reinforcements continued to cut down Uchiha and remaining Root. The now exposed imposter Madara sneered, caught off guard by the turn of events. Alongside Danzo's sudden escape, It forced him to reconsider his strategy as the forces he was allied with steadily dwindled. The entire fight lasted barely 10 minutes, with Hiruzen and his ANBU still standing firm, while the enemy was nearly wiped out until only the counterfeit Madara remained. They were ready to strike him down together, when suddenly, he vanished into a whirlpool that originated from his revealed eye, pulling him in until only the third Hokage and his ANBU remained. Relieved by how things had unfolded, they were thankful none of the fleeing enemies had retreated toward the village, which would have stirred even greater chaos than already present. Itachi, Kakashi, track down and eliminate Danzo. Nico, Bor, accompany me. We have some old acquaintances to visit, the Hokage commanded. Without hesitation, they prepared to follow his orders, the last two ANBU aware they'd have to handle the aftermath. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, we'll clean up the remnants, came the steady voice of Uchiha Mikoto, who then turned her gaze toward Itachi. Itachi-kun, be cautious, she said with a gentle smile. The younger Uchiha nodded slightly and replied quietly before departing. Hi, Ka-chan. With that, everyone dispersed to fulfill their duties, while Hiruzen paused to thank the now widowed Uchiha woman before moving toward the betrayers he once called comrades. Left behind were two ANBU, who began assisting Mikoto in clearing her home of corpses and blood. Hiruzen and his two ANBU reached the location where he sensed his former teammates. The cat-masked figure swiftly sliced through the door with her swords as their leader stepped inside, followed by the two ANBU. Mitakato Himura, you detain Koharu, my former allies. The third Hokage addressed them with a commanding tone, causing the two older figures to tense as they faced their leader with two ANBU flanking him. Knowing escape was impossible, they slumped back into their chairs, prompting Koharu to speak. Hiruzen, we can explain, she started, but was cut off by Hiruzen's piercing glare and the murderous intent radiating from him toward the pair. Silence, I've had enough of you both. I should have dealt with this long ago before he was killed, but due to my negligence and failure, I must live with the consequences. I know you betrayed me, he declared, and all understood exactly who he revered but were too ashamed to utter the name. The purple-haired ANBU behind the cat mask stiffened, though for a different reason. A pain surged within her chest, a hurt she'd long tried to suppress. Naruto-kun, she thought before regaining her composure. Anger crept in, for she and others knew that while Hiruzen busied himself with restoring the village to its former glory, these two misused their authority, sending everyone who cared for the boy on endless missions, never allowing them to be with him. By the time they discovered the truth, it was too late. The boy had been missing for ages. They later learned he was expelled from the orphanage at 3 years old, sparking outrage when reports surfaced claiming he was always safe and well cared for, according to the two Chunin assigned to watch over him at the time. Discovering the boy was gone and that the two Chunin had vanished, combined with their lies to superiors, enraged many, the purple-haired woman among them, alongside Hiruzen, Kurenai, and Anko. But none were as furious as Kakashi or the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Jiraiya learned too late to intervene. When Kakashi found out, he went to the orphanage with Hiruzen, who first questioned the frightened caretaker, who then revealed everything she knew. In his rage, Kakashi drove his Chidori through her skull, a deed the Hokage knew Kakashi was capable of, though he himself had restrained. That day, Hiruzen decreed that all involved in the orphanage who knew of Naruto's expulsion be eliminated for violating the leader's laws, which were later revoked when Naruto could not be found. No one questioned the Hokage's word, no one wished to provoke him or an even angrier Kakashi and Jiraiya. All were frustrated at Hiruzen for his inaction, until it was too late. Since then, Kakashi grew even more withdrawn, and Jiraiya became a rare sight within the village. Kurenai sank into sadness, remaining a Chunin, while Anko ascended to Tokubetsu Jonin through relentless training. The one who took it hardest was the purple-haired ANBU in the cat mask, who immersed herself in training until she joined Kakashi's ANBU team, still serving there now and aspiring to become a captain. Kurenai, meanwhile, prepared for her upcoming Jonin exams. This was the burden Hiruzen had carried for so long. Now, standing before his former comrades, he finally snapped. I care not for your excuses. You do not deserve any, he declared, nodding once. The two ANBU swiftly decapitated Himura and Koharu in a single strike. Without another word, the Hokage departed for his office, hoping Itachi and Kakashi had located the former war hawk. The remaining two ANBU quickly tidied the scene, knowing their leader's anger was veiled but fierce. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Itachi found Danzo's base deserted, utterly empty. After searching all of Konoha for 3 hours without success, Kakashi stated coldly, "He must have fled while we were dealing with his root." Covering his Sharingan to conserve chakra, Kakashi agreed with the younger Uchiha, and both returned to report the news. Hearing this, Hiruzen groaned in frustration and summoned another ANBU. "Add Danzo to the wanted list with a 5 million Ryo bounty," he ordered. The newcomer bowed and immediately set about the task. The Hokage then told Kakashi and Itachi to rest, aware the coming days would be difficult as the village learned the full truth. The remaining Uchiha would also need to mourn their dead and decide the fate of the Sharingan eyes of the fallen. Saying their farewells, Itachi and Kakashi departed, one disappearing in a swirl of leaves, the other amidst a flock of crows. "I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun. Had I acted sooner, you might still be here," the aged Hokage thought bitterly before retiring, dreading the troubles yet to come. The next day, Naruto awoke well past noon, his body exhausted after a week without rest and traversing over water. Processing all the information from the day before had overwhelmed his mind, causing him to oversleep. Groaning, he rose from where he had slept. Unsure if there was anything nearby to freshen up with, he slowly began to explore his surroundings as he fully woke. An hour later, he was feeling much improved, having found not only a bathroom and a bedroom, but also another chamber stocked with scrolls. Inside those scrolls was preserved food, sealed in a way that kept it fresh no matter when it was opened. The 8-year-old boy shed a few tears once again, something he'd been trying to hold back over recent years. But this time, they were tears of happiness, because he could finally rest on a proper bed and take a shower. On top of that, he now had a bounty of food that he knew would nourish him well and fill his stomach, something that had been a rarity, even after all the hunting he'd done. He had a bit of difficulty with the shower at first, unfamiliar with how to adjust the temperature. Although he read a lot, topics like bathrooms or kitchens were never something he paid attention to, thinking it would be ages before he ever used such things, so he never bothered learning. Initially, he turned on the wrong faucet, and the scalding hot water shocked him, making him yelp and shut it off quickly. Turning on the other side gave cold water, which was more familiar. However, he soon figured out that turning both taps partially on made the water warm and much more comfortable. For the first time in years, he cleaned himself properly, using soap he'd discovered. Afterward, he sought out books about bathroom etiquette, which turned out mostly to be children's books, an odd find in such a place. Maybe they're meant to preserve those as well, he wondered quietly while reading. That day, he learned to brush his teeth and even floss, aiming for extra cleanliness since he'd never done either before. Later, he entered a large closet filled with clothing, ranging from children's sizes to adult attire. Naruto noticed that every shirt, top, and jacket bore the Uzumaki swirl, a symbol of clan pride, which he admired. Not one to be overly concerned with honor, Naruto chose to wear the symbol because he believed himself to be the last living Uzumaki. It took him half an hour to pick a shirt he liked, and that fit him. A white one with the Uzumaki spiral on the back, paired with what looked like shinobi pants and sandals. The Uzumaki clan must have been wealthy to have so many clothes, scrolls, and books. I wonder what else this place holds, he thought before heading to eat. He opened a scroll, infusing a little chakra into it, and the table before him filled with a vast array of food. He'd never seen so much, and his mouth watered. Without hesitation, he began eating anything in sight, too hungry to look up everything in books, if there even were any food-related books in this place. After half an hour, Naruto finished everything the scroll produced. Normally, it would feed a whole family for days, but he knew his appetite stemmed from being a Jinchuriki, with a body demanding large amounts of nourishment. Also, until now, he mostly ate meat, so the variety made him eat with tears of joy streaming down his face from how good it all tasted. Once he finished, he burped, signaling true fullness. "Young one, it's time to train," the Jubai reminded him, and Naruto, now far more eager, jumped up and dashed to the room he dubbed the training room, which was fitting. After entering and closing the heavily sealed doors behind him, Naruto stood in the center as the Jubai began explaining what lay ahead. First, remove the genjutsu from your eyes, the enormous being instructed, and Naruto did as told, sending a bit of chakra to dispel the illusion that had clouded his vision, revealing his purple Ren Sharingan with 2 Tamo in each eye. Good, now your true training begins. With that, Naruto started his deeper study of his Dijutsu and how to harness its power. Konohagakure the morning after the battle at the Uchiha compound, Hiruzen rose early to tackle the paperwork he still had to complete before the midday meeting he planned to convene. He left his bed and went through his morning routine, the same one he'd followed for 8 years since his wife's death. Finished, the third Hokage took a walk to his office, greeting a few early risers, mostly shopkeepers preparing their stores for a hoped-for busy day. The shinobi shops opened later since many ninja preferred to sleep in when not on missions. Hiruzen reached his office swiftly and sat at his desk to begin the paperwork, a task he despised, as the stack never seemed to shrink no matter how much he tackled. 2 hours later, he summoned one of the hidden ANBU. The masked figure with the eagle motif appeared promptly and knelt to show respect to the old Hokage. Washi Eagle, please inform all clan leaders, including Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Itachi, that there will be a meeting at noon. Also notify the civilian council, Hiruzen instructed. The ANBU responded with a firm, "Hi, Hokage-sama," before vanishing in a swirl of feathers, leaving Hiruzen coughing. "I need to tell him to use that shunshin technique outside next time," he muttered, then returned to his work, knowing he had 2 hours left before noon. Time passed quickly, and noon arrived sooner than expected. Hiruzen had been buried in paperwork, grumbling about how it might be his undoing. "Paperwork will be the death of me," he thought as he headed to the meeting room. 2 ANBU guards stood by the door and bowed as he approached, opening it to let him in. Inside, Hiruzen was pleased to see everyone he had summoned already seated, along with some unexpected attendees. Taking the Hokage chair, all eyes turned to him. More chairs than usual were empty, and the Uchiha clan seat was now occupied by Uchiha Mikoto instead of her husband, which puzzled many in the room. Before anyone could comment, Hiruzen spoke. "Thank you all for coming. We have much to discuss, and I will begin shortly," the aged leader said, turning toward the civilian council, 3 women and 4 men. "I have called this meeting for one purpose, to disband the civilian council entirely. Effective today, it no longer exists." As soon as he finished, an uproar erupted. One man leapt from his chair. "Hokage-sama, you can't do that," he exclaimed, followed by another man standing up. "Where are Koharu-sama and Himura-sama?" he asked, only to feel an overwhelming pressure descend on them as Hiruzen unleashed his intimidating presence, silencing them instantly. "Koharu and Himura were executed for treason against Konoha. Furthermore, I am the Hokage, and what I decree is law. Leave now or be forcibly removed," Hiruzen said calmly but firmly. The shinobi members of the council smirked slightly, glad to see their leader finally show resolve, even as they were shocked by the revelation about his former comrades. Following orders, the civilian council disbanded without any casualties this time. Once they were gone, Hiruzen turned to the clan leaders. "Now that's settled, we can finally address the reason I summoned you all," the third Hokage began, then proceeded to explain the events of the previous night, the attempted coup orchestrated by certain Uchiha clan members who were now deceased, along with Danzo and his root operatives. He also warned them about the mysterious orange-masked figure they needed to be wary of. The room was filled with stunned silence, until the head of the Hyuga clan spoke up first. "What about the others, Hokage-sama? How certain are you they won't strike next?" he inquired, prompting Mikoto to scoff slightly before Hiruzen responded. Most of those killed had allied themselves with Fugaku from the start. The rest showed no interest in joining the uprising. They didn't want to bring harm to the village. Furthermore, I place my trust in Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Itachi to watch over their clan members for now, if that reassures you that the remaining Uchiha have no intention of sparking another rebellion. Mikoto nodded modestly. Accepting this, everyone was well aware of how formidable Itachi was. During his explanation, Hiruzen had also revealed that it was Itachi who initially came to him, warning about his father's plans. "Regarding Danzo, I have set a bounty of 5 million ryo on his head. I urge you all to inform your clans about this. I also request that the remaining members of the Uchiha, along with the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans, keep vigilant watch for both him and the man calling himself Madara. I have assigned the ANBU to continue scouring the village to ensure Danzo isn't hiding among us," the third Hokage concluded. He mentioned the orange-masked man identifying himself as Madara, then disclosed that Itachi had engaged him in battle, revealing that the figure was an impostor based on the abilities displayed. With that said, the Hokage turned his attention to the Uchiha pair standing behind Mikoto. "Mikoto, I assume you have taken up the role as the new Uchiha clan leader," he asked. The dark-haired woman smiled faintly and nodded. "For now, Hokage-sama. With the council disbanded, matters are simpler. I have decided to lead the clan until Itachi is old enough," she said. Itachi remained his usual stoic self, outwardly emotionless, but his mother knew the sorrow he felt for having had to kill his father. She felt a twinge of sadness too, despite months of trying to dissuade him from his tragic path. "Look what this has led to, Fugaku," Mikoto thought. The Hokage responded simply, "Very well, if that is your choice." The meeting was then adjourned, and everyone departed to inform their clans of recent events and necessary actions. Hiruzen headed back to his office, moving slowly as he preferred rest over paperwork. He anticipated that news of the attack would soon spread across the village, prompting many to question him just as Hisashi had, an outcome he was not eager to face. Unknown location in a dim cave, 5 figures gathered in a circle, fewer than the usual 12. Among them was the revealed fake Madara, standing beside the plant-like Zetsu. The first to speak was one of the other 3, all of whom appeared as holograms. "What transpired in Konoha, Madara? I expected you'd recruit Itachi and diminish Konoha's power," said the long-haired man, directing his gaze toward the Uchiha. "Itachi refused to join us, unfortunately. He is far stronger than anticipated, especially with his new Sharingan. During our clash, Danzo escaped, leaving me isolated. The Hokage, Hadake Kakashi, and some ANBU eliminated all Uchiha loyal to Fugaku as well as the root agents present," the masked man revealed, which didn't surprise the group. "Since Itachi now poses a threat, what's our next move? We can't wait indefinitely for someone to unlock the Rinnegan we've sought all these years. It seems that ability may no longer exist," spoke another man with spiky hair, also wearing the same cloak as the rest. "We will gather allies and abandon Konoha for the time being. Iwagakure has sent more requests, so we will cooperate there. Zetsu continues to collect intelligence on the nations and bolster our forces. Losing the Biju and the Rinnegan is a major setback, but we cannot halt our progress over these losses," the masked man said. No one else responded, and each departed to pursue their assigned objectives. Konohagakure 6 months had passed since the attack on the Uchiha compound, and as Hiruzen had predicted, it took only 2 days for the entire village to learn of it. He knew that once the village was aware, other nations would soon be informed. True to his expectation, many questioned the trustworthiness of the Uchiha, whether they might strike again. While their Hokage assured them otherwise, skepticism remained among some. It took half a year for the villagers to see that the Uchiha sought only to reclaim their former status in their old compound, regaining the respect and power they once held. The villagers' attitudes softened, especially toward Mikoto and Itachi. Mikoto was widely admired for her friendlier approach compared to her late husband. She took the initiative to restore the Uchiha clan to their ancestral home, a move Hiruzen immediately supported. The clan began more frequent patrols, resembling a police force within Konoha. Most surprising was when Mikoto approached the Hyuga clan head about collaborating, resulting in joint patrols of Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka clans. This alliance strengthened the village's sense of security, especially after uncovering the betrayal among the elders. Having these clans jointly protect Konoha was a significant step forward and aligned with any Hokage's wishes. While the village resumed daily life, Hiruzen did not expect one of his promising chunin to request an extended leave. Yuhei Kurenai, an aspiring genjutsu specialist, stood before him. She had withdrawn from the Jonin exams, citing unreadiness. Sighing, the Hokage said, "Are you sure about this, Kurenai? 4 months is a lengthy leave. Usually, I would deny such a long absence, since we need all our shinobi focused on restoring the village." He took a puff of his pipe before continuing, "But considering the current state of the village and the Uchiha clan's openness, and knowing your ambitions to become a Jonin, I will grant it. You declined your previous exam, so I hope this time helps you reach your goals." Kurenai bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I know this might be unusual, but I ask permission to train outside the village. I understand it raises questions, but I will provide a full report on my whereabouts upon return if you allow it." The request caught Hiruzen off guard, After a moment's thought, he smiled, retrieved a paper from his drawer, signed it, and handed it over. That's approved as well, Kurenai, just be cautious out there. You know how unpredictable it can be. She bowed again, thanked him, and departed in a swirl of leaves. Kurenai returned to her apartment to prepare for her upcoming journey, hopeful that it would turn out well. Once inside, she quickly went in and began stowing her belongings into a scroll, preferring not to carry heavy loads like most shinobi ranked chunin and above usually did. As she packed, two figures entered her home, having quietly opened the door. Kurenai didn't mind their arrival, since she was expecting them and had invited them to meet her while she was getting ready. "Anko, Yugo, come in here," Kurenai called from her bedroom as she folded another set of clothes. To most, this might seem like a routine gathering, as many often took leaves to train. But only her closest friends truly understood how unusual it was for Kurenai, known as Konoha's Ice Queen, to suddenly plan a 4-month absence from the village. "Nai-chan, what's going on? You've been acting odd these past months," the purple-haired woman in a green jacket over her ninja outfit asked with genuine concern. The other visitor, Yugo Yuzuki, wore the standard ANBU attire of Konoha, her mask removed. She and Anko were Kurenai's closest friends, privy to her secret ANBU identity, something most others were unaware of. "We're worried about you too, Kurenai-chan. Will you tell us what's really happening?" Yugo asked, her gaze locking with Kurenai's. Their concern deepened when they noticed tears shimmering in the red-eyed Kunoichi's eyes, an extremely rare sight. "I have to leave. I know this is sudden, but I trust both of you more than anyone else. I want to explain everything, truly I do," she began, wiping her tears away before continuing. "But if I reveal where I'm headed and who I intend to meet, you'd likely tell Hokage-sama, and that would damage the trust he has in me, even if it's only slight, and we've only spent a single day together so far." Her words made her friends exchange surprised looks, then smirks. "You've got yourself a lover, Nai-chan. We're not judging, just didn't expect the Ice Queen of Konoha to have a one-night fling. So, who's the lucky guy, and why would it hurt his trust if you told us?" "Don't worry, we won't spill to Hokage-sama, and honestly I doubt he'd want to hear about that," teased Anko flirtatiously, while Yugo shared a blush with a playful smile. Kurenai quickly straightened up. "What? No, that's not," she sighed, regaining composure to clarify. "That's not what I meant, Anko. I haven't been with anyone and probably won't be for a long time. There's no one here for me, all perverts really. But I'm getting off track. I asked you two here because I need you to meet me at the Forest of Death in 4 months. It's a strange request now, I know, but I can't say more. Please just trust me. You'll get the surprise of a lifetime." She smiled faintly, despite gambling everything by telling them so little. Kurenai had no idea when Naruto would return, or if he'd even want to see her friends. She didn't know how she'd reach him either, maybe find a boat bound for the island. And then there was the whirlpools surrounding the place to worry about. Anko and Yugo had no words to add but trusted Kurenai completely. They wondered what kind of surprise awaited them at such a place. After a few more minutes of conversation, Yugo mentioned she had to leave for ANBU duties, while Anko returned to her own work. After finishing her packing, Kurenai sighed quietly. None of them could deny this wasn't very Kurenai-like, but their bond was so strong they called each other sisters in all but blood. Locking her apartment door, Kurenai tucked 3 scrolls into her pouch before leaving. She headed toward the gates, ready to sign out and show the guards her papers and Hokage's authorization for a 4-month leave. Her destination was Uzushiagakure no Sato, and she silently hoped her decision was right. A week later, Kurenai arrived in a small coastal town known for its many boats. At the docks, she inquired about passage to Uzushiagakure, but most declined, wary of the whirlpools encircling the island. Just as she was about to give up, an elderly man with gray hair and beard about her height approached. "My lady, I heard you're seeking passage to Uzushiagakure. Most avoid it, but I can take you, though it will cost some ryo. I can only bring you so far. You're aware of the whirlpools surrounding that island, yes?" he asked. Kurenai nodded, relieved to have found someone willing to help, even if only part of the way. "Very well, I'll take you. How you get past the whirlpools is up to you. We leave in an hour," he said. She paid half up front, promising to settle the rest upon reaching his drop-off point. The man agreed, admiring her wisdom. Neither knew she was a shinobi, as she'd removed her forehead protector and chunin flak jacket. An hour later, true to his word, Kurenai was aboard the boat heading toward Uzushiagakure. She only hoped Naruto was still there. Otherwise, her time and money might be wasted. She acted unlike herself, but she was certain this was what she wanted, to help Naruto however she could, and strengthen the bond she promised his mother long ago. His mother had done so much for her, and Kurenai felt she had failed the boy, a pain that brought her to tears many nights over the past months. Now she was bound for the island Naruto had said he'd train on, a place still somewhat mysterious to her since she'd heard the entire island was in ruins. With Naruto gone so long, all she could hope was that some part of the island had endured, and that he was safe. Uzumaki while the rest of the world continued on, Uzumaki Naruto had been dedicating himself to rigorous training every single day for the past 6 months, until he was completely exhausted. Each morning, his routine began with eating breakfast, followed by a shower, then brushing his teeth. After that, he would get dressed and head to the training hall, where he had spent countless hours honing his skills. His mentor had him start with the Deva path, and the techniques derived from it, beginning with the very ability Naruto had used long ago for his first kill, the Shinra Tensei. Naruto was fond of this technique, though it took him a full week before he could perform it successfully. Initially, he applied too much chakra and obliterated the stacks of crates he had arranged inside the training chamber, damaging part of the floor and the ceiling as well. At that moment, the seals embedded in the room activated, causing the damaged sections to mend themselves, which fascinated Naruto immensely. Another week passed before Naruto mastered the Shinra Tensei. The Jubai explained that his rapid learning stemmed from the Tamo within his eyes. The colossal being also revealed that, although the Sage of Six Paths wielded this technique, his version was considerably weaker than Naruto's. Moreover, the sage had spent years discovering the full capabilities of the Rinnegan, knowledge Naruto gleaned from the Kyubai's memories. After conquering the first Deva Path Jutsu, the Jubai instructed him on the Bansho Tenin Universal Pull, which Naruto took 2 weeks to master. These were the first 2 abilities. The first, a defensive jutsu capable of pushing away or even destroying objects, depending on how much chakra Naruto channeled into it. The Bansho Tenin drew anything toward him when he extended his hand, much like with Shinra Tensei. No entity or object could escape this universal pull, though that depended on how much chakra was applied. The more chakra, the less chance of escape. Next came the technique that took Naruto the longest to master, the Chibaku Tensei. The Jubai warned him that because Naruto had yet to learn elemental ninjutsu, this jutsu would be more difficult. He also cautioned that once the black sphere appeared, Naruto needed to disperse it quickly, or he risked annihilating the entire island. Only after an entire month of training with the Jubai's guidance did Naruto succeed. He discovered that the more chakra he infused into the sphere, the greater its gravitational pull became. The Chibaku Tensei created a sphere between his hands, which he then launched skyward. Over time, Naruto learned to form the black sphere without unintentionally pulling things toward him, as he had initially done. The Jubai explained that in the early stages, Naruto was unknowingly activating the sphere while it remained in his hands. Because the ability was his own, the sphere did not pull him in. Otherwise, he would have been destroyed. Once the sphere reached the desired height, Naruto could activate it with chakra, causing it to act like a localized gravity source that attracted everything nearby. He also found he could generate multiple spheres, though the more he created, the more perilous the technique became. It required enormous chakra to form just one sphere, let alone 10 or more. Luckily, Naruto's chakra reserves were so vast that he barely felt any depletion, much to the Jubai's satisfaction. Naruto's chakra kept expanding as he matured, preventing exhaustion. The redhead, whose hair had grown to reach just below his shoulder blades over the past 6 months, learned there was one drawback to his Deva Path powers. After using one ability, he had to wait 10 seconds before employing the same or a different Deva Path jutsu. This spurred him to train toward reducing the cooldown, eventually reaching only 3 seconds between uses. He hoped to decrease this further, but the Jubai told him that to reach 0 seconds, he would need all 9 Tamo in each eye. Upon mastering the first path, Naruto unlocked a third Tamo in each eye. He felt a surge in strength and improved chakra control. The Jubai confirmed that as Naruto's chakra grew denser with age, he would eventually require all 18 Tamo to achieve perfect mastery. This was somewhat disheartening initially, but the Jubai reassured him that his chakra control already surpassed even that of most Kage. The unique density of Naruto's chakra was the key factor, which brought a smile to the redhead's face. Naruto didn't care about becoming stronger than anyone else on Earth. He wasn't one to boast or misuse power by attempting to conquer the world. His goal was to strengthen himself to protect those close to him, which at present was only Kurenai, with whom he had spent a single day over 6 months prior. After completing the first path, Naruto moved on to the second, the Preta path. Fortunately, the training room had another feature Naruto discovered after 3 months. A seal that, when infused with chakra, would generate various objects to train with. One such item was a seal that, when charged with chakra, emitted fire after a delay of 30 seconds. The seal's fire intensity corresponded to the chakra input. More chakra resulted in a larger, fiercer flame directed at the user. Naruto used this to practice absorbing chakra, conjuring a translucent barrier typical of the Preta path around himself. It took only 2 weeks for him to master absorbing chakra to the point where he could do so with one hand, instead of both. Once the second path was complete, Naruto was told he needed a living opponent to train the human path technique. Alone on the island with no threats nearby, he postponed that training and instead chose to learn the Naraka path. The Jubai explained that this path allowed him to summon the King of Hell, and eventually the Shinigami. The two had distinct abilities, with the Shinigami's powers largely unknown to humans except for the sealing technique, the fourth Hokage used on Naruto, a fuinjutsu crafted by the Uzumaki clan. Naruto summoned the King of Hell, a large head-like entity engulfed in purple flames emerging from the ground, after just 2 days. With improved chakra control, this was easy for him. He learned the King of Hell had 2 abilities: interrogation and restoration. The interrogation power allowed Naruto to question a paralyzed captive. The King of Hell would unzip its mouth and extend tendril-like arms to extract a spectral tongue from the captive's life force energy. Naruto could then interrogate the victim, while the king passed judgment. If the captive lied or refused to answer, the King of Hell would tear out the tongue and consume it, killing the victim. If truthful, the captive was spared and freed, but left exhausted. The restoration ability involved the king using its tendrils to grab someone Naruto wished to heal, placing them inside its mouth to fully restore them before releasing. The Jubai also said that through the Naraka path, Naruto could transport souls and bodies via the King of Hell. Naruto noticed the entity bore the Rinnegan, though without Tamo. That's because it's your summoning, exclusive only to someone possessing the Rinnegan, the Jubai had explained. Naruto only fully grasped this when he unleashed a form of torment and realized he could perceive through the eyes of the main entity, a skill he had known about but never actually experienced until now. Having mastered the Naraka path, Naruto turned his attention to the next path he was currently training on, the Usura path. He found it strange that after just 2 days of meditating more than 6 hours daily, he was able to manifest mechanical limbs. Initially, he could only create 2 extra mechanical arms, capable of launching missiles, but soon doubled that capability. This allowed Naruto to generate 4 arms from his body, all able to fire missiles at will. He then figured out how to morph the mechanical arms into enormous blades, and could also create a second mechanical head. Naruto was able to share his sight with this extra head, although he found having an additional head unsettling and didn't want to make it permanent just yet. A week later, Naruto learned to fire missiles from his original 2 arms as well. He also discovered he could transform one arm into a blade and the other into a huge shield, something he found strange but enjoyable for its uniqueness. He was eager to continue his training, but the Jubai halted him after 6 months and 2 weeks, informing him that 6 chakra signatures were approaching the islands. Normally, this wouldn't have raised alarm, but Naruto knew that no one dared come near Uzumaki because of the whirlpools surrounding it. He quickly left the subterranean area where he had been training and went to the ocean, senses sharpened. As the boat came closer, Naruto immediately sensed it and her presence. Kurenai-san's coming. Why and who's with her? He wondered as he stood near the water, watching the whirlpools swirling before him. Naruto waited 2 hours until he saw and sensed her. Kurenai had leapt from the boat and was running toward the island, stopping carefully to avoid the whirlpools. Thanks to his enhanced vision, he could see everything clearly, even while under a genjutsu. When the boat began to leave, Naruto considered for a moment, then bit his thumb and flicked his blood into the whirlpool just before the wound healed. The whirlpool dispersed as before, allowing Kurenai to run across the water and reach the island safely. Upon arrival, she smiled, relieved for several reasons. First, because Naruto was unharmed, and second because he allowed her passage onto the island without a word during the 6 months she had been away, unsure if he wanted her there while he trained. Standing before the redhead, Kurenai spoke as the whirlpool reformed. "Thank you, Naruto. I know this is sudden, but I had no other way to contact you, so I came to see if you're all right," she said sincerely, which surprised Naruto. "You traveled all this way just to check on me?" he asked, stunned, as no one besides his father had ever shown him such kindness. He felt no hostility from her, which made him happy. He had feared she might report him to the Hokage and be sent to bring him back. "That's right, Naruto. Also, I came to offer help with your training. I apologize if my arrival startled or made you uneasy," the woman with red eyes explained, to which Naruto only shook his head slightly. "No, it's fine. I'm surprised you came all this way just for that, and I appreciate it. You're welcome to stay here, especially since your boat left. That is, if you're planning to stay a while," he asked, uncertain whether she intended just to check on him or remain longer, doubting she could return by running across the water. "I am, if that's all right. This isn't like me, I admit. I guess I acted on instinct and hoped you'd let me stay since this is your clan's home, which I don't know much about," she confessed, smiling faintly as she looked at him. Naruto accepted and welcomed her to Uzashigakure, feeling a bit excited to have his only friend nearby. Although it meant less time training his Dijutsu while she stayed, a matter he knew he'd have to discuss with the Jubai. "It's all right, young one. You need companionship and friendship, which could grow strong with time. For training, I was planning to start you on calligraphy so you can learn Fuinjutsu," the Jubai had told him, hearing his thoughts from within. Agreeing enthusiastically, happy to begin mastering the art that once made his clan formidable, Naruto led Kurenai to the place he had called home for over 6 months. Kurenai was shocked, an understatement, at the sight of so many books. She knew Naruto was risking much by letting her into such a treasure trove, where countless shinobi would go mad trying to steal the knowledge inside. She also knew Naruto would likely kill anyone who dared try. Kurenai hoped no violence would be necessary and recognized she still had much to learn about him. Their bond was not close yet, but she wished that would change. After entering the vault and the doors sealed behind them, Naruto showed her to his sleeping area. Kurenai was relieved to see it included a bathroom and multiple beds. She hadn't planned to stay but was grateful her gamble paid off, vowing never to act without a plan again, as it wasn't very shinobi-like. Once settled, Naruto showed her the food supplies and asked how long she wanted to stay. She smiled before answering, "If it's okay with you, maybe 4 months. I know that's a long time and I don't fully have your trust. I know it was foolish to just show up like this, but I didn't want to fail you again. Your mother taught me so much. I don't think I could face her in death knowing I let you down." At that moment, Naruto did something he hadn't done in a long time. He approached and hugged her, though she was taller and his head rested against her stomach. Kurenai was caught off guard but returned the embrace after a few seconds. "It's all right, Kurenai-san. You don't need to feel that way anymore. There's still much I don't understand, even if I feel older than most kids my age, but I'm willing to give you a chance. It's just difficult because I've never had anyone close, and I worry about being betrayed again, or worse," he admitted honestly. This surprised the red-eyed woman again, but only slightly. Since their time together over 6 months ago, she was happier than ever he was alive and willing to trust her. "Then how about we both learn to trust each other during this time? That is, if you'll let me stay this long," she proposed, and Naruto gladly agreed, hoping to build a friendship based on mutual trust. Naruto would do his best, and Kurenai would as well. Neither knew how long it would take for him to trust someone enough to reveal his Dijutsu. But for now, both red eyes and red hair were ready to start a new bond. 4 months flew by surprisingly quickly for both Naruto and Kurenai, who had grown much closer than either expected in such a short span. Every day, Naruto dedicated time to practicing calligraphy, steadily refining his skills as he immersed himself in it, as naturally as a fish swims in water. He reached such fluency that he could write with his eyes closed, an achievement he had aimed for and was proud to have accomplished within just 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Kurenai offered her assistance, and since she specialized in genjutsu, she began teaching Naruto its techniques, which delighted the young boy. Kurenai soon realized Naruto possessed exceptional chakra control, a bit surprising to her since she remembered his mother mentioning that Uzumaki clan members, while having abundant chakra, generally struggled with chakra control and needed more time than others to master it. As their training progressed, they also got to know each other better. Naruto discovered that her parents, Yuhei Hiromi and Yuhei Kenzu, had passed away when she had just become a genin at age 7. Fortunately, Naruto didn't have to ask her age, as she voluntarily told him she was 21 and that her birthday fell on June 11. On her birthday, Naruto took the time to search the shelves and gift her several scrolls on genjutsu. Kurenai hadn't expected such a present and was initially hesitant to accept it since it originated from his nearly extinct clan. But Naruto insisted, saying he didn't have anything else, and that as her friend, he wanted her to learn them even if she was reluctant. Upon accepting, she was pleasantly surprised to find the scrolls contained 2 A-rank jutsu, 3 B-rank jutsu, and 1 C-rank jutsu. She was genuinely pleased and even embraced him to show her gratitude, a gesture the redhead found himself increasingly comfortable with as months passed. Naruto reflected that she was just over 12 years and 3 months older than him, as he was approaching his 9th birthday, a fact she already knew from his mother. He also learned that Kurenai had spent only 2 years in the academy before becoming a chunin at 13. At present, she remained a chunin, having not yet taken the jonin exams, feeling she wasn't quite ready. Mastering genjutsu was one of the most challenging arts, especially for those who specialized in it. She aspired to become a genjutsu mistress, a title she took great pride in since many doubted women could equal men as shinobi. The more Naruto discovered about her, the more he admired and trusted her over time. Kurenai felt the same, finding him not only the most gifted boy she'd ever met, but also incredibly strong and fast. She dubbed him a genius the likes of which the world had never seen, a significant compliment from someone knowledgeable about the greatness of past Hokage. Naruto had no words but to blush bashfully. Naruto also began studying Fuinjutsu under Kurenai's guidance, and found himself even more passionate about it than genjutsu. He knew mastering both would take time, but Kurenai believed, observing his dedication, that he would master them far faster than anyone else. She didn't realize just how close to the truth she was, as Naruto's Ren Sharingan granted him an extraordinary capacity for rapid learning. Kurenai also came to understand much of Naruto's painful past, the hardships he endured, and the loneliness forced upon him. This revelation brought tears and hugs, as well as a fierce anger toward the people of Konoha, leaving her ashamed of them. She wanted to promise to protect him as much as she could, if not for the fact that he seemed to grow faster and stronger with every training session. During their 4 months together, Kurenai herself intensified her training, improving her genjutsu and learning the techniques Naruto had gifted her. She grew better at taijutsu too, though not nearly to Naruto's level, and each day was filled with smiles as they both supported and grew closer. Naruto trusted Kurenai deeply now, though he had yet to reveal his Dijutsu or body Kekkei Genkai. About a month prior, however, he confided something significant. It had been an ordinary day, just after finishing their sparring session, when Naruto said, "Kurenai-chan, there's something I want to show you. I trust you, and I know it might not sound like much, but I want you to see my chakra." She looked at him curiously and said if he trusted her, he could go ahead. What she witnessed stunned her beyond words. Naruto had focused chakra into his hand, so it became visible, a feat usually impossible without exceptional chakra control. Though she was somewhat surprised by his control, that wasn't what shocked her most. It was the color of his chakra. While most people's chakra appeared blue or in other single hues, Naruto's was a blend of deep black and blood red. Even more astonishing was that Kurenai could sense his chakra without physical contact. He explained the sheer amount and density of his chakra, leaving Kurenai wide-eyed. She'd never encountered chakra so dense before, only the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, came close. To learn Naruto's chakra was likely even denser than Hashirama's was staggering. After taking a few moments to process, she smiled and reaffirmed her belief that he was truly extraordinary. Kurenai promised to keep his secret, valuing the trust he'd placed in her, and trusted that despite his strength, he would never harm her. Gradually, they opened up more to each other, which brought them both great happiness. Today, however, Kurenai informed him she had to return to Konoha since her break was over. She cherished the time spent with him and hoped he'd come back to Konoha soon, as she wanted to introduce him to the friends she'd mentioned. She also told him he had people in Konoha who missed him, though they believed he was dead. These included Mitarashi Anko, Yuzuki Yugo, the third Hokage Saruto by Hiruzen, a man named Jirya from the Sannin, and another. That last name surprised Naruto most. Kurenai revealed how deeply Hadate Kakashi had grieved and grown angry when he heard of Naruto's supposed death. The silver-haired ANBU captain had even tried to kill the woman who'd abandoned him in an orphanage, consumed by rage. Naruto found himself eager to meet him. This inspired Naruto's decision to return to Konoha with Kurenai. She was glad, but asked what he planned to do with everything inside the vault. "I'm leaving it all here, Kurenai-chan. I also plan to start rebuilding this village as a side project. I still want to be a shinobi of Konoha, but this place will be my base of operations, if that makes sense," he told her, surprising but pleasing the red-eyed woman, who offered her help whenever needed. Afterward, they left the vault, Kurenai gathering her belongings while Naruto took nothing, knowing he had a home in Konoha belonging to his parents and hoping to move in soon. Naruto made sure to lock the vault, unwilling to risk anyone entering it. Not that many could bypass the whirlpools anyway, but the village's destruction had shown he couldn't rely on that alone. Upon reaching the shoreline, Naruto told the older woman to climb onto his back, causing Kurenai to blush immediately while questioning why. "Well, since we don't have a boat to cross back to the other side, I'm just going to run over the water until we reach land again," he explained. Kurenai sighed, no longer surprised by Naruto's extraordinary abilities. Although feeling quite embarrassed, Kurenai climbed onto Naruto's back. She wasn't sure how, but over the last 10 months, Naruto had grown significantly. When she first met him in the Forest of Death, she guessed he was just over 4 feet tall, but now he stood at about 4 feet 9 inches, 144.78 cm, quite tall for a child his age. She suspected this growth might be linked to his chakra, as Naruto had mentioned that his chakra increased substantially as he aged. It's normal for shinobi to gain more chakra with age, but not to the extent Naruto seemed to possess. While on his back, Naruto quickly bit his thumb to draw blood. Before the cut healed, he flicked the blood towards the whirlpool, which vanished instantly. He then held onto Kurenai's legs while she wrapped her arms around his torso as he dashed across the water at great speed. Kurenai couldn't shield her face from the wind because she was taller, so she simply ducked down, placing her head close to Naruto's as he ran. The whirlpool reappeared seconds later, but Naruto accelerated, carrying the red-eyed woman who was still in disbelief over what was happening. After 3 days, Naruto reached the shore. While running on water, he occasionally leapt to land to move faster, knowing Kurenai was likely uncomfortable. Despite this, she fell asleep on his back while Naruto remained wide awake, showing no sign of fatigue. She was still asleep when he stepped onto solid ground, but he didn't stop, wanting her to rest as long as possible. Instead, he moved into the trees, leaping branch to branch at high speed, heading towards Konoha. Unaware they had arrived on land, Kurenai was surprised to awaken surrounded by trees. Realizing they were on solid ground, she spoke to Naruto, still carrying her as he pressed forward. "Naruto-kun, why didn't you wake me when we reached land?" she asked, and after a moment's pause, he replied, "I didn't want to wake you because I thought you needed the rest. I know I'm shorter than you, so it might be uncomfortable on my back. I'm just trying to get you to Konoha as quickly as possible," he explained, keeping his eyes fixed ahead. After a few moments, he stopped, sensing she might want to get down, which she did once they settled on a branch. "Thank you for that. I still can't believe you ran the entire time without even sleeping. You barely ate when we were over the ocean," she said, blushing as she recalled feeding him while he carried her, not wanting him to lose focus. At first, he said he was fine, but later admitted he felt embarrassed before finally yielding to the woman who seemed likely to get angry if crossed. "Well, it was a bit strange for me. But I'm used to it, so I don't mind," he said, never revealing that he was the only Jinchuriki on the planet and that the Ten-Tails could assist him when needed. With that accepted, they headed toward Konoha after Kurenai checked again if he needed rest. When he said no, they set off for home, though Naruto couldn't truly call Konoha his home. 2 days later, after much running and leaping through the trees, Naruto and Kurenai finally arrived at Konoha's gates. Before approaching, Naruto told her he'd meet her in the Forest of Death in a few hours, knowing he couldn't enter the village without being questioned. Kurenai agreed, and Naruto vanished, leaving her to enter the gates alone and sign in. After greeting the guards, Kurenai quickly went to Hokage's tower to report. She knew she'd have to hide much, risking imprisonment at worst. 5 minutes later, she knocked, receiving a familiar enter. She stepped into the Hokage's office. Bowing slightly, Kurenai greeted the elderly Hokage, who smiled warmly. "Ah, Kurenai, welcome back. I hope your leave was refreshing and that you've rested well," he said. She nodded and pulled a small paper from her pouch. "I did, thank you, Hokage-sama. I feel prepared for the next Jonin exams and ready to return to the field," she replied, handing over a written report stating she'd gone to the tea country's spas for relaxation and trained extensively in taijutsu and genjutsu. Though the report wasn't very accurate, Hiruzen didn't care. He was just glad she was safe. Without even reading it, he burned the paper, causing Kurenai to widen her eyes, but the old man smiled. "You didn't need to submit a report. Every shinobi deserves leave. You never took any leave before, even as a chunin. 4 months off is perfectly fine," he said. She bowed again, relieved he hadn't read her half-truth. After bidding farewell, Kurenai left and headed home while Hiruzen resumed his paperwork, feeling glad the young woman was well, though his actions were more grandfatherly than shinobi-like. At home, Kurenai was greeted by Anko and Yugo at her door. "Wow, I barely get back and you two are already here," she said as her friends welcomed her, mentioning they'd just returned from a mission and heard from the guards that the aspiring genjutsu mistress was back. "Guess that's to be expected," she replied, opening her apartment door. They followed inside, and Yugo closed the door behind them. Once inside, Anko smirked and looked at Kurenai. "So, when do we get to meet this surprise you mentioned before you left? And don't think we've forgotten Nai-chan," Anko teased, enjoying her usual banter. Sighing, Kurenai replied, "I know what I asked of you both before, and I do have a surprise. But I want a few others there too, so let's meet at Hokage-sama's office in an hour, if that's okay." Both Anko and Yugo gave her strange looks. "As long as I get to see this surprise, I don't care where we meet." "But why Hokage-sama's office?" Anko asked, with Yugo also curious. A moment later, Kurenai said, "Please trust me. I have to go now, but can one of you fetch Kakashi? Drag him to Hokage-sama's office if needed." Then she left toward the Forest of Death without giving them a chance to ask more. The two sighed before leaving. Anko went to find the silver-haired shinobi, hoping he was home. She knocked, and after a few minutes, the door opened to reveal the masked man, looking as if he'd just woken. "Anko, what a surprise," he said lazily, holding the door. "What brings you here?" he asked, knowing it was his day off and he wanted to rest. "This might sound strange since I don't know what's going on either, but Kurenai has asked us, along with Yugo, to meet at Hokage-sama's office in an hour," Anko said with a smirk. "So, will you come willingly, or do I have to drag your lazy self there?" she teased, hoping he'd pick the latter as she enjoyed a little fun. Kakashi could only exhale deeply before responding. "All right, I'll go. No need to drag anyone else along, crazy woman," he muttered softly, thinking it was just for his ears. Fortunately for him, it wasn't, as Anko now wore a mischievous grin. "Excuse me, Kakashi-kun," she teased, as serpents slithered out from her jacket sleeves. The silver-haired man swallowed nervously and vanished in a whirl of leaves. Meanwhile, Anko grinned wider and took off after him, both making their way toward the Hokage Tower. Meanwhile, Yugo, after Kurenai and Anko had left, headed straight to the Hokage to inform him of the meeting Kurenai had summoned, mentioning she had a surprise for them all. Hiruzen was genuinely surprised but was never one to refuse surprises, provided they were pleasant and didn't add to his paperwork. Only 10 minutes later, Kurenai arrived at the entrance of the Forest of Death, entering without hesitation. She began searching for Naruto, hoping it wouldn't take forever since finding him in that vast forest could be a daunting task. Luckily, as soon as she stepped in, she heard a familiar voice from beside her. "Looking for me, Kurenai-chan." Naruto's voice came from a branch nearby, where he was perched. Smiling, the red-eyed woman acknowledged how difficult Naruto's stealth skills had become, especially after spending 4 months together. "I didn't expect to find you so close to the gates, Naruto-kun. I'm guessing you were waiting for me," she said, standing on a branch opposite him. Naruto stood up and answered. "Well, I did promise to meet you here soon, didn't I?" His rhetorical tone made Kurenai chuckle. You certainly did, Naruto-kun. So, are you ready to meet the others? She asked. They had agreed on this meeting more than a week ago, after Kurenai shared with him the story about the select few who truly cared for him. Nodding, Naruto and his close friend headed toward the Hokage Tower. Naruto pulled the hood of his black coat over his head, preferring to stay hidden for now. The only person he trusted was beside him, and she never called him names. They took their time, avoiding crowded areas to keep Naruto concealed. About an hour later, upon reaching the Hokage Tower, Naruto told Kurenai he'd wait outside, until she confirmed the meeting involved only the few people she had mentioned. Naruto sensed more people inside the Hokage's office than expected, which made him cautious. Agreeing, Kurenai quickly went inside. Thankfully, the door was open, and everyone she had invited was present. Bowing slightly, she addressed the group. Hokage-sama, thank you for allowing this impromptu gathering. I realize this might be unexpected since I just returned from vacation, but I have someone I believe you all want to meet. The only request is that only we be present here. No hidden observers, she said, catching Hiruzen and the others off guard. Very well, Hiruzen replied, gesturing for his personal ANBU, who had been concealed in the room, to leave. Once they were gone and Naruto sensed their absence, he vanished from his spot outside and reappeared in the Hokage office beside Kurenai. His sudden appearance unsettled everyone. They expected the newcomer to enter normally, not materialize in front of them, likely through a shunshin technique. Hiruzen also disliked that the boy's face was concealed, eager to understand the situation. Naruto could feel the unease and negative emotions from everyone except Kurenai. This isn't what I expected, Kurenai-chan. You don't harbor any ill feelings toward me, yet everyone else seems ready to attack, Naruto said, stepping back slightly, doubting his decision. Kurenai, however, began sensing negative emotions too, but they were aimed at the others in the room, not Naruto. Before she could respond, Hiruzen spoke. What do you mean you can sense the hostility here? Please show yourself, the elderly Hokage requested. Naruto kept his gaze lowered, unsure whether to reveal himself. It's a skill I have. I came here intending to show myself to all of you, but since the door's open, and because I only trust Kurenai-chan, I'd like to close it before removing my hood, Naruto said. Curious, Hiruzen nodded to Kakashi, who quickly closed the door and returned, hands in pockets. Naruto hesitated as he reached to pull back his hood. Everyone noticed. Then a few tears slid down the boy's hidden face, causing Kurenai to bite her lip, wanting to comfort him. She knew how difficult this was, feeling betrayed by the man before him. Hiruzen was about to ask why the boy cried, but Naruto spoke first. You were my Jiji once. Now I can't even meet your eyes. I know not everything was your fault, but you're the Hokage. I don't blame any of you entirely. I just wish to be treated like everyone else, not a monster, Naruto sobbed softly. Then, he removed his hood, revealing his long, spiky red hair as he looked up into a stunned Hiruzen's eyes. The third Hokage immediately recognized the boy, though others took longer. When they noticed the 3 whisker marks on his cheeks, gasps filled the room. Anko and Yugao teared up, as did Hiruzen and Kakashi. And Naruto, Kakashi whispered, stunned. The red-headed boy turned to the masked man and gave a faint smile. I heard what you did to the old woman who kicked me out of the orphanage, Kakashi-san, he said, tears streaming down. The silver-haired man immediately embraced him, prompting others to follow. Caught off guard by the sudden hug, Naruto cried while Kakashi held him, still amazed the boy they thought lost was alive. After several minutes, Kakashi stepped back, wiping tears away. How are you alive? Where have you been? The half-masked man asked, still shocked, like everyone except Kurenai. Naruto explained how he had been chased into the forest of death, forced to survive alone. Their anger toward the villagers was palpable. Kakashi felt the urge to bring back certain people just to punish them himself. Wiping his own tears, Hiruzen looked at Naruto sadly. I know an apology is too late, Naruto-kun, and I have failed you. I'm truly sorry for my blindness and delay, he said quietly. Anko and Yugao couldn't hold back tears any longer and hugged Naruto, who welcomed their comfort. It really is you, Yugao whispered, releasing him unsure of his comfort with hugs. Anko clung for a few minutes longer before the group looked to Kurenai to explain when and how she met Naruto. That was until Anko recalled running into him with her red-eyed friend months ago in the Forest of Death, growing irritated at her friend for keeping such a secret. Nai-chan, how could you hide this? We met him together, and it seems you two actually know each other. Anko exclaimed, wiping tears away. The woman with crimson eyes glanced at Naruto, who simply returned her gaze with a faint smile. Afterwards, I went back to check on him, since it's quite rare for someone to even enter the forest of death, much less survive living there. That's when we first met, and when he revealed who he was, I couldn't just stand by silently. So I asked if I could be his friend, she said, giving Kakashi a gentle smile. Kakashi, meanwhile, kept his focus on Naruto while listening to Kurenai. He gave me an opportunity and I took it. She hesitated briefly, casting another look at Naruto, unsure whether she should reveal more since it was his secret, not hers. But his continued warm smile encouraged her to go on. I've already disappointed Kushina-sama so much, and even more so Naruto-kun. I'm just grateful he's the forgiving kind. She finished without divulging anything further, just as Naruto began to speak a few moments later. I know what I know because I sneaked into the library a few times to teach myself, he said, bending the truth somewhat, unwilling to disclose his true status or his father's identity for now. Hiruzen and Kakashi both smiled at that, convinced the boy was as clever as his father, if not more. Hiruzen also recalled hearing about broken windows at the library recently. At the time, he had dismissed it as children's mischief since rocks were found inside. Only now did he understand the reality. I can't fully comprehend what you've endured, Naruto-kun. Again, I apologize for being a blind old man. But may I ask if there's anything I can do for you now? I can arrange for you to have an apartment, or whatever else you need, the elder said sincerely, wanting to assist Naruto however he could. After a brief pause, Naruto replied, I only trust Kurenai-chan, so I don't think I'd feel safe in an apartment. The villagers might cause trouble once they realize I'm alive. However, Hokage-sama, I know this is late, but would it be possible for me to join the Shinobi Academy? His question caught the aged Hokage and the others off guard. Kurenai, meanwhile, considered his words carefully, especially about his living situation. Truthfully, children your age have been attending the academy for nearly 2 years already. But I believe you can join them. After all, it's not every day someone comes out alive from the forest of death after living there for who knows how long, the Hokage responded. Naruto quickly added, I've been living there since I was 5, revealing the truth and surprising everyone except Kurenai. The Hokage retrieved a form from his desk drawer, signed it, and handed it to Naruto. The header read, Shinobi Academy Enrollment, marking the start of his path as a shinobi. Naruto signed at the bottom and returned it to the Hokage, who placed it on his desk to notify the academy the next day. Now, regarding where you'll stay, Hiruzen began, but Kurenai interrupted. If I may, Hokage-sama, seeking permission, she continued after he nodded. If Naruto-kun agrees, he can live with me for as long as he wishes, she offered, sharing what she had been contemplating. After pondering for a moment, Hiruzen nodded and turned his gaze back to Naruto, who, looking almost 11 due to his height, asked hesitantly, Why you really want that, Kurenai-chan? She smiled warmly, confirming she'd be happy to have him live with her. Naruto returned the smile and accepted her offer. From there, everyone gathered around him, engaging in conversation. Anko inquired how he survived so long in the forest at such a young age, and he explained it was tough at first, fortunate that no beasts attacked him. Once he grew interested in shinobi arts, he began defending himself by fighting those creatures. Yugo and Kakashi checked on his well-being and asked if they could assist him in any way. The silver-haired Anbu revealed he specialized in ninjutsu, and Yugo said she was a kenjutsu expert. Both were willing to teach Naruto if he was open to learning. Though it was overwhelming initially, Naruto soon smiled at everyone and accepted Kakashi and Yugo's offers. Meanwhile, the Jubai observed silently through Naruto's eyes. What will they think when you reveal your true self, young one? Then you'll know who your real friends are, the massive entity mused before closing its single eye. Each person also told Kurenai they were willing to help however possible, whether by providing clothes or food for Naruto. Kurenai was thankful, while the Hokage informed Naruto that due to his mother's legacy, which Kurenai had made known to him, he would receive a weekly stipend from her funds. One by one, everyone left until only the Hokage remained in his office, a mixture of joy and sorrow etched on his face over how events had unfolded. Kakashi went to buy food for the boy, eager to get to know him better if permitted. Anko and Yugo did the same, while Kurenai and Naruto headed to her apartment. Upon arrival, she swiftly unlocked the door and allowed Naruto inside. Once the door closed behind them, he stood uncertainly in the living room, unsure what to do. Seeing him hesitate, Kurenai approached and encouraged him to relax, assuring him they were friends and that she didn't mind having him stay. She also expressed that it was a chance to deepen their bond, something Naruto clearly desired, as having a friend felt wonderful. The day passed quickly, with Kakashi, Anko, and Yugo spending much of their time at Kurenai's place after returning with the food they had purchased. They wanted to get closer to Naruto, even knowing he was cautious around them, which was understandable. Thankfully, Kurenai had vouched for them, giving Naruto reason to trust they wouldn't judge or mistreat him. That day, they all gained a new friend, including the usually laid-back ANBU captain, who asked Naruto if they could be friends. He gladly agreed, extending friendship to the others as well. Suddenly, Naruto found himself surrounded by more and more allies, a truly amazing feeling for the young boy. Though never truly alone due to the Jubai's presence, Naruto was glad to have more friends he could hopefully rely on someday. Meanwhile, as Hiruzen worked on paperwork, he sensed the volume ahead would be far greater than what he held now, thanks to this boy. If he was even half as remarkable as his mother, it meant even greater challenges, which made Hiruzen view his documents with a bit more dread. They called him the Curse of Konoha. I believe he's a blessing, the old man thought, continuing his work. This old man will do everything possible to support you now, Naruto-kun. I won't fail again, was his final thought before calling it a day, one very full of meaning. Before nightfall, Kakashi, Anko, and Yugo left, promising to see him soon. Their duties remained, but now they would also dedicate free time to building a true friendship with Naruto, determined not to fail him as before. Kurenai, however, lacked a second bed, but Naruto assured her it was fine. He could sleep on the couch, which was far better than the ground he'd endured for nearly 4 years. They all went to sleep with smiles, happy to have the second chance, just like Kurenai. I won't let you down again, Naruto, they all thought before drifting into sleep, unaware of what the future truly held more than ever before.